excellent scholars in their own right, and those scholars went on, and especially their grandchildren. And amazingly, when you look at the incidents of the success rate of his grandchildren, Yitzhak, Shmuel, and Yaakov all formed schools of their own, known collectively as the Total additions to Rabbi. And these schools literally encompass tens of rabbis from England all over Russia, who were involved in this activity, particularly in Ashkenaz. Rashi, for example, complete any leftover manuscripts that Rashi had not finished. So occasionally, certain tractates in where you don't have Rashi himself. Son Rashbam is also a commentator of Rashi's style and his similar genius. So in his own genetic heritage, that same genius of Torah and skills at exegeting it. That certainly did not stop his grandchildren from pointedly disagreeing with his interpretations. So in writing, but nevertheless, saying that Rashi had it all wrong. Their grandfather had it all wrong, and they should read it differently. Great level of intellectual integrity. So we don't know much about his wife at all. His three daughters were apparently quite exceptionally learned. There are passing references to his daughters in various passages in his text. It appears that one of them may actually have acted as his personal secretary and even scribe. It's not clear if any of them made any halachic decisions on their own, but nevertheless, Rashi does express gratitude for their help with the transcribing of the documents, and to be able to do that with these very sensitive and difficult to fit in texts tends to indicate that they must have been quite exceptional on their own. They are the subjects of three modern works of fiction, very successful and well-received works of fiction by Maggie Anton. This is book 3. Of Rashi's Daughters is the title of this series. She's also gone on to write a new series that's about the daughters of Chisda, another important rabbi. I regret to say I haven't read any of them, but I've heard from people that they are really quite entertaining. Now, there is a widespread legend that Rashi's daughters were still very widespread notion that has no roots in any text that lend any credence to it. This would not necessarily be, strictly speaking, not to be a forbidden activity, but highly uncharacteristic, particularly for the 11th century for women to wear film at the time. His grandson, Rabbi Tam, actually wrote of women that did perform this mitzvah, and he indicated that if they do, they should say the blessing on it. I included the reference there in case I'm reading. You look up that touch over there and see that's what it says. But there's no source whatsoever that says that Rashi's daughters did this. It's a great myth. Furthermore, there's another myth that there are several texts that have Rashi's name on them, but anyone familiar with his style, it's very clear that Rashi did not author them. This is a very common phenomenon in the Middle Ages where someone would write a book, and in order to garner a greater circulation for that book, they would put someone else's name on it, a famous person's name, on their own book. Nowadays, we do it the opposite. We write something that, we would take something that someone else wrote, and we put our own name on it. That's called plagiarism, but this is kind of a reverse plagiarism that was very common really up to the Middle Ages. So a lot of books that circulated in the Middle Ages, it's been attributed to everyone from King Solomon to Rashi that were actually not authored by the people who claim to be the authors. So it's very unlikely that his daughters were the authors of those pseudo Rashi commentaries. Questions or arguments? Very quiet crowd now. Yes. I've seen it. It's in the next book series. Yeah, I haven't had the opportunity to read it yet. It should be in like the New York Post. That's so funny. There you go. This is wild because it actually gives us descriptions of the angels too. And so actually, so in Enoch it talks about. It's amazing. It's 1,000 years old.
Now, that's stuff you can probably put on the scribe tree. It'll show you all the documents from the actual declassified files. This is also insane document. This happened recently. This was like a couple months ago that this just kind of came all out.
Right, but what year was this project?
1988. 5 December 1988. So scroll down.
Well, again, you're assuming that it's true that they did.
Allegedly.
We know that Rabbi Tam would have said nothing. We just simply don't know what Rashi would have said. But, yeah, but still.
Okay, so scroll down and then you'll see this. So this is like
it's a highly politically charged issue. It's a fascinating Psak halacha from Moshe Feinstein, for example, on the question of a woman wearing a talis, which is very common in non-Orthodox synagogues, highly uncommon in Orthodox synagogues for a woman to wear a talis. But she asked her Moshe, she said, am I allowed to wear tzitzit and talit gadol, like that? And Reb Moshe Psak was very interesting. This is a Psak that comes from the 1970s. He said, sure. He said, if you, says to this woman, if you feel motivated and elevated by the love of God and the love of your Torah, and you want to fulfill this mitzvah, that's fine. He had with a bracha, he had two stipulations. He said, one, it has to clearly look like the feminine blood, so you avoid, because now since it's so overwhelmingly a male article of clothing, specifically in the Orthodox world, for a woman to wear it, it could be like beged ish, right? It's separate orders. So it should have, I don't know, 8 on it or something like that. Indicate it's clearly female. And the second thing, he said much more seriously, he said that it's really important, though, that you're truly doing it for the love of Hashem and the love of the Torah. Because if you're doing it for a political purpose or to advance a political agenda, then it will be a travesty of the mitzvah itself. But the idea of wearing a talit itself, it's not actually. Again, I'm not a rabbi. Spoiler alert. I'm not a card-carrying member of the rabbinical establishment. I have no authority whatsoever to make any pronouncements at the level. And I'm a gift synagogue. I'm very happy to Rabbi Rothschild for allowing me the space to give these lectures. But I use the Mara Dasra to speak theoretically about yes, Mr. Wax.
Earlier, everybody saw that movie 100 times. You know what it looks like. You know what the art looks like. So if I tell you, go draw me the art.
Primarily, he was a successful businessman working with, in fact, I think I have a slide on that coming up next. A little bit. Primarily, he was a successful businessman, running his wine business and several other ventures, but his major energies went into his studies at this point. He was not like, some of the Sephardic greats who were like working 10 hours a day, on the business and then, 10 hours a day on Torah. He was working primarily in Torah, and he had set up his business running along nicely without him, or with minimal involvement in the text, and he really poured all of his energies into these phenomenal achievements in commentary on the Torah and the Talmud. Let me take a few minutes to talk about those two main commentaries, because they are huge and extremely important. Okay, so the commentary on the Torah, he wrote it on the entire Torah. I'm talking about the Hebrew Bible. The first 5 books of Moses, which is extremely well studied, and all the way through Kings and Chronicles and so on. There are a few texts that it's believed he did not author them, but they were authored by his students based on his teachings. So it's possible that not every word in a few of the books, Job, for example, actually belong to Rashi, but there are texts, like for example, the Afon Opek, which is a new manuscript commentary that's called Talmid Shel Rashi, a student of Rashi, which reads very much in the style of Rashi himself, although we can't attribute to Rashi personally. So his ideas definitely percolated through the entire Hebrew Bible. What is the most wonderful and special thing about it that really puts it head and shoulders above all the other commentaries of his age is that his commentary essentially links the oral Torah to the written Torah. I'm speaking now primarily about the Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses, which is very difficult to learn without a good grasp of all the relevant midrashim that speak to the text. And what Rashi did was he took this massive body of information, the oral Torah, and he chose very carefully which sections to present to the reader, and then he put them right there on the same page for you to read. So in other words, the two-finger model is extremely important for Rashi because he allows the reader, for the first time really, to follow the written Torah with the interpretation of the oral Torah. There's a tremendous amount of humility in his scholarship because he personally steps back from it. You don't hear his voice very loudly in the text. He simply acts as a facilitator, presenting, anthologizing, carefully editing, and synthesizing this material, boiling it down, putting in very simple vocabulary so that he allows you to discover the richness of the oral Torah. It's a great act of great scholarly humility and erudition at the same time. His style in writing is anything but verbose. He loves the very short but clear decorative sentence. He doesn't strive for poetry with complex language that has to be unpacked. He just likes to speak in a very clear and straightforward manner without any kind of ambiguity in his language. Studying the specific choice of words of Rashi is actually a major scholarly enterprise, just as it is with Maimonides, but it's a work of great brilliance that you really appreciate when you go to the original sources that he took his commentary from and see how well he edited it into the Hebrew of his day. This has become so significant that in the halakhic literature written after Rashi, there's a very strong imperative, it's not quite a commandment, a very strong imperative that not only should every Jew review the Parsha twice every week in Hebrew, and once with the Aramaic translation of Rothschild, they should also study it with the commentary of Rashi. Meaning that most of the halakhic disciples strongly urge all Jews to study Rashi on a weekly basis. Something that really no other commentary has reached that level of prominence. Another way to measure his greatness is to look at the number of super commentaries that are written on Rashi. Remember, Rashi is a commentary on the Torah, and now you have a commentary on Rashi known as a super commentary. And some of the greats of the last 1,000 years have authored super commentaries on Rashi's works, as it is able to.
Oh, well, that's much different. So that whole thing at the end of it was what they were saying it was. When they were
Right. How was his manuscript circulated? I love those kinds of questions. They're very talkist oriented. Like, how did this idea get out there? So they used to call him Pirush HaKuntras, which means a notebook commentary. So he would himself author the commentary. We know that he went through, by the way, several revisions. We have different layers of his own commentary where he tweaked every word. And then he would have his students write it out. And so they would spend a large amount of their time actually copying out his manuscript and generating, who knows, maybe, it's hard for me to measure, but I would guess maybe generating one copy of the entire Torah commentary, maybe every 2 or 3 months, and then providing it for sale, or for donation to the synagogue, things like that. Highly prized manuscript versions. Later on, they started to print them, or started to write them out next to the Torah itself. So you could buy, a handwritten Torah, not a scroll, but a handwritten Torah that would be bound, much like a book is bound in signatures, with Rashi on the side. And finally, when you get to the 15th century, then the invention of printing, and it just takes off. And it is rare to find a Chumash printed at that point without Rashi on the side. In fact, if I can just walk off screen for a minute, just keep it facing forward.
Experience is something that you can make as special as you want, and this aspect of us being able to have those little quantum breadcrumbs, what I like to call them, like you
Of the Chumash, this is a Hebrew English version because that's the closest one I had in hand. But they're almost always printed something like this. So you know the English side of the page. You always have the Torah commentary in large print. You have Onkelos, which is the Aramaic translation on the side. That's it's mandatory study, and then you have Rashi below. And these three texts are pretty much ubiquitous on Chumash for 500 years after. So the Gemara is different. Yeah, that's the next slide. But this is Chumash is the commentary on Torah looks like that.
Instantly, those I always wonder if is it that, or is it that we used to have that like before language? That's all we had.
I think that before tech really evolved, there was a bigger aspect of spirituality that actually talks about that. So, like discernment in the Bible, you can talk about, this aspect of being. People say like, oh, it has a really bad
It's
energy.
commerce accelerated it.
But I think that because and it's really happening.
These things work together, it's for commercial networks, but the genius of the commentary was apparent to all. So he was actually famous in his own lifetime.
There's more of that spirituality that needs to be removed from society. I think it's
Yes, he
actually
had a yeshiva.
taking away our ability
It
to
established
respect one
the
another and
Beit
value
Rashi,
life. And I
a
think
school,
that
not a
that
yeshiva like we have in the 19th century, but he attracted students right after he came from Worms and Mainz. He actually developed a small institution with a small number of students, many of them were his own children and grandchildren, and he taught for 60 years in this yeshiva. So he's really involved, not so much in business, although that's happening very nicely, but he's deeply involved in yeshiva. Not yeshiva like we have today. Yeshiva back then were more like discipleships, where there'd be small circles of students gathered around a single master, maybe a dozen at a time, not like 200 students with a dorm and a cafeteria. It was very small. It's much earlier than the first big yeshivas in Lithuania were established, about 800 years.
And I had a meeting recently where I was with two other members of Congress that were helping me with the JFK investigation.
Explicate. I like the way it sounded. It's sort of like explain and complicate.
To the Russian government.
This is a full service lecture. Look at this. I'll change it right here on the spot. You know what? I don't have like a spell check on it. So let's. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Let's try spelling. This is everybody here is so Jewish. Okay. Let's check spelling. It doesn't like the word posting, but it does like the word explicate. All right, well, I don't have it. Let's go by through anyways. So, commentary and Talmud. What's different about the Talmud commentary is much larger. We're talking about a document that takes the document only cycle about 7.5 years to study the entire text, and he went through the entire document. There again, a few missteps, a few tractates that he may not have authored, but the vast majority of them are under his name. And the same kind of approach as you have with Chumash, but this distinction is since the Talmud is oral Torah itself, he did not have to anthologize written Torah to insert in there. Instead, his task was more like holding your hand and guiding you through the text step by step. In modern times, he was only in a very small way challenged for that supremacy by, let's say, Rabbi Steinsaltz, who wrote a Rashi-like commentary in the 20th century. And in fact, many people found that very controversial because, how could you somehow rewrite Rashi? It's only been 1,000 years. I mean, come on, they don't need a new version yet. But nevertheless, his style is monumental for its clarity, its simplicity, and above all, accessibility. Oh, I forgot to mention in terms of his humility, in Chumash, some of the most beautiful passages in Rashi are those passages where he admits ignorance. And he simply says, I don't know what this means. You're so used to Rashi knowing everything and helping you with all these bizarre things that when he finds it necessary to tell you, I don't know this, he could have just omitted it. Like, you feel stupid for not knowing it. How come Rashi didn't help you? But he says, what? Don't feel bad. I don't know this either. It's an amazing thing for someone to say. But going back to this, so we have the same kind of thing that's going on in the Talmud, although less with the oral Torah, because the Talmud itself is oral Torah, more in terms of the hand-holding through the text. Again, exceptionally valuable commentary to help you work through the text itself. His final years, unfortunately, were periods of great tumult because as an older man, he had to deal with the devastation of the Crusades in Fireball and massive dislocation of Jews. It was something like, that was the center of Ashkenazi Jewry, and they were so devastated. He's essentially living in a far-off suburb. He's living way out of town, to use that New York expression. And here in New York, Lahavdil, it would be devastated. It was a very difficult thing for all of Ashkenaz to bear. Besides the tremendous loss of life, there was the demographic displacement, the families broken up, wandering throughout the region. There was the very difficult theological question, halachic question, related to many Jews who chose to take their own life rather than submit to baptism by the crusading forces. And then later, they had to decide, they had to find their way back to the Jewish community, and many of the communities that they wanted to go back to were not so welcoming to Jews who had escaped the sword by choosing the cross. Rashi universally defended, however, those opinions that sought to bring those Jews back into the community, and he always took a very lenient position with regards to those Jews who converted to avoid death and wished to enjoy the community as a whole. And this was the principal activity that he was involved in the waiting years of his life. He died in the year 1105, still quite active as a scholar, still working on his commentary. According to tradition, the last words he wrote immediately prior to his death was on Tractate Makos, page 19b. The last word he wrote was the word tahor, meaning pure, associated with a person who dies full life without a taint of sin. Yes, sorry. So he's born in 1040, died in 1105, so 65. His legacy, of course, is us. We are overwhelmingly the product of Rashi's activity. He virtually single-handedly made the Torah and the Talmud relevant for a large percentage of the literate Jewish population, and virtually single-handedly made it possible for Jews to access these central texts of our tradition. We are deeply indebted to his scholarship, even though he himself tried to stay behind the scenes and not present his own personal ideas, except when it came to the situation where Jews needed intervention, such as in the case of the Crusades. And it was this humility combined with his erudition that allowed him to make such a lasting mark on the Jewish people and their intellectual heritage. Thank you, as always, for your attention and your support.
All you have to do is take your rifle off of that ledge, drop it on the ground, and now that scope is off. You never drop your gun like that. If you do, you can knock your scope off.
Well, there's multiple problems though, because the Warren Commission actually never even put into the report, right? So, like, if you're conducting
my point is, that wasn't a far shot.
So, gentlemen, why don't we get started? First, I have some really good news for you all. I'm really grateful that you've come on this auspicious night. It is, after all, Wednesday, and it's great to have you here. I'm really pleased because tonight Zach DeWeiser gave me some new jokes. So I don't have to keep recycling these jokes over and over again. Just wait 3 weeks and I'll tell you them again. But this is, there's actually several good jokes here. And, okay, I'll tell you one. And maybe I'll tell you the other 3 later in this lecture because they're really funny. So it goes like this. There's a very, very, well-respected rabbi who spends many years working for the benefit of the Jewish community where he lives, and he is well respected and honored by his colleagues and so on, and he goes up to heaven, but it's known that he's very, very particular about all the mitzvot. He's very careful to observe all the mitzvot. So he goes up and he sees that they've prepared a beautiful smorgasbord with all kinds of appetizers and all kinds of delicious little hot dogs and I don't know, whatever hot dogs, but all kinds of beautiful meat like this. And so he says, "This is so wonderful. I've always imagined having something like this." And he goes up to one of the other rabbis eating there, and he says, "So who's the caterer?" And he says, "The caterer is Masharovsky." And he says, oh, Masharoski, very nice. Who's the mashgiach? Who's supervising the food? He says, well, this is heaven. God himself is supervising. The Rabbi says, I think I'll stick with the fish. Okay, so that's, I have to work on the delivery there, but I think if I got a little chuckle, then there's potential for later. I hope you all had a chance to get the new flyer. It actually has not received complete approval yet. I hope that it's going to be okay, but it's a good draft at any rate. There are a couple of things that I'd like to draw to your attention. Ms. Abramson, would you please distribute a couple of things that I should draw to your attention? There's at least one typo. We're apparently giving 2 lectures simultaneously on March 19th. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that in one room, get my evil twin brother, but I think it should be March 19th and March 26th. We will correct it appropriately. Note, very importantly, we're going to be starting at 8 p.m. next week. 8 p.m. promptly. There's been a lot of people who've asked for an earlier start time, and we'll be able to do that until March 12th, when, because of the time of Mincha Marav, it will interfere, so we're going to go back to 8:30 once the clocks have changed. The ancient period is not my personal research strength. Most of the work that I've done as a scholar, as a historian, has been in the early modern and the modern periods, basically from the 16th century onward. So now it should get better, because I know a little bit more about what I'm talking about starting next week, and hopefully it'll be interesting. I've tried very hard to include a lot of people that you probably have never heard about, but they're very influential, or at least exemplary of important parts of Jewish history. For example, we're going to talk on January 22nd. I'm really looking forward to talking about Sarah Bas Tovim. Anyone here has heard of Sarah Bas Tovim? Ms. DeWeiser, you have. Excellent, of course, superior education. Sarah Bas Tovim was one of the most famous composers of women's tefillos, the so-called techinas of Eastern Europe. Beautiful prayers that were composed specifically for women, and specifically addressed, women's life cycle issues, women's domestic issues, and they really provide a tremendous window into an aspect of Jewish culture that has received very little scholarly attention, with the exception of the great historian Chava Weissler, who's done an amazing job of rescuing these tefillos and presenting them to the scholarly and popular world. So I'm really looking forward to speaking about her. I'm going to speak about, God willing, the Vilna Gaon, and immediately afterwards the Alter Rebbe. So the two of them had some significant conflict, or at least their followers had some extremely vituperative words to share with one another. So I think that will be an interesting kind of combination of the two of them. Towards the end of the period, we'll look at Heinrich Heine, who is perhaps one of the most famous Jews of the 19th century who converted to Christianity, as he put it, to get a ticket to European culture, because it's during that period of time it was very difficult to maintain one's Jewish identity and still participate in the wider society, get positions in universities, conduct orchestras, all kinds of things like this. So he is exemplary of that period. But as soon as he did it, he regretted it immediately, and he spent the rest of his poetic life. He really was one of Germany's greatest poets of the 19th century. He spent a lot of time lamenting that decision, and so it speaks to the dichotomies of the trajectories of Jewish identity in the modern period. So I think over the next few weeks, we're going to have a fantastic series of lectures, and I'm really looking forward very much to engaging in them with you. One other change that's going to happen besides the timing, this semester I experimented with not having an email list, because it was a lot of work, the old constant contact that I used to have set up, and I didn't feel like I was getting really a lot of responses to it, so I dropped it this semester, and it was a terrible mistake, because I think a lot of people really rely on just a little email nudge to remind them that there is in fact a class going on. So I'm going to try this coming semester to return to an email sort of reminder format with materials, videos online and things like that. So if you would like to participate in that, and I don't have your email, please send me an email to the address that's listed at the bottom of this page. That's the website. You can sign up right there, and I'll make sure that you receive the Eventbrite notices as they go out. I think that's about it for my announcements. Any other good and welfares? No, I don't think so. So let's go on. First of all, we're grateful as always that we come bring this particular semester. Oh, Ms. Abramson, the time. The time is 8. You're not paying attention. She's so brilliant. I said that first thing. We're for those of you like my daughter, we're starting at 8 p.m. next week. 8 p.m. promptly. Okay. So we're grateful to the Young Israel for providing this space and providing this opportunity where we can get together and discuss history and discuss some of these turning points and turning personages in our past. And we're welcoming sponsors to help support this class, this series, which the money goes to good purposes, supports these 2 young students who will greet you when you come in and do the filming. Mr. Rodriguez actually has an online fan club. I received a message from Germany recently. It said, "Go, Mr. Rodriguez." I'm really not sure why. Maybe it wasn't a compliment. Maybe it was like, "Go away," but he said, "Go, Mr. Rodriguez." So sponsorships are certainly welcome. We're asking for $200 per lecture so that you can defray the costs and just support the synagogue for all the good they do in this community. But I'm glad that you're all here because your presence is sponsorship more than enough, and gives me the kind of energy to do this week after week, and hopefully you enjoy it. Okay, so let us go directly, without any further ado, to our topic tonight, Nachmanides, one of the most important rabbinical minds of the High Middle Ages. He was a rabbi who originated in Spain, and towards the end of his life, when he was ready to sort of coast into a hoary old age and, essentially relax in his retirement and with his students surrounding him, he was thrust into an extremely contentious debate with the church, which ultimately exiled him to Israel. But he was certainly not content to simply disappear into history, and in fact, even in his old age, he landed in Israel and completely revitalized that community in Jerusalem, which, when he arrived, only had, believe it or not, 2 permanent Jewish residents within the boundaries of the city. He created the minyan in Jerusalem in the medieval period, which is an amazing achievement, and essentially created the foundations for what is Israel today in many ways. So we're going to look at the arc of his life, which begins as a kind of a figure attempting to create compromise between 2 warring schools of Jewish thought, that of Spain and that of France. He moved through some fascinating periods of intellectual development and created a huge corpus of rabbinic literature that is still being mined today for the wealth of intellectual riches for contemporary scholars. And then, as I mentioned, in his final years, after being driven out of Spain as a result of this very contentious debate with the church, he really achieved his greatest things when he was living in the land of Israel. So that's basically the figure that we're going to look at today. His name, Nachmanides, like Maimonides, means son of Nachman. The ides is a Latin suffix meaning son of, and he's known to followers of his thought in Hebrew in particular as the Ramban. There's an N at the end of his name for Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, to distinguish him from Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. It's not only the Ramban as opposed to the Rambam. The accent, if you want to be one of those sentient, go to the yeshiva and impress all your friends there. Rambam is pronounced with the emphasis on the first syllable, Ram, and Ramban is pronounced with the emphasis on the second syllable, Rambam and Ramban. That's also helpful because if you can't quite make out the N or the M difference, then it helps to hear the accent. So the Ramban was born in Girona in 1194 to a very illustrious family background. He was actually a first cousin of Rabbeinu Yonah of that city, who was very important in the Maimonidean controversy. Ironically, the Ramban was intellectually a critic of Maimonides and did not hesitate to publish a series of rather blistering critiques on the Maimonidean code of Jewish law, but at the same time, when the crisis over Maimonidean writings in the 13th century erupted, he was a staunch defender of Maimonides against the attacks of his first cousin, Rabbeinu Yonah. The two of them were divided over that. But I'm jumping ahead of what I should do to talk about the life of the Ramban. We know that he headed up a yeshiva. We don't have a lot of information about the nature of that yeshiva, like what it looked like, how many students, what was the curriculum, and so on. But he has so many students who are reported in later rabbinic literature that there's no doubt whatsoever that this yeshiva existed. There is some evidence to indicate that he, like many rabbis of the era, earned a living outside of his rabbinic activity as a medical doctor. But unlike Maimonides, we do not have like an extensive literature of writing from the Ramban on various medical topics. But basically, he practiced much of his early life as a rabbinic leader, as a community leader, and as a teacher of Torah. And his Torah can be understood in several different avenues of Jewish thought. And in many ways, he was very creative, and actually was the originator of several key disciplines or sub-disciplines within Jewish thought. First of all, he was a halakhist, meaning he spent a tremendous amount of energy. We have multiple works in which he writes or codifies Jewish law. We should understand where he is placed within the development of Jewish law. Maybe I'll pause and step back for a second to discuss. I literally stepped back when I said that. That was kind of funny. It was funny to me anyways, but like most of the things I say. The halakha, Jewish law, is an interesting kind of phenomenon. There's a big debate that's currently raging in Mosaic magazine, if you read the online magazine, about whether or not whether Jewish law is primarily statutory in nature or common in nature. And I'm not a legal expert, but what I understand that to mean is that statutory laws are basically like, this is exactly how you behave, and there's not much else to say about it. Whereas common law is sort of like taking a look at what people do and then developing that into legal precedents. And the two systems of law sort of communicate with each other. You'll have statements of this is how you behave, but then rabbis will say, well, we don't do it that way over here. We have a different custom. And so the statutory law will get a super commentary that says, well, that may be what the Sephardim do, but we Ashkenazim do something different. And then you'll get into a different part of the world where people will say, we don't believe actually in either of those. And so the statutory, we have Rick Moore, he knows about these things, right? So do you want to comment on, am I defining these roughly correctly?
Difficult under in a legal analysis. Statutory usually has to do with things common laws developed in England, but it really doesn't assist right here.
Okay, good.
It's not helpful.
So I'm going to stipulate for the court that I know nothing about these things. Read the Mosaic magazine, you'll see where that debate is going. But in terms of the evolution of Jewish law, I can say a little bit about that with some authority, that, for the majority of Jewish legal history, as we have in textual sources, we have the Mishnah, which we discussed long ago I believe in early October or September. The Mishnah is basically a whole bunch of statements of opinions of various rabbis with very rare examples of a decision between those opinions. You'll have a question about a given topic or behavior. Rabbi X will say one thing, Rabbi Y will say another thing, and maybe Rabbi Z will say a third thing, and then if he's from Canada, you'll say Rabbi Z will say a third thing, and then they'll move on to the next topic without actually deciding. And you read the Mishnah and say, well, what kind of a law code is this? Where's the law? All I see is opinions. Then you move on to the Talmud, and the Talmud expands this tremendously with a lot of debate, again, without saying what's the bottom line, what is the conclusion. And this debate, and engaging this debate, is considered a religious act in Judaism. The study is itself a form of prayer, a form of intellectual development, a form of self-refinement, even if you don't get to the bottom line. In fact, many yeshivas never spend time getting to the bottom line. They spend time just following the debate. So this is fascinating, and it's all well and good in terms of intellectual exercises, but at the end of the day, someone has to say, is the chicken kosher or not? Are these couple, are they allowed to marry or not? What's the decision? So at some point, this Talmudic debate is transformed into a halacha, which means the way, which is transformed into some kind of statutory law. This is the law, they can marry, the chicken is not kosher, that kind of thing. The way that these codes of laws were formed, like the transference from the debate of the Talmud into a list of rules, is something that took several hundred years to compile. And it began really in North Africa and in Spain about 100 years before the Ramban. And at that time, there were, in particular, the Alfasi, or the Rif as he's known. What he did was he essentially took the Talmud and he edited out all of the debate as much as possible that did not deal directly with halacha, and he left you with a much smaller version of the Talmud, which was designed to sort of refine your reading of it towards the law. He did not state the bottom line, this is the law, but he said, okay, just ignore all that other stuff and concentrate on the law. Ironically, this would be repeated in reverse by another scholar, Yosef ibn Habib, who wrote the Ein Yaakov, in which he said, you know what, the Talmudic law is very interesting, but I love all that other stuff that you ignored. And so he created a separate Talmud called the Ein Yaakov, which is all the legendary material, the philosophical material, the recipes, the biographies, all stuff was in a separate book. Very fascinating reading. So this is not actually law code yet. And it took figures like Maimonides to say, all right, let's sort this all out and let's organize it by topics rather than by discussions. And we'll break everything up and we'll have no problem taking laws which are mentioned in one part of the Talmud and we'll gather it with something discussed in another part of the Talmud and create a logical code. The most famous of them was his Mishnah Torah, his repetition of Torah, as we discussed in this class several weeks ago. When he came out with this code, and there were a few contemporaries who were also coming out with similar things on a much smaller scale, naturally there was a tremendous amount of debate because all of a sudden, all of this discussion that was open-ended, that people could engage in. It was kind of like open source code for software. All of a sudden, it was being kind of like hammered into one particular form. It was like Microsoft or Apple. Linux was not on the scene then. People couldn't just go in and muck around with the code they wanted to. And so there's a tremendous amount of debate. And in this area, there were two major schools of thought about what to do with this process. Spain loved the direction that Maimonides had taken, the formation of legal codes, and they spent a tremendous amount of time reinforcing them and adhering to them, because Spain was very, orthocratic, very interested in saying, what is the law? Moving towards the law, even if it meant spending less time in the Talmud and more time in the codes. In France, on the other hand, they were very upset with this. And they felt that, you're ignoring the sources of the Talmud. And people, if they just go to the laws, they'll never know how we got there. They'll never, experience the thrill of debate. They'll never experience the mental purification process that goes through the back and forth. And so the schools in France were very upset about Maimonides. And in fact, as we discussed earlier, in 1232, they succeeded in having the church burn Maimonides' works. That's how extreme the tension was between the French and the Spanish scholars. So what Nachmanides, or the Ramban, represents is he had a broad enough intellect that he could see the value of both schools. And he attempted, with moderate success, to create a synthesis that engages in the study of Talmud for its own sake, but at the same time tries to arrive at a conclusion in the end. This school was ultimately developed much further by the Tosafists, who also realized that the pure study of the Talmud was of great value, but at the end of the day, we really have to understand how to behave. And so they also drove some of their argument, not quite as much as Nachmanides, towards the final conclusion. This is the kind of work that Nachmanides did primarily within the halachic realm, and truth be told, this sort of combination of theory and practice formed the foundation of the next 800 years of Talmudic and legal study of Judaism. So he's an extremely influential thinker in bringing together these two very different approaches to Torah. Yes, Dan?
Did he write a book? How does this manifest itself?
Oh, excellent. Well, he wrote actually several books. His collected works today were published. Well, they were, it wasn't until the 20th century that all of them were actually published. Many of them remained in inculabula or in manuscript versions of the 20th century. But the critical edition that circulates today is 4 very thick, double-column volumes on a whole host of topics. In this particular area, he was mainly writing commentaries on Talmud and standalone works that dealt with specific subjects. For example, he wrote a fantastic book on death called Torah Ta'adam, which deals with the practical and the philosophical implications of death in Judaism. Very, very profound. He wrote quite a bit of Kabbalistic commentaries scattered throughout his works, but only one actual solely standalone work of Kabbalah. And he wrote significant commentaries following the Talmudic tractates. So all of these things contribute towards his reputation as an original thinker. But the most famous, without doubt, if you have heard of the Ramban, probably 9 times out of 10 you've heard of him because of his brilliant commentary on the Torah, which occupies in that 4-volume set that I mentioned earlier. It's 2 full volumes of these dense little, double-column pages with little footnotes at the bottom. And certainly, his commentary earns pride of place only behind Rashi himself. Of all the commentaries that we preserve of the Torah, it's certainly Ramban. And in fact, that's, with the exception perhaps of the Aramaic translation of Onkelos, which is studied for other reasons, if one masters Rashi, the next logical step is Ramban. It has been very ably translated into English a couple of times, and there's a fairly new edition that I have a feeling Rick Moore is going to get out of the library right now that has met with tremendous popular appeal and highly recommended to you. The difference, the major creative difference of Nachmanides' commentary on the Torah is so obvious to us now that when I tell you, you'll kind of be saying like, Vosepis, I'm here to hear this is obvious, but in fact it was not obvious at the time. Rashi's commentary, the main purpose of Rashi's commentary is to bring together the written Torah with the oral Torah. In other words, here we are reading the written Torah, and there are a lot of opaque passages and a lot of difficult passages, and we have, thank you very much.
These are just 2 of 4, I think.
These are thank you, my lovely assistant, Rick Moore. Let's have thanks. Okay. This is the new translation published by Art Scroll. The translator is, I should see who translated it. Rabbi Yaakov Blinder, or Blinder. I'm not sure how it's either Blinder or Blinder. I apologize, Rabbi. But this is a very well received translation, and you can see it's got the Hebrew original and the Aramaic translation of Onkelos. It's got Rashi's commentary, which is often very relevant to the commentary of the Ramban himself, because the Ramban will often polemicize with Rashi. He'll often take issue with Rashi. But to discuss what is the point of the Ramban's commentary, Rashi's main point is he wants to show the unity of the written Torah and the oral Torah, because that's a very basic idea of Judaism, that we have these 2 Torahs, which are rather different in meaning, and Rashi brilliantly and concisely anthologizes the oral Torah and provides it as a running commentary to the written Torah. So you really get with Rashi sort of like the distilled wine of both of these Torahs. The Ramban isn't trying to do that at all. Rashi has achieved that, and here it is, 100 odd years later, and the Ramban says, well, let's ask some deeper questions. Let's synthesize this. Let us challenge the meaning of this. Like he will, for example, it's almost a taboo topic today. Some very big rabbis have gotten into a lot of trouble for psychologically analyzing great biblical figures. And he will, on occasion, take them to task. He'll say that, our forefather Abraham, for example, erred when he tried to pass Sarah off as his sister rather than his wife, which is a rather courageous thing to say. I would be scared to say it, except I'm quoting it today. So he really is much more of we would consider him a modern commentator, because he's not just trying to hold our hand through the text. He's having essentially small essays on major themes in the Torah. So it's a brilliant, fascinating commentary which takes us into a much deeper philosophical analysis of the text than Rashi did. Rashi is essentially just trying to marry the written Torah to the oral Torah, so we get a holistic approach to it. The Ramban will say, I don't understand why this is so. And he'll opine various approaches to the text, and really provides a much more engaging and fascinating approach to it. His style is quite different from Rashi or from commentaries of his era, whereas Rashi's comments are famous for their brevity. That they say in yeshiva, he used to say, beware of a long Rashi or a short Tosfos. Right? Because if Rashi spends a long time explaining something, it means that's a lot of difficulty. And Tosfos, on the other hand, is normally verbose, so if Tosfos is short, it's going to be a real hard nut to crack. The Ramban tends to be like Tosfos in the sense of being, takes a much more space, much more loquacious, not to the point of tedium, God forbid, but he will, really discuss an idea to its fullest. Whereas Rashi will only offer little, hints and nuggets at deeper psychological and philosophical interests. Yes, Daniel.
Is this commentary written in Spanish or?
No, Hebrew. Absolutely, rabbinic Hebrew. On a couple of occasions, the Ramban wrote in Aramaic, and I'm going to discuss those. It's kind of interesting, but there's also quite a bit of Kabbalistic references scattered throughout the text, which this is just around the time when Kabbalah is beginning to sort of emerge as a dominant trend, particularly in Spanish Jewish thought. And although the Ramban wrote very little that was explicitly dedicated to Kabbalah, there's no question that it influenced quite a bit of his writing. There are all kinds of passages here and there that are sort of mystical and opaque, and analysis of the Ramban's writings in Kabbalah really created a major engine of interest and activity for medieval Jews. Okay. As I mentioned a little earlier, when he got caught up in the Maimonidean controversy, which was not only over Maimonides' attempt to codify the law in the Mishnah Torah, it was also based in Maimonides' rationalist approach. Maimonides was the uber-rationalist of Jewish history, and even Nachmanides had difficulty with it at many times. Like, for example, when the what passage was it? I think it was when the angels appeared to Abraham. Oh, I've forgotten what passage it was on. The talking donkey, yes, that's one of the more difficult passages. I don't recall what the Rambam Maimonides writes on that, but one passage I remember offhand, but I don't think this is one that Nachmanides responded to. If you read the book of Samuel 1, Shmuel Aleph, chapter 28, there's a very difficult passage where Shaul, the king, worried about his fate in the war with the Philistines. There was going to be a big battle the next day. He went to the witch of Endor, and he had already banished the witches from Israel, but apparently this is one witch who had, escaped by being under the radar. And it's very clear when you read the text, it's straightforward. He convinces the witch to bring back the prophet Samuel from the dead. kind of like a seance. And then, Samuel comes back. It's actually got a kind of a funny aspect to it. Saul says to him, oh, Samuel. And Samuel says, why are you bothering me to come all the way back from the land of the dead? Tomorrow you can talk to me in person. Meaning you're going to die. So majority of biblical commentators take it at face value that, there's this witch and she has this power of bringing back the dead. There's a whole complication. You can see, but you can't hear. You can hear, can't see. But the Rambam, Maimonides, says not at all. It was smoke and mirrors. This was all charade that was designed. She took advantage of Shaul's distraught mental state, and this is just the way she made her living. There's no such thing as bringing people back from the dead to talk and things like that. But the majority of commentators disagree with Maimonides, and they feel he's being excessively rationalist. So one of the major critiques of Maimonides is that he was overly influenced by Aristotelian philosophy. And even though Nachmanides was a Kabbalist, and the mystics tend to be quite divorced from the rationalists, even though he himself was a Kabbalist, he felt constrained to defend Maimonides and his way of thinking. Nevertheless, his attempt to find a pshara, a compromise between the rationalists and the Kabbalists was unsuccessful. He was able to bring about an intellectual compromise between France and Spain, perhaps in the way we study Talmud, but he could not diffuse the debate over Maimonides, and sadly, the latter's works were destroyed in fire. Now, so moving on towards one of the more dramatic periods in Nachmanides' life is the disputation of 1263. Was it only last week we talked about Nicholas Dolan? It was last week, right? So one of the 13th century was overall not a good time for Jews in Europe. It was a period when the church was ascendant, temporal powers were losing their authority, and in general.
What's new?
Oh my God.
What happened?
Oh my God. What do you think is going to happen?
You're gonna lose your fucking kid's future gambling on bullshit?
No, I'll put money out this time.
Okay, I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, okay, motherfucker.
Alright, how much you losing?
He said, I'll believe it when I see it. I said, okay, motherfucker, look at my camera then. Fucking.
I'm looking at it. Okay, last we spoke, you were down $3,000 on one of the sites. You couldn't even count on the other side. So overall, that money is still lost.
You know where this came from?
You pick up night shift as a hooker?
No, it's just from work, you fuckhead.
Oh, okay, so you're working to just shred it.
No, this is for rent.
All right. Are you gonna gamble?
A little.
Why don't you play Grand Theft Auto at the casino then?
Bro, but I'm gonna go live if you want to come watch it.
Yeah,
No, it's up to you. I need people to react to my stuff.
I'll watch.
Alright, bro. I'm gonna send it to you on which account.
Dude, don't send it to me. I'm a big boy. Just tell me your screen name.
Gambling Schools with a Z.
Oh, okay.
Very original. Pull it up. I'm gonna be live in like 2 minutes.
Dog, I'm already on it. I'm waiting for you.
Alright, bro. I'm gonna be my biggest #1 fan and supporter.
Always have been, always will be. You have 1.4. Dog, you have 1.4 thousand followers. Why don't you create a bot to just give you followers?
That's what that is. Alright, I gotta go. I'm gonna go live. Okay.
Okie dokie.
Alright, bro.
Yo, Zud, how are you? Zud, how you living, pimp?
I'm good.
Are you ready to lose?
I'm ready to come on some of the face.
Calm the fuck down, son. The only person's face you're gonna come on is your own. Dog, you know you've never beaten me in this game. I want you to try. You need to focus. How was your day, pimp? You have an invitation. Should you choose to accept it, you'd be a G. Should you choose? Are you going to do what you always do? Is come in here and say that your phone's on 2% and then leave?
Yep, it's on 26%.
Oh, okay. We'll charge it.
26% we lost at least 40 minutes.
Dog, just charge your phone.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp. What's up, big dog? Dog, are you going to talk or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
I'm here.
What a shot.
I don't think any mental illnesses exist. I think other people just take time to learn things than other people.
Okay. Dog, I am playing
Yeah.
so fucking well.
Some people take longer to learn things, and then I'm not saying that mental illness don't exist. I'm saying people with schizophrenia and you can't convince them that like you can't convince me that someone with schizophrenia is normal. But I'm saying that you can help that person get better. And all that person has to do is acknowledge the fact of the things.
So, do you feel as if you live in your own mental health padded room?
Yeah. Yeah. They're trying to tell me how all these things, and it's just like, are you trying to make money off me, or are you actually telling me that I have these things?
Right. I've never known anyone to talk about mental health as much as you do. Like, not even 1/10 as much as you do. You're obsessed with it. You're absolutely obsessed
Okay,
with it.
I know this guy with schizophrenia, like I know that he doesn't really believe things that are going on in his head. He just can't complete himself otherwise because he's medicated.
Okay, big dog. So why don't you think you've ever beaten me at this game? Is it that you're bad at the angles? Why do you think you suck so much dick at the angles? Dog, are you seeing this performance? Dog, are you ready for this? You need to get 8 in. No way that goes in. No way that goes in, son.
So Rabbi, this guy, he will sit there he will sit there, you'll have a conversation with him, be normal, and then halfway through your conversation, he'll just start like speaking like mumbling, speaking like in a really squeaky voice, and start laughing in a different language. And he'll be like, yeah, I'm talking to my friends, but in this like different language they're talking.
All right, Doug, that shit's wild. How'd you meet this person?
At a seashell lounge.
What's a seashell lounge?
Here we go.
Did you smoke hookah today?
No.
How many days clean are you smoking hookah?
3.
You were 3 yesterday.
Cool. Well, this is my 4th day.
Are you proud of yourself?
If I can get through 2 weeks, I'll be happy.
There you go. Why are you choosing to quit?
Waste money.
Do you do it inside or outside?
Outside.
Are you going to win here?
Yeah.
Dog, you're not even going to come close to winning.
Outside, but there is an area that I can do it inside. There is a store that I can do it inside.
Where's that?
I don't want to talk about it because then I'll start thinking about it.
Okay, that's fair. How's your girl? Is she still number 10?
Yep.
Are you proud of her?
She needs to do more. She needs to put in more effort. She needs to think of a way to up the publicity and get it and back to the media.
Dude,
Otherwise, people are just going to forget about it.
she'll never be forgotten, dog.
You don't think she'll ever be forgotten?
She's like Roger Bannister, the man who broke the 4-minute mile. She broke the 1,000 penis record.
Oh, that was a really bad move that I made.
Zoot, what do you mean to do about it, son?
Actually, I think that was also a really bad move that I made. I forgot about the 3-point damage.
5-point damage, dog.
5-point damage. Well, it doesn't matter. I can heal myself.
Are you proud of yourself?
I feel like that was an okay move. But you're going to do a lot of damage to me. You can do a lot of damage to me here. But you can do a lot of damage to me here.
No, I can't. Oh, extra move. Plus a heal. Dog. That was fortunate. What are your thoughts on this? Son, you are down by 25 points. What are you going to do?
Go for big.
Dog, I don't have any good moves. Dog, did you know that I just evolved?
Do you know that I have Tourette's? Because that is the most obvious thing that I'm saying.
Yeah, dog, I know you got Tourette's. I wish I
I
could
know
help.
you're evolved, it's just obvious Tourette's.
I wish I could
I
help
wish I
with
didn't
that.
have Tourette's.
I wish the same, Zoot.
I feel like my life, the quality of life would improve if I didn't have Tourette's.
I'm in agreement with you, especially in interpersonal relationships.
Oh, fuck, I don't know if I can have a girlfriend with Tourette's I have.
I mean, haven't you already?
Look, she didn't, she didn't stay over.
Didn't you say you had a girlfriend of like 2 years? The girl with whom you went to go see Wicked in November?
So pronounced.
I thought it was longer than that, son.
No, two or 3 months.
Did you munch your box? No? Why not?
I don't know.
You don't know what. Munch box? Eat that peach? Why not?
It's just you, okay?
Okay, that's respectable. She just like, or you didn't even have sex with her?
I think she had some trauma.
Oh, so you guys didn't even have sex? Oh. Well, then was she really your girlfriend?
She didn't give me a hand job.
I mean, come on, it's like a bare minimum.
I don't want to go. Ready.
Zoot, slap yourself.
Ready for the greatest.
Zoot, slap yourself. That was a bad one. Zoot, slap yourself. That was a bad one.
Yeah, you ready for the greatest movie you've ever seen?
Yes, sir.
You know why this is the greatest movie you've ever seen?
Did you slap yourself?
I fucked up.
Yeah, you did.
Nah, I really fucked up. Or did I? Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
that might have been the greatest movie I could have put on. Until that happened. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
I was playing so well.
What an extra move. What an amazing extra move. You're up, Pimp. Did you know that? Zoo, did you know it's your turn? Zoot, are you gonna go? Or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? Dog, look at this evolution, son. Zoot, what are you gonna do? Zoot, are you proud of that move? This is gonna be big, Zoot. You're done. It's over for you, baby. This was fun. No, you're not, Zoot.
But I'm not sure
I know.
I don't know.
Zoot, you're up, Pimp. So you have a chance at winning. Dude, I'm gonna make this amazing. Dude, you're done.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, dog, you're done.
Oh, wait. Rabbi,
What's up, pimp?
I've been waiting to show.
But you didn't.
150, 650. Yeah, okay. Let's go.
Do you want to go again, son?
We'll win. We're gonna fight Dungeons and Dragons.
All right, just one moment, dude. Just one moment. Big dog. Big dog.
I'll fight Dungeons and Dragons.
Did you like it? Zoo, did you like it? Why not? Oh, you like played it in real life?
Yeah.
Why is that? Why is that, Zoo?
Because I have different opinions.
Okay, did you know that I have an opinion and it should be that you should accept the invitation that I've sent you? Zoo. Zoo, you have an invitation, dog. Zoo, you just lost. over, son.
Playing bunch of tennis.
No, we're not. We're playing one color first.
Then we're playing bunch of tennis. Rabbi, I tried to find your. I tried to find where you talk to chopsticks on a stream and I couldn't find it.
I didn't talk to her on stream. I never said I did. I said
She wasn't streaming when you talked to her?
I don't know. We DM'd each other.
Oh, DM'd each other. You didn't message. You didn't do a voice back.
No.
Does she want to do a voice chat?
I don't know why.
What did she say?
Quit spamming Kick and creating clips on everybody. And so I told her how she can stop it.
And did she listen?
She said she shouldn't have to do what I said to do.
Why did everyone on TK?
Because I spam them and I create clips on them.
Why do you do that?
Self-promotion.
I thought you were banned up here.
I am.
Oh, banned from States.
Word, dog.
You just got a new account?
They know who I am, though, so they ban me if they see me.
So if I go to people right now and say hello, Rabbi Rothschild,
Yeah, you'll get banned from basically every chat into which you go.
you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
It's alright.
What's that?
Who won? Who won? Oh, it's not over. Duh.
That might have been the voice message.
It was the only thing I could do.
But you just lost it.
Dude, you did really well, dude.
I doubled your score.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, son?
Don't lose.
What are your thoughts on this move?
So, Rabbi, I have to wait another year before I can take your test. So this time I'll pay attention.
Okay, why do you have to wait a year?
Testing really hard. You have to go wait a year. It says, familiar with the test. This is kind of bullshit. Test them on before you go for it. Like, that's familiarity. Doesn't really matter. I don't feel like there's really a way you can measure out IQ. You can just look up the results online anyway and stuff like that. Then you can't, sorry, you can just look up, you can prepare yourself online before you go into the test. And then the second thing you can do is if you're not paying attention, you're going to be scoring lower scores if you're not paying attention. Whereas if you were in a really, if you do pay attention. And I wasn't paying attention the first time I was doing the IQ test. Because when I was doing the IQ test, it was also an ADHD assessment, so I wasn't paying attention as well. I wanted to know if I had ADHD more than I wanted to do an IQ test.
Dude, you just fucked me. You basically guaranteed yourself a win. Good job, Zoot. Are you proud of how you just played?
Yeah, that's why I don't tell.
That game requires reading, and it sucks.
No, let's play. I feel like a damn son. What are we doing?
Drums of War.
Jump to board? Who are you picking?
Wizard, because I'm a pimp.
We need someone with you.
Even at a distance, you can hear the pounding of war drums. The orcs are preparing for battle.
We're going to fight this time.
Alright. You stride boldly to the fort. A sentry spots you. Human no here. The sentry snarls. Me destroy you. The sentry snarls and stomps the ground. More orcs are gathering near the gate.
Jump.
Okay. The wizard begins a charm incantation. The sentry blinks in confusion as the other orcs erupt in laughter. The sentry snarls. The sentry circles your party, and the orcs behind him cheer. What do you want to do? I'm gonna do lightning bolt. The rabbi used lightning. I got 38. Yes, because I'm a pimp. The gathered orcs roar as their sentry falls. Warrior Pathology. Want talk? Must pass test. He gestures in the bed.
Show off.
Show off.
Show off. We're going to kill him.
I got a 9. You got a 19.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're going to fuck him up. Wow.
Group vote. Fight. You challenge orc warriors. Party. Okay, with the orc charges in. Shocking grasp. Zoom missed the attack.
I think we must go.
No,
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. You're going to dead.
Baby, I'm good. I'm gonna use paralyze on this motherfucker. You're right, I am nearly dead.
Alright,
Thanks, baby. That sucked.
no, you're done.
Alright, what do you want me to do about it?
Not done.
I mean, I tried.
Oh, fuck. That's not good.
Zoot, are you done?
God. Okay. We suck at that. One true word.
No, the game sucks.
If it doesn't suck,
It's awful
how is it bad?
because you have to read so much. I want to see you beat me in bounce. I wanted to see you beat me in bounce. So, where are you? Why are you so far behind? Pinch yourself, Zoot.
You like Stranger Things?
I liked the first season, some of it, but it got weird in the last season. And it just so long that like the kids are already grown. That show took way too long. Dude, Millie Bobby Brown just adopted a child yesterday. And she like plays it. Welcome.
You're saying it's not delayable with Destiny Children?
Right.
Yeah, okay, which is correct. So,
We're gonna play bowling. Zoot, are you ready for bowling?
Can I take over this?
Yes, ma'am. How was your day?
It was good. How was your day?
It was lovely. What'd you do? Anything fun?
Physical therapy.
Second to last time. Second to last time, right?
Yeah.
Monday's the last day.
Yeah.
You excited?
Yeah.
Excellent.
There is a character in Stranger Things that's meant to be 17, that's like 31 now.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Miss Aquarius, have you ever seen Stranger Things?
No, I heard of it.
Maybe he's 18. The show, but yeah, way too old to be playing that character.
I do like the set
Right.
and the environment and such, and the theme song. But I don't like that it's like not realistic.
Came out in 2017. Now it's 2025.
It came out in 2016.
Did it?
Yep.
So 9 years.
Word, dog.
Nah, it's 2017.
Nope. 2016.
Let me look this up.
Look it up.
What in the world?
Look it up, Zoo. Look it up, Zoo.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's 26.
What did I say?
So it's nearly a 10-year-old chart.
Word, dog.
I mean, it's been, it would have been filmed in 2015 as well. So they've been on the set for 10 years.
Mom, Zoo, come on.
Zoo. Zoo, come on. We asked nothing of you except to just go. Zoo, what happened? Did you get disconnected?
It's got distracted again.
Zoo, what happened to you?
You ready to look up what Stranger Things is made?
I mean, I didn't. I told you when it was made. You're the one who said I need to look it up.
Yeah, 9 years. 9 years ago, Stranger Things was made.
All right.
So,
And like I said, nobody believes that those people are teenagers anymore.
Mom, Zoo. Mom, Zoo. Mom. There you go. Good spare.
Good spare.
no one believes that.
Now this is a tough shot.
Your Millie Boy Brown about 22 now. Yeah, 22. I think she's older.
Miss Aquarius. Big shot here. Oh, what a spare. High five. That was beautiful. Now get this. Get at least 7 pins. Oh, get that last one. That's all right. Welcome. Nice spare.
Are you ready for the greatest thing you ever seen?
Yes. That was awful.
So,
I need this. And I got it. All I need is 1 pin.
Come on, you got this, baby.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I don't think she like losing. But he's not losing, he's winning.
That's right.
He's a winner.
Did he leave?
Yeah,
Zoot, are you gone?
yeah, it's just me, you, I, and more.
What up? How are you? Get it, Miss Aquarius. Ooh, there you go. That's the best way to start.
Yeah, thank you. Come on, try.
I tried. Get this. Get it, girl. Get it. Nice spare.
Yeah.
No doubt. Not what we wanted. Get this. Wow.
Oh, that was a wonderful spare.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I'll take it. Get it. You can get this. Get it.
Come on, come on.
Get it. This Aquarius big lead.
Hmm.
And you got a spare? No one's touching you, girl. Get this. Just get it. All right. I need.
Come on, Rabbi. Gotta get this. Gotta get some.
Yes, ma'am. I'll get a spare here. No doubt. God. Oh, no. I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Oh, man. All right, get it. Nice. Get the split. Get the two on the left. Get these two on the left. Oh, we almost got it. All right, here we go.
Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Let's go.
I had to get it.
Yes. Good job.
If I get 3 in a row,
Get it.
oh no. That's the only way I could have caught you.
Get that one.
No. You win, I win, I win, you win. We both
That's
won.
right.
Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yay.
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
All right, going on you. Good night.
Good night, sweet
Yeah,
dreams.
tomorrow.
God willing. Yo, how are you? How's your day going? Hey, how are you?
Rabbi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. How are you? Can you hear me? I can hear me. I thought I heard something. If you tried to talk, try it again.
System.
Oh, there we go.
You just go away. Okay, fantastic. So basically, I need your assistance on something we spoke about many months ago, where you used to go into X spaces and you used to have a little video in that video, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you had X spaces going live and you were able to insert a video. How did you do that? And you did not need to buy a basic premium subscription.
Correct. I'm still doing it right now. But I have an iPhone.
I do it right now. How do I do that?
Yep. You need an iPhone.
Is the iPhone the only way? Because I have Androids.
Yeah, to my knowledge, iPhone's the only way. Unless they change something on Android, and we can walk you through it. Get ready to start a space. Create a space.
I have a space on already.
Okay. Well, right before you start the space, there's a little toggle that says record. And there's another little toggle that says show video. But it's only available on iOS devices.
Okay, so I did that space because no one's showing up anyways because they're all probably like partying and stuff. Okay, so there's actually the only two options on the Android is like title. Of course, like who I want to let in. The title, add topics, record space, and allow incognito.
Yeah, so it would be right below record space.
It should be, but it is not. Is there any type of emulator I could use to do like a loop to be able to do that on Android?
Not on Android. You would need a Mac computer.
Okay, so I need to make peace with secret.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be able to stream video on Twitter, the best advice I would have, probably the cheapest way, is to buy like a $100 iPhone, and then you'll be able to do it.
Is there any cheaper ways of doing the iPhones?
You can buy a used one.
Yeah. You don't know about any like free deals or anything?
Like people who are just giving away iPhones.
Yeah, like is there any type of like free iPhone things, or do I need to go talk to the Hindus?
I don't know if you need.
Usually when they find they know that like the free stuff.
Yeah, I don't know anybody who knows about free iPhones. If you're on,
Okay, I
if
need
you're
to make peace with the Scorpion. Okay, I'm the guy who's calling my spaces all the time.
if you receive benefits in the United States, there's a way that they can give you a free iPhone.
Still do the Lifeline program?
Yeah.
Okay, that is a brilliant idea. That's why I come to check sorry if I interrupted anything. You guys sounded like we're having trivia.
We were just playing a game. No big deal at all. Yeah, so I think with the Lifeline program, they have some kind of deal. I don't know. I don't have one, but I've heard that it's either, I think it's a uh, free iPhone X, or I mean, it's not like the newest iPhone, but it is free, and I think you get one per year or one per 2 years. So what you do is you go to one of the providers, you put in your benefits information, uh, and then they give you a list of devices that you can get. And from what I've heard, they offer about 5 different Android phones, and usually they offer one iOS phone, and so you can get an iPhone that way.
That is fantastic. I just asked Rob and suggested Lifeline program still exists as of August 2022, or 22nd, and it provides discounts for free phone, internet, low income, the ACP, blah blah blah, June 1st. Okay, and the affordable. Okay, the ACP is the thing that ended, but Lifeline still exists. Okay. So it's a discount up to $9.25 or $34.25 for tribal lands. Low income, basic program, okay. You get any of those benefits. And here's all of the different Lifeline reviews. And okay, Air Talk Wireless is offering iPhones. Okay. I'm going to go through each one of these, and I appreciate you so much. Rabbi. How have you been doing?
I'm lovely, thank you. Is that program, do you have to pay for it at all?
Looks like it's Rock is suggesting that Air Talk Wireless has offered iPhones such as like 7 Plus to customers who qualify for the benefits. Sometimes with a small one-time copay of like $20.
Yeah, something like that.
Assurance Wireless provides free phones with talk data to T-Mobile. I didn't know they were T-Mobile, but it might be specific models for iPhone. Is there a certain time period in which you think iPhones? I can ask Rob. You probably don't know. Like which iPhones would be compatible with the option for X? You know what I mean? The X-based thing.
Yeah.
All of the models work, but it's like will the older ones do it too, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I know what you're saying. And they also don't publish this information very well. Meaning, like they don't say iPhone 11 and up or whatever. Have this ability. But to my knowledge, I'm on an iPhone 8 actually, and it works. So if an iPhone 8 works, and that's like an 8-year-old phone, then anything should work.
Yeah, it is.
I know, but it's not my main phone. It's just a backup phone that I have. I don't need to update. I have a much more recent iPhone. Just some old phone that I have that I keep in a space 24 hours. Why would I want to update it if it works?
Yeah, I know. I have like 6 phones that I run videos on that are old Androids too. But like, I understand. You just keep a hold of them unless you trade them in for something, right?
Yeah,
I get how it works.
I don't really even trade. I don't really even trade them in. I keep them for just this purpose. Yeah, exactly. I keep them just for this purpose. When they become outdated, I just use them as just to stream video or something. So
Is there anything new with you? Is there any new news?
Nothing too big. No, I would say if I were you, I would go on. What was it? AirTalk Wireless.
Yeah, there's about 5 or 6 drops just gave me.
Okay.
Do you want me to send you the link?
No, I'm not eligible, but
Okay, because you're not interested, you're just trying to help me. I get it.
exactly. But just see how much they are.
Absolutely. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna be doing, I'm finally doing that fundraiser.
Okay, remind me what fundraiser?
So I'm moving again. And
Yeah. So last we spoke, thing didn't work out with the person, which is fine.
yeah, but I heard that someone's sitting in my room, so that might work out.
You have someone in your room right now,
Yeah.
like in person.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I met them on Facebook.
Oh, that's great. So did you go move to them?
No, I'm not gonna probably live with them right now. They got their own situation. But I've made a friend down here in the East, and they haven't murdered or raped me.
Well, that's good. We appreciate that.
And that's good, right?
Yeah, definitely.
You know, right?
Excellent.
They're decent people.
Excellent. And how long have you known them?
How long have we known each other? A few days.
Okay.
But I spent all day on like the phone with them. You know how I do it.
Okay. Excellent. Well,
I spent all day on the phone with somebody. I know their whole life stories.
that's.
He was only like 17 minutes away from me.
Oh wow, that's really great.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So right now, like, I'm going to do a fundraiser for some funds, and then I'm going to relocate, and then I'm going to start doing some other things. I don't know how you feel about it, but I might actually sign up to work with ICE, which is like a $50,000 sign-on bonus, and I might be able to do my RV that way.
Okay. Well, do whatever makes you happy.
Right? So, are you going to just keep streaming like forever?
That's my plan.
You're never going to stop?
I ain't ever gonna stop.
No, I'm not suggesting you should. It's just like I don't know. Like I think about it sometimes. Like I should check to see if he's still doing it. Because you know how people say like this will be forever thing, but it never be it.
I mean, I've been doing it longer than anybody, 3.5 years. And
So have you found a wife yet?
I'm not looking for a wife.
Yeah, that's right. Because you're going to be able to have any woman in the world, right?
I mean, ideally, once I go viral, yeah, I'll be able to get any chick who wants to be famous.
Absolutely. So I do come in here and poke around a little bit, and I want to see how long it takes to go viral, and if I can help that mission.
Well, I appreciate that. I, at this point, don't need any assistance. I've got my robots that are promoting me, which is great. And I get people who talk about me every minute somewhere on the internet, especially on Kick.
Yeah, what were you doing last? With the audit box, you were doing like a bunch of like really weird sexual things.
Yeah, I gave that up. Not because it wasn't working. It was working. It was working too well, to the point where the moderators of Blue Sky really upped their game. Shout out to them, and they just made it really difficult for me. Like whenever you put my name into their system as a username, or like just
Rabbi Rothschild, yeah.
it banned your account no matter what.
Okay.
So
So they definitely everything is just like so fed up with you.
yeah, exactly. But
like, have you?
but I within Kick, I've done
You're still on extra and you're streaming, so that's good.
yeah. I don't promote myself on X anymore though. I used to, but again, their moderators caught up with me. But Kick is one that I still do, and their moderators have not caught up with me. And
Is there any type of like monetization on Kick?
yeah, they're making $16 an hour.
On Kick, they're making $16 an hour.
Yeah, they pay you.
For what? Game streaming or what are they doing?
anything. If you
Okay, when you say anything, you mean like OnlyFans, anything?
no. I mean, you could literally just sit there and stare at the camera. No, you keep your clothes on. You can't be naked on, or even like even like overly sexually explicit on Kick. Um, but they have a program. It's called Kick Partner, where they pay $16 an hour for you to stream, and then you also get subscriptions in there, and um, those pay out really well. And it's probably the most lucrative platform to stream because no other platform pays you hourly. They'll pay you for the amount of viewers you get, or the amount of clicks you get, or the amount of chatters.
It's not like an hourly wage, right?
Exactly.
You spend hours and just get like quarters.
Exactly. So this is a first of its kind program, and so I have friends of mine who have bought cars on it using what they make. I know one guy who bought 2 cars recently, and all he does is he loves it. He gets up at like 4:30 in the morning. Doesn't have to. He's excited to do it, but he's always streaming by about 6:30 in the morning, and he streams for like 8 hours at a minimum. He doesn't have to though. He can stream as long as he wants, but he really likes it. I mean, he likes to go fishing, so he'll just go and film himself going to Walmart and getting his bait and his fishing wire and his lures or fishing.
Okay, so he's like live streaming his shopping and his duties and all that. He get paid.
Exactly, and then even just him driving the car.
Do you know whether or not Kick, like if you have a Kick affiliate program for the partner program, does that is that a conflict of interest for Twitch and YouTube? You do all of it again.
It used to be, but they changed their program. So they previously said you could, if you're going to do Kick Partner, you can only do Kick Partner, and you can't multi-stream. And they'll pay you $16 an hour.
Right.
But then they had people who said, "Look, I want to be able to multi-stream, but I still want to do the Kick Partner program. So how could I do that?" And they just recently stated that you get paid up to $8 an hour, and you can multi-stream. But then you can stream on everything that you want. So if you do Kick alone, it's up to $16 an hour, and if you stream on Twitch and Kick and YouTube and Rumble and all the other ones, then it's up to $8 an hour. There are some qualifications that you have to do. It's not just like you go there and they start paying you immediately, which is different than some of them. Like Rumble starts paying you immediately. Not a lot, but you'll get a few cents every few streams or so, and if you do it enough,
But they only put you through Stripe. What's Stripe? Wasn't the Stripe thing in Russia?
Rabbi marketing.
Okay, what happened to you, Retrograde?
I put my kid to bed.
Oh, okay. I'll check you out when I have a moment. Thanks for letting me know.
Hi. Okay.
No, he's not being rude. He's doing a live stream, so he was just telling me that he was doing that. He's got
You're helping multiple people do bunches of stuff.
word. So with the Rumble program, they pay right from the get-go. It's not a lot of money though, unless you have a lot of people watching you. Then it can be a lot. And the thing that I really like about Rumble is their content or their videos are saved indefinitely, meaning like it's like YouTube, as opposed to Twitch or Kick, which don't save longer than 30 days. And that means you can make money on the videos that you published from years ago. And so all that income combined.
Okay, so it's retroactive.
Yeah, I would say you could call it that. I mean, it's basically
Okay. It's Rumble.
yeah, it's Rumble.
Isn't there a lot of toxicity on Kick and Rumble? Is it like a cesspool?
I mean, it's
What's
whatever
that
you
nation?
it
Not both?
it's what yeah, I'm on everything. It's whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, I know.
I can tell you this: Kick and Twitch are basically exactly the same. And so the people who say that Kick is accessible, I feel, are just a lot of what happens. I mean, Amazon owns the Washington Post, and it has a lot of media influence, and it owns Twitch, and so they don't want a competitor. So they say that it's a cesspool, and then they force their affiliates to say that it's a cesspool, and then people think it's a cesspool. It's not. It's the biggest knock. It's the same. It's exactly the same people. It's literally like they have their Twitch going, they have their Kick going, and they just manage two different chats. It's like the same people. It's not like, oh, Kick is, you know, naked people and people hurting other people. No, it's the same people who are on Twitch. In fact, Kick, because they have some deep pockets, a lot of times poaches the people from Twitch to be on there. So they get like once somebody's a big Twitch streamer, they poach them. Do you know who Mr. Beast is?
Mr. Beast is like he's almost as rich as Elon.
Well, I mean, he just no,
This YouTube rapper, he wanted to run for president.
yeah. So he just started doing Kick, and he has a charity called Team Water, and they raise funds for helping people who need water around the world, and he's a Kick streamer now. So I mean, they're very mainstream, um, and the difference in the two platforms is if you're on Twitch, it's going to be very hard to get found. It's going to be difficult to get found on Kick too, but there's just less.
What do I need to do to be found on there?
Well, it's kind of one of those things that
Do
takes.
I need to do something controversial or
No.
like do good deeds?
No.
Like, what would get the most attention?
Good deeds are great. Frankly, I know somebody. He lives. He's from
Rituals, like in China?
He's from India, and he lives in Singapore. And what he does is he like helps charities every day. So, for instance, I was talking about Mr. Beast. He has this charity. It's called Team Water, and just like last weekend, they raised $12 million on Kick for this charity. So I know somebody who all he does every day for like 8 hours is just picks a new charity and says their charity name the whole stream. Now he'll talk about other stuff too, but he'll just literally say the same word. So what does he do? He is trying to say the phrase "Team Water," which is kind of a hard thing to say, 1 million times. And so he is at like 400,000 right now. And so every day he just comes in and for like 8 hours, he'll just say Team Water, Team Water, Team Water, Team Water, Team Water, Team Water. And he has a little counter. And then the people on Kick see him and do that. And they know that that helps promote their platform, and they raise him to the front page. So then he gets like basically free um, advertising that way. So what could you do? In the same way that guy just says Team Water, I know it's a lot of work, but you just go on there, you say Team Water, whatever charity you want to boost, and the people at Kick will see that, and then they put you on what's called the front page, and then you get hundreds of viewers who come in and follow your chat and chat with you or whatever, and you don't have to just keep saying the same word, but they'll like that's kind of one of the reasons why they promote you is because it's like who in their right mind would say a phrase 1 million times, but it helps their charity and it helps their recognition, so that's why they do it. I'm not saying that that's what you need to do. Really, the big thing would be Grand Theft Auto 6 is coming out. I don't know if you play video games, whether you do or don't.
Oh, okay, so
Whether you do or don't.
was everybody mad at the last one because they didn't really have any updates?
No. The last one is the second biggest game franchise in global history, only behind Super Mario. So it was huge. It's a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, and it launches May 26th, 2026, like 250 away or so, and um, it's going to be a revolution, and it's going to change everything that's going on within the video game industry. And so you can get started with that. And if, I mean, that's a way to do it. There are a lot of ways. I mean, I know people who just live stream their day, and so there's like one lady. She's just like a mom, and she live streams herself taking care of her children and doing gardening and stuff. And if you just do enough streaming, then people are going to get associated with you. What hurts people is they'll do like a stream every like 2 hours every 2 weeks. That's not good enough. People aren't going to get associated with you. In psychology, it's known as mere exposure effect. Basically, the more that you see someone or see a symbol, the more familiarized you become with it. And the same is true with streaming. If you're just always streaming, you're always going, then people on the site are going to get associated with you. They're going to follow you. When you go live, they're going to check you out. They're going to say hi. And that's how you build a um, community. Now, but that's all good to say that. That's great. But if you want to be a big time streamer, then you've got to know that everybody is botting themselves. So, like I said, it takes money to make money. And what that would consist of is you buying bots that watch your live streams. Because even if you're a good streamer, it's hard to get more than 30 people watching you on a given platform at once. It's just hard to keep people's attention. But so that's why people bot themselves, and everybody bots themselves. I mean, everybody. There's a website dedicated to it. It's botted.wtf. And you can go there and see on both Twitch and Kick who really has legitimate numbers and who's botting themselves. And the top 1,000 people on both platforms, they're all botting themselves.
Right. Well, you know what I'm trying to do, right? With like the whole interviewing people doing other projects and technology and innovation. So I'm trying to find the people that are doing little projects, and I'm do taxonomy on that, like a phone book type of thing, to where I can actually refer people to other places. You know what I mean? Like a little recruiting thing, and do interviews on what they're working on and stuff. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I had a very good strategy of doing something similar. I did a podcast.
Right, I know you did.
And,
Yeah, that's
and
what you're trying to do, and that's why I come to you.
yeah.
So I can help you with that, correct?
Well, so I don't want to be a podcaster. That's not my thing. I just wanted to see what it was like. And so Vogue magazine published, they had like this series where they would ask people 73 questions. And they're the same 73 questions that they ask everybody. And they'd ask, Charlize Theron and Pablo Pascal and all these famous people. The same 73 questions. They were like very low pressure questions. And so I took that question list, and then I would just go into people's chats. Hey, do you want to be on a podcast? And everybody wants to be on a podcast, you'll find. So they'll be like, yeah, sure. What is it? And you'll be like, okay, well, for time you want to, so like we can do it right now if you want. And you'll get a Discord call with them. And you just ask them the question. I mean, that's what I did. Now, in your case, where you would want to build this taxonomy thing, then you could do the same. You could just say, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? They'll be like, what's your podcast? You'll be like, it's the Morph Retro podcast or whatever it is. They'll say, okay, where?
Yeah, I'm going to retire that.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm going to retire it.
Okay, whatever your podcast is, whatever the name is.
Yeah.
And they'll see that it's a legitimate podcast. The thing with podcasting that's really nice is it's a very nice system where if you, at least with like Spotify, none of this costs money. You just create a Spotify account for creator, and then you're able to distribute it, and it distributes everywhere. So it'll distribute on Spotify, on iHeartMedia, on Amazon, basically wherever podcasts are, Apple Music. So you don't have to do like individual podcasts or individual uploads. It just does it across the board for you. And I found it to be very easy to literally just go into someone's chat as a random stranger, like, do you want to be on a podcast? And like 50% of the time, which is a very high rate, the people would be like, yeah, I'll do it because they want the free promotion. So you can do that. Now, I've known people other ways, and I've actually been on podcasts this way. When I first started, I wanted to be on a podcast, but like I had just started my stream. I'd only been streaming like a year, and I wanted to um, get interviewed about it. So I went on an app called Fiverr, and for like $5, you anywhere from like $5 to $25, you can pay to be on podcasts as well. And those have been some of the best investments I've made. I find people find out about me from these podcasts that I did from years ago because they're saved and they're on big podcast channels. So what would I do if I were in your shoes? I would be like those kind of podcasters. I would say, hey, if you want to be on my podcast, we can do a free one. That's fine. But you could also charge people to be on your podcast, and people will happily pay for it. And that means you're going to bring in, $25, $50, $100 a podcast. It's just like 20 to 30 minutes of your day. It's not a lot. And then the only thing that you have to do is just have their podcast stored on your channel, which is another way to do it, and you can make money that way.
I do love that advice. If you can hear me,
Yeah.
I do love that advice. And
Okay, good.
like I'm starting to get the things implemented now. And because I have a little bit more time and I have my computer board, which I didn't even update you on that, but like I went back to X Spaces for a while and I got sucked into a little bit of like personalized drama.
What
And
happened?
that's not really what I was trying to do.
What happened?
Just like, I don't know, people get feelings for each other and then it turns into something more and then like, you know how it is. It's like high school. And people go through certain situations and you try to be there for them. And yeah. So it just turns into like a high school, like, favoritism thing, or now I'm evil. I don't know. But it's just like there's just a small circle out of like the entire thing.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth.
I just don't know well.
Twitter Spaces is a small circle, and when you're on it enough, you realize it's the same people on it. Okay, so
Yeah, because they just changed their name.
yeah, or they get banned and they get a new account or whatever. I totally get that. Okay, so you understand very well what it's like when you're a live streamer when you first start off, because you do a lot of Twitter Spaces to no one, and that's how it is when you're streaming. Basically, like, it's sometimes you go a couple hours before somebody comes into your Twitter space, and you're just doing whatever you're doing. I mean, maybe it's not that long for you, but
Do you know what I started doing?
what's that?
Rabbi, do you know what I started doing? I started listening to other people. I will open the space on my phone and then play another space from somebody else's.
Oh,
You know what I
okay.
mean? Like,
Yeah.
I'll play somebody else's space, so I'm in two spaces at once. It's just people see me, but I'm also like kind of listening to another space.
Right.
And then I start following people that I might like or can collaborate with in the future. But I'm not messaging people yet. You understand? Like I'm just like I'll listen to other people's spaces and have it play in my space.
I got you.
So it's kind of like hobby, right? Enrichment, but that doesn't exist in spaces yet, right?
Right. That's a good way.
It's not like it's monetized. It's being copyrighted.
Right. I get that.
Keep listening to the space until somebody comes in.
Right.
That's what I do.
Okay, that's great. But as you know, even still, sometimes there aren't people who come into your space, or it takes them a little while to come into your space. And that's kind of how it is with live streaming, where when you first start and you don't have anybody promoting you and you're new and you don't have a lot of followers, you'll just start your space or start your stream, and you'll just get random strangers who come in and talk with you, and that's how they become your friends or following or whatever. Um, but if you can make it through that initial boredom of the stream, then you're gonna be able to start to grow it. And I mean, I even look at myself in this Discord. I started it about a year ago, and I've got over 1,900 people in here organically, which is a really big accomplishment to get people in a Discord. Discord's difficult to use. It's kind of closed off to a lot of people. I'm asking people to social media jump. And also, I don't send people Discord messages to join my Discord. I only send people on different platforms because I don't want to get banned. Um, and, the more and more you pump it out, then you get just random people who come in. You make friends throughout the world, and so it is rewarding. It's like an uphill climb, but if you're willing to take that climb and start it off, then you're gonna, if you have the grind, you're gonna be successful. You have, and I've said it too before, a major advantage of being a woman on the internet. You're just gonna get about 10 times as many people interested in you, because you're rare.
I mean, I'm kind of rare, but at the same time, there's other females popping up trying to do similar things. And I don't think they understand what I was able to try to do. You know what I mean? So, there's a lot more girls hosts that are popping up in spaces that are addressing AI. But they're really stuck on the chatbot stuff, and then like they'll gravitate to like there's more woman empowerment starting and some like reproductive movement, girl power pretty much. Like there's this one girl that popped up, she's doing like she does songs and things like that. So she likes the horoscopes and astrology, but she also mixes it with like the digital AI and stuff. So she's a trick wizard, right?
Right.
She's actually creative.
Well, as you know, though, approximately 90% of all people in spaces are men. Just women are rarer in Twitter spaces, and they're also rare as streamers. So I'm saying that as a positive for you, that you're gonna not that you're gonna have to work hard, but it's gonna be a little bit easier than if you were just a random dude.
Yeah. I do think there's a lot of gamer problems. The longest time I pretended to be a boy in all these spaces. And I kind of wish I would have still pretended to be a boy. After I did the girl thing, all the conversations changed to relationships and everything else that I didn't care about. But it was good because now we can start talking about AIs and self-sorting and self-love. Kind of like artificial intelligence. So I just kind of sorted it back into the stuff anyway. Have you seen what China's doing with the artificial world with the robot?
Yep, they should be rolling that out next year. Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I think it's 2028 was their deadline, but they'll probably have it by like early 22nd. You know what I mean? How they work.
Absolutely.
It's only $13,000. You help me get rich.
I'm trying to tell you how to do it.
I know you are. And I'm going to start following your instructions because, like, you're well off now, right? You got your budget in order.
Yeah, I mean, I'm able to live within a budget and take care of my daily needs. Can I travel the world yet? No, but I'm able to take care of that which I need.
But when you start traveling, you're gonna live stream, right? So Starlink is gonna be your go-to, right?
Yeah, hopefully it'll be something even better than that by then. Or,
maybe they can sponsor it.
well, Starlink has its benefits, but it also has drawbacks. One of the major ones is you can't use it inside. So I would want something that I could use and not have to like set something up every time I go inside. So I'd work on that. But ideally, I would use something like
Are we mobile? They have mobile for like RVs and stuff where you don't have to take it off the RV at all. It's like there's fixed and then there's remote.
No, I understand that. I understand that, but if I go inside an airport, I need to have internet. So I mean, I'd work out the mobile.
Oh, you have to switch between Wi-Fi and stuff.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you think like coverage in the airport. Okay, I understand this. It's a service network.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it will be improved by then. And there are people who do it.
You do know you can like mark off an RV as like a business expense if you're using it for that way.
I mean, I would assume that you could. Uh, I don't necessarily want to be in an RV.
Most states have laws to write it off as a business expense.
Okay.
If it's applicable, even the internet, you can get like money back to taxes for the internet you paid to run the business.
Okay. Yeah.
You're not supposed to use it for personal reasons.
Yeah. Right. Ideally, so Google has put out the Meta glasses, or not Google, Facebook or Meta has put out the Meta Wayfarers, and I would ideally like to just wear those, but instead of having to upload the data, I have heard that they're going to have a live streaming version soon enough, so that you could just see my life in first person.
Well, that's going to be neat. Do you think you can make money off of their own data yet, or are they just going to sell this like?
Well, it's going to be a way to allow people to literally view your life through your eyes, and I think that'll be very attractive to people. POV streams, point of view streams, are very popular. People like to be able to see what life is like through the eyes of another person. It's very immersive. So the idea of the Google or the Meta frames, I think, would be beneficial as well. Currently, the Meta frames work really well. They look beautiful. If you've ever seen somebody like whitewater rafts with them or does roller coasters with them, it's really, really cool. The issue is there are a few issues. One, they're glasses still and they break, and they're very expensive. Two, the battery life isn't that great, and three, they don't live stream. So they have to, get through those issues. But once they're able to do that, I think that there's an opportunity, a major breakthrough will happen within the streaming world, where you'll just get people who not only are streaming their face, like with a handheld camera, but then they're just wearing glasses that allow people to see what they're viewing simultaneously. And the new iPhone is going to, like, Androids, some of them already have this feature, but the ability to have a front and back camera and be able to stream that simultaneously, that'll be a game changer as well.
Oh, that so like the ghost that like on your head, you can maybe also get the stars in the sky with different stars.
Exactly. So,
like if you're like on a bike or something, you can put like the cam on the helmet, and you can also keep track of the skies and make sure you go closing from it.
well, yeah, definitely. It's really great to get people, like, to get your own reaction to things. So let's say you're watching fireworks or something. Yeah, it's cool to get the fireworks, but you want to get the person's face as well as they react to them, or to a sporting event. Yeah, it's cool to get whatever's happening on the field, but it's great to see your own face, or for viewers to be able to see your face and how you react to it. So there are already some Androids that do
I
that.
make some little faces.
Yeah, well, and they're not being captured, or generally not, unless you're
I know it's all the waste, all this facial expression, man.
exactly.
Say we use like 32 muscles, like smiles, but it's all the waste.
Exactly. So at least that'll be changed, and that takes a lot more RAM for a phone to be able to manage that. But I do think the new announcement, the next iPhone, there are rumors because Apple is very quiet about what it releases before they actually have their official announcement. But rumor has it that it's going to have the front and back simultaneous streaming capability, and that's going to change the game too.
Yeah. Siri is like Apple is really getting into the hard. I used to hate Siri, but I no longer hate them, and I think they're necessary force right now. Paywall issues that we have.
Yeah, I think Siri's pretty garbage in terms of AI. I think there's a clear leader, ChatGPT, but ChatGPT has regressed some with ChatGPT plus one. Yeah, so the way that ChatGPT is going to dominate, the way that ChatGPT is going to dominate is in the browser with a browser. They're rumored to be launching a browser, and that browser is going to, I think, beat Google and Chrome's market share. What's happening in the EU is the EU is saying to Google, you have a monopoly on advertising and you have a monopoly on browsers. Basically, the Chrome browser is used by like 75% of all people in Europe, something like that. And you dominate online advertising. You own about 80% of the share or so. It fluctuates. And they're saying that you can't have both. You can either have your advertising revenue or you can have your browser, one or the other. And they're going to drop the browser if that's the case because their advertising revenue is where they make their money. And so that's going to leave a major hole in the market for an emerging competitor. And right now you have Firefox, Opera, Brave that are just really not, they're great browsers, but they're not where they need to be in comparison to being a competitor with Chrome. But OpenAI has said that they are going to launch a browser. And with all of the data that they have, I can see that overtaking Chrome and then eventually allowing them to dominate the data field.
There.
Yeah, are you talking?
Yeah, that's a good indicator. Whichever wins, it's like we all win, right? So I'm not against ChatGPT or anything. I used to love Sam, and I still use Suno.
You mean Sora?
But now, on Suno, like the music thing, I haven't used Sora yet because it was only on Apple. I need to get a freaking Apple device.
Hold on.
I used to work for them.
Hold on.
Maybe I should
Hold
put
on.
it in my application.
Hold on. Hold on. Siri is Apple. Sora is ChatGPT.
Right. But I mean, like, it's only available on, it was only available on Apple. Like, the Sora is OpenAI. I understand that. But the app was only available on Apple, just like they did with Grok. Like the Grok companions and all that. Like, everybody goes to Apple first because it's so hard to get through Google right now. Their process takes like months. It costs too much now.
I've got you. You can use it on a browser, so Android, iOS. You can use Sora for free on there.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's actually a browser now. Okay.
ChatGPT.
It never used to be.
No, ChatGPT.
Like a year ago?
No, ChatGPT launched November 30th, 2022. I was using it that month,
Right.
and it started in a browser. It was not an app until last year or so.
Okay, but Sora came out One of the very first videos I loved so much, and now like VO too, and Google has VO too, and now Grok is starting to make music videos too.
Right. And they're getting really good.
Like the whole industry is just like a merry-go-round about things.
Right, and it's eventually going to have a major effect on Hollywood and on the music industry, just in media in general.
Usually there's like the citizen collaborators, and they're really trying to have people pay for their stuff. And then we're going to get the video games, and then we're going to get to the live streaming, which is all the audio stuff.
There you go.
We're going to do a live stream or great.
There you go.
And that's going to be like, because you're already ahead of all of us.
100%. 100%. Absolutely.
So, Rabbi, it's been fantastic. I now have a list of things that I must go implement.
Absolutely.
Implement those, and I will be back to update you. Feel free to like ping me or anything else.
Absolutely. The best news that you told me is that you made a friend. So shout out to you, shout out to him, and keep me updated with everything, okay? Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Take care. Bye.
hablar con cualquier persona en hablar español o no sabe, pero puedes aprender el idioma es mucho mejor. Por lo tanto, tengo que ir a cenar. Voy a ver a ti mismo para darle las gracias. Usted es super cool. Muy bien, gracias.
Saul S. General. P. to David S. Live. Killed by host. Nothing for me from SS to her 1015. C4. CN 2048. 2080. God is my health. For me is nothing. Next match. Nothing David. Abigail double S to 175. 270. 3. SCPG. My father destroyed people. Live peacemaker. Becomes David S. Live. Abigail no 3. 35. Escape. 15. Etc. Areas. My father is my people. Several persons. Esther. That's 6. Okay. No 3. And 2,448, 1,330. My father is evil. Karen Benson. 9 3 fire. And 1 PDX 14. 15. Party 913. 911 BT. Is my father evil. Team Opportuna. Fort with the real. Maybe not R1. 2 set. 1 KPS. 10 CBT. The father is great evil. 3 for David. Later he told Solomon. Abiel 1 set 9. 1. 14. 51. 11 CBT. God is my father evil. Ancestor of Saul Joshua. Abby for Johnny 17. Judge 6. Late second millennium BG. My father has helped me. City of S. Abby's high. Abigail David S. Sister 1 CHR2. 16. 17. 10 CBG. My father has told me. Mother of Amanda. Abishag 1 KGS 1. 2. 10 THC. BG. Possibly father of wandering people. She semi dependent to King David. Abishag 1. 2 centimeters. 10 THC. BG. My father is Jesse, father of the Misty. David S. W. British warrior. Absalom Abishalom said 13. 18. 10 CBG. Father of peacekeeper. David Exum. Rebels. Guys in war. Abishua X 6. 1 CHR 6. Exodus era. My father is salvation. Priestly lineage 7 kindness. Communal 2 set 3. 4. 10 CBG. My father is beautiful. One of David X wives. Something in John Johnny 7. 1 CHR 2. 7. CA 13 CBG. Troubler Hebrew. Snowman spoil. Defeat that high. A fashion where it's the Chashburn investor. RC 486. 465 BG. RC 853, 850 BG, has seized Hebrew, King of Israel, son of Ahab, Papaziah Unit to KGS 8, 9, 2C8 Charter Egypt, RC 842, 841 BG, has seized Hebrew, King of Judah, slain by Jehu, APAC 1 KGS 16, 22, RC 874, 853 BG, possibly unmovement Magni, King of Israel, Baal Go, Elijah X9, Aaron Macaron X, and 2,365, 2,488, 1,396, 1,273 BG. Might be involved in Latitude. Some suggest Egyptian. First high priest. Moses S. brother. Attitude 1 KGS 11. 14. 10 CBG. Is my brother. Prophet River holds in the kingdom to Jeroboam. 72 KGS 26, 39. 27. 36 C. BG. My brother has risen to it. Protected Jeremiah. Father of Galilee. Ahithophel 171. 22. 11 CBG.
General, during this kind of triumphalist ecclesiastical period, Jews fared poorly as the church attempted to highly regulate their behavior and to segregate them to certain segments of society. It's not that the kings were great friends of the Jews, but one of the things that kept the Jews in the good favor of the kings and had the kings really defend them was something that, I don't know if I've ever mentioned it in this class. It's the Abramson rule of history. No? How about Ms. Abramson? What is the Abramson rule of history, Ms. Abramson? Money, absolutely. Thank you so much. That's the one takeaway message I hope my undergraduates get. It's amazing how long I've repeated over and over again. Maybe it's something about being 20 that you just can't think about those things. But at any rate, the Jews occupied a very interesting niche in the economic system of the High Middle Ages Europe. It was a corporate structure or a feudal structure in which the Jews had a status called servi kamarai, which means the servants of the royal chamber. And just in a nutshell, maybe in another lecture we'll expand on this, but basically the Jews occupied a certain status in the economic structure of what was basically a barter society, where they were one of the few groups that actually dealt in precious metals, in coinage. And this was through petty money lending, it was through small-time commerce, sometimes larger commerce. And so that meant that they generated a lot of cash money, as opposed to chickens and pillowcases and fields of wheat. They actually had ready cash, much more than most elements of society, because of that particular niche. So what the kings did in medieval Europe is they said that the Jews will be taxed directly by the royal chamber. That's what that servi kamarai means, is that they are servants of the royal chamber directly. So you could have, like Shlomi and Yitzchak and Rivka and Shprinza and Seitel who are living in a little shtetl, and they're living in a shack essentially, but they are actually direct subjects of the king. They are not subjects of the local duke or the baron or the lord. They actually report directly to the king. Not that they would ever see the king, but their money would. So the Jews, on the one hand, didn't necessarily have a very high lifestyle, but the fact that they lived in urban areas and worked in industries that generated cash meant that they could generate also a lot of tax revenue for the king. And the king, in return for that tax revenue, protected the Jews. Hence the phrase, the king's Jews, which you may have heard of. which is kind of funny. We have at the college, we have an excellent librarian, really one of the best librarians I've ever worked with. She's Cuban and not Jewish, and all her friends ask, how are your Jews doing? All of us at the college are her Jews. I find that amusing, but at any rate, let's tell another joke. That one, here we go. So, here we go. There's this old rabbi is walking out of shul one day, and a gust of wind comes and blows his hat off his head and across a busy street. So the elder rabbi, he can't quite, cross the street. A man who sees something, and so he goes out and he gets the hat and he returns it to the rabbi. So when the rabbi says, "Bless you, my son." So this guy, he says, "Wow, I've been blessed by the rabbi. It must be my lucky day." So what he does, he goes to the racetrack and he's looking at the names of the horses, and he sees there's a hat named Cap. So he says, "Cap, fine, I rescued the rabbi's hat. I'm going to bid on Cap." And sure enough, Cap comes and makes a lot of money. And he says, "Wow, this is great." He looks at the next race and he sees there is another horse whose name is Top Hat. "Wow, this is great." Puts all the money first, and it goes on and on all day with all these kinds of hat metaphors. Finally, he comes home at the end of the day. He's all depressed and it's happened, and he tells her the whole story. And she says, "Well, what happened? I mean, where's the money?" He says, "Well, at the very last race, I bid on a horse called Chateau." And she said, "You idiot! You're thinking of chapeau in French. Chapeau is hat." And she says, "Oh, it doesn't matter. It was some Japanese horse called Yamaka that won in the end." Thank you, Mr. Weiser. That's good. Okay, that's it. I only have like 3 jokes left now. Let's see here. Okay. Anyways, so serving Cameron, right? So you've got this period in the 13th century. The church is ascendant. The church is not benefiting from these tax resources, and so as they get more. And more powerful, various reasons that are beyond our scope here, they pressure the kings and say, "What are you doing allowing the Jews to prosper like this? I mean, we know what you're doing. You're getting tax revenue, but this is not right. You have to keep them down lower. They have to have a subservient state, because how does it look that those who reject Jesus, that they should be in such a high level in our society? How appropriate on Wednesday we should be discussing this." And so what happens is, as the kings lose kind of power and traction vis-a-vis the church, the Jews tend to do poorly. This is a phenomenon that stretches through much of the 13th century in particular. And one of the expressions of this was the so-called disputation, where churchmen, for various reasons, we saw Nicholas Dolan last week, would sponsor a forced debate between representatives of Judaism and representatives of the church. And these debates would often be held in churches with an audience of dignitaries and nobles, and the Jews would be expected to, put forth an argument for Judaism, which would then be thoroughly trounced by their Christian interlocutors, and then everyone would go home at the end of the day saying, "Wow, this is great. We have this amazing religion. Those Jews are so obstinate. Look, how can they keep believing this stuff?" That was the way the thing was supposed to go. Typically, the debater on the Christian side would be a convert from Judaism to Christianity, who had some knowledge of Jewish and so forth. So, in the case of Nachmanides, it was a man who took the name Pablo Cristiani. To his dismay, however, when they called for this disputation, they demanded the leader of the Jewish community to represent Judaism, and it was none other than Nachmanides, who was really the kind of mind that only comes along once every 1,000 years, debating against some Shlamazel, and it was a rout. It was a terrible rout, and it was extremely embarrassing for the church. But when he was invited to this disputation, Ms. Abramson, a brilliant question. Excellent question. What my brilliant daughter is alluding to is a halakha that is. I'm not fascinating halakha, especially not in the shul where the Rav is the posek, but there is a large body of traditional religious thought that argues that Jews are not allowed to go into a church or into a mosque, although there's a lot to say about both of those. The main idea behind that, in my humble opinion, is what's called marit ayin, meaning what will people think? The seeing of the eye. It's not appropriate for a Jew like you, let's say, for example, dressed like this, wearing a tie, to walk into a church. That's a joke. I meant this too. Because then people say, "Oh, look at that! What's going on with Noah Abramson? He's going to a church." So marit ayin does not apply when people know why you're going into a church. You're not going into the purpose of worship. So, like, let's say, for example, as happens sometimes. Because churches are large, open public spaces, they're sometimes purchased by synagogues or by yeshivas. So, the rabbis are allowed to go in and check out the space to see if it's, if it says a big for sale sign out front, no one's thinking it's Maradine. So in this case, I would humbly tender that he's certainly allowed to go in because everybody knows he's forced to go in there to participate in this debate. Very subtle question, isn't that amazing? And she's going to Israel in next September, where she will become even greater and become a leader of the Jewish people. God willing. Okay, so anyways, Nachmanides, before he participated, he insisted successfully that he said, if you want me to participate in this debate, one basic rule, I have to be allowed to say whatever I want. You can't make me go into this debate and tie my hands behind me. I have to be able to muster any argument you ask for. So they agreed to this, and in the summer of 1263, they had 4 dates for the debate in that summer, and Nachmanides came out with just absolutely destroying his opponent. The results were interesting. We do have 2 accounts of the debate. We have the Christian account, in which, of course, you probably figured out by now the church wins, because how can you sponsor a debate like this for the whole point of diminishing Judaism and have the church do poorly? So the judges were all clergymen to decide, yes, Christianity wins. But we also have Maimonides' account, which has become a classic of medieval literature. It's called the Sefer HaVikuach, the book of the debate, which is about 25 pages long in Hebrew, and it's published in the collected edition. Reading the Christian side, it looks like the Christians win. Reading the Jewish side, it looks like Nachmanides wins. But when you look at a few other, external factors, it seems pretty clear that Nachmanides was the winner. First of all, the church ended the debate early. That is too much already. Enough. And even though they pronounced the church the winner, public Christianity the winner, the king gave Nachmanides the bonus money of 300 gold coins. Normally you give the bonus money to the winner, but the king obviously enjoyed himself thoroughly. And Nachmanides was then invited to visit the palace to meet privately with the king. We don't know exactly what the content of their conversations were, but obviously the king was well taken with Nachmanides. And if that wasn't enough, the church demanded that they banish Nachmanides forever, because he's just dynamite. You can't have this guy around. It makes us look bad. And unfortunately, that's ultimately what happened. Reading the accounts of the debate is quite fascinating, but I'm not going to go into that right now. The Damascus wanted Nachmanides to stand trial for blasphemy. And you recall that he had said, listen, if you want me to really participate in this, you got to let me say whatever I want and speak his mind. So when they threatened to place him on trial, it seemed that the only way that he could survive this is if he accepted to be banished. the Dominicans went over the head of the king. They went to the Pope to try and get the Pope to support them, and that's when Nachmanides realized that he was lost and he fled Spain for Eretz Israel. He was already at this point, I believe, in his mid-70s. So he's really towards the end of his academic, intellectual, rabbinic career, and yet it is this point that in many ways he achieved his greatest successes. Just one point about the debate, though, that really should be discussed. Nachmanides employed an extremely subtle and brilliant and elegantly simple technique to diffuse one of the strongest attacks on the Talmud. And you recall from Nicholas Donin, the discussion last week, that if this ended badly, that tens of thousands of precious manuscripts could be destroyed if Nachmanides doesn't hold his own. So one of the biggest charges, and probably this Christianity was actually much better prepared than Nicholas Donin, was that the Talmud blasphemes Jesus, and specifically says some terrible things about Jesus' personage, about his parentage, about his character, all kinds of things that, according to the internal rules of this debate, were unforgivable sins. And Nachmanides' defense was very simple. He said, "That Jesus? Oh, no, that's not the Jesus that you guys worship. That's another guy named Jesus." And he consistently maintained that, it's not an uncommon name, Yoshua, right? Joshua. He consistently maintained that because we do have a character named Yoshua that had a rabbi named Rabbi Yoshua ben Prakhia. His teacher was also named Yeshua ben Prakhia, and the timing doesn't work. The Jesus of the Talmud could easily be an entirely different person. It's unlikely. Chances are, when the Talmud says negative things about Jesus, they mean the Christian Jesus. Once again, since it's Wednesday, it's totally appropriate for us to be discussing this. But Nachmanides, whenever public Christianity came out with a criticism, said, "Look at what it says over here about Jesus," says, "That's a totally different Jesus. That's not talking about your Jesus at all." And so the Christianity he was defenseless against that argument because it could not be said to be blasphemous if it wasn't speaking about the same person at all. And so, Yiddish Akov, absolutely. He completely deflected the worst criticisms, and the debate had to, ground to a halt whenever the Christianity really thought he had the best arguments to marshal against the Talmud. At this time, most likely, he wrote the Ramban, a very, very beautiful and moving letter, which is worth actually quoting a little bit. I wonder if we have it in a prayer book. Very powerful. But Aliza, didn't we study this when we were? I studied with my eldest daughter, Rafaela, before her bat mitzvah. We studied in depth the Ramban for this particular letter for about 6 weeks. Here it is, page 994. You all just open up your prayer books, page 994. Please rise. Where is it? Let me read it to you because it is really it's a beautiful piece of rabbinic writing. He wrote this to his family when he was forced to leave. A letter to his son about how he wants him to behave for the rest of his life. It's part of a long tradition of what's called the tzavah in Jewish literature, or the will, the ethical will. It's a document written not saying who gets my stocks and who gets the cars and who gets the house. It's a document that says, this is how I want you to lead your life. As it happens, my wife and I have a custom that we write one of these every year for Yom Kippur and give it to each of our children individually, because you never know what can happen in that year. All right, read a little bit of this to you, okay? In English. My son, the discipline of your father, and do not forsake the guidance of your mother. Accustom yourself to speak gently to all people at all times. This will protect you from anger, a most serious character flaw which causes one to sin. Our rabbis taught, whoever flares up in anger is subject to the discipline of Gehenna, hell. As it is written, banish anger from your heart and remove evil from your flesh. The evil mentioned here refers to Gehenna, as it is written, and the wicked are destined for the day of evil. Once you have distanced yourself from anger, the quality of humility will enter your hearts. This sterling quality is the finest of all admirable traits, as Scripture writes, on the heels of humility comes the fear of Hashem. Through humility, the fear of God will intensify in your heart, for you will always be aware from where you have come and to where you are destined to go. You will realize that in life you are as frail as the maggot or the worm, all the more so in death. It is this sense of humility which reminds you of the one before whom you will be called for judgment, the King of glory. Of him it is written, behold, heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain you, surely not the hearts of men. Furthermore, it is written, do I not fill heaven and earth, says Hashem? After you give serious thought to these ideas, you will stand in awe of your Creator and will be guarded against sin. Once you have acquired these fine qualities, you will indeed be happy with your lot. When your actions display genuine humility, when you stand meekly before men and fearfully before God, when you stand wary of sin, then the Spirit of God's presence will rest upon you, as will the splendor of His glory. You will live the life of the world to come. And now, my son, understand clearly that one who is prideful in his heart towards other men rebels against the sovereignty of Hashem, for he glorifies himself in God's own robes. For it is written, Hashem reigns, he dons the mantle of grandeur. For indeed, of what should man be prideful? If he has wealth, it is Hashem who makes one poor or prosperous. And if honor, does honor not belong to God? As it is written, wealth and honor come from you. How can one glorify himself with the honor of his maker? If he takes pride in wisdom, let him understand that God may remove the speech of the most competent and take away the wisdom of the aged. Thus all men stand as equals before the Creator. In his fury he casts down the lofty, in his goodwill he elevates the downtrodden. Therefore humble yourself, for Hashem will lift you up. Thus I shall explain to you how you may accustom yourself to the quality of humility, to walk with it always. Let your words be spoken gently, let your head be bowed. Cast your eyes downward and your heart heavenward. And when speaking, do not stare at your listener. Let all men seem greater than you in your eyes. If another is wiser or wealthier than yourself, you must show him respect. And if he is poor and you are richer or wiser than he, consider that he may be more righteous than yourself. If he sins, it is the result of error, while your transgression is deliberate. In all your words, actions, and thoughts, at all times, imagine in your heart that you are standing in the presence of the Holy One, blessed be He, and that His presence rests upon you. Indeed, the glory of Hashem fills the universe. Speak with reverence and awe, like a servant who stands in the presence of his master. Act with restraint in the company of others. If one should call out to you, do not answer with a loud voice, but respond gently, in low tones, as one who stands before his mentor. Take care to always study Torah diligently, so you'll be able to fulfill its commands. When you rise from study, ponder carefully what you have learned. See what there is in it, which you can put into practice. Review your actions every morning and evening, and in this way live all your days in repentance. Cast external matters from your mind when you stand to pray. Carefully prepare your heart in the presence of the Holy One. Purify your thoughts and ponder your words before you utter them. Almost done. Conduct yourself in these ways in all your endeavors for as long as you may live. In this way you will surely avoid transgression. Your words, actions, and thoughts will be flawless. Your prayer will be pure and clear, sincere and pleasing to God. Blessed is he, as is written, when you prepare their heart to concentrate, you are attentive to their prayers. Read this letter once a week, he concludes, and neglect none of this. Fulfill it, and in so doing, walk with it forever in the ways of Hashem. May you be blessed, so that you may succeed in your ways and merit the world to come that lies hidden for the righteous. Every day that you shall read this letter, Hashem shall answer heart's desires. Amen. Selah. So that's why it's printed in the print book, because many people do have the custom of reading it every single day. Others have the custom of reading every week. Others have been reading it whenever they give a lecture on Nachmanides. But it's a beautiful, behavior. You get a sense of his personality through that. Even though he's a man very well published, a man capable of aggressive debate, not fearful of power, and enduring great, punishment. Nevertheless, the letter is all about being humble. So I don't know. I think it's last, but that's about all I know. That was a joke. Nachmanides. Okay, we'll take that out of the internet. But let's go on. He arrived in Israel in the year 1260. Found very few Jews in Jerusalem. In fact, he writes there were only permanent residents in the holy city, 2 permanent Jewish residents. That when they wanted to make a minyan for Shabbos, they actually in Jews living in the surrounding countryside. Israel at that time had been devastated by that had made their way into it, and Nachmanides, as an older gentleman, came to this devastated Jewish community, and rather than simply giving up and saying, "Oy vey is here," he started to build. The very first thing is he established a synagogue, and he made sure that there was a permanent minyan in Jerusalem again. Got the building himself, and it still is in place today in Jerusalem. His legacy is, and of course, around Nachmanides, around his great scholars. You can imagine the Havdil. This is the Einstein of Torah. Even that is a very vague kind of comparison. This is one of the greatest minds coming to this. Even though it's Jerusalem, it was a rural backwater of Judaism, and just by the force of his personality and his intellect, creating a community around it and planting the seeds for a much larger community to come. So when we think about the legacy of Nachmanides, we can reflect on the tremendous literary achievements, his great work as a synthesizer of the Spanish and French approaches to Torah, his incredibly powerful and enduring Torah commentary, and towards the end of his life, the brilliant way he handled the disputation, followed by the reconstruction, his greatest achievement, of the Jewish community in Jerusalem. So with that, I'm going to formally conclude, and I thank you very much for your attention. Please recall next week we'll be at 8 p.m. sharp. And thank you once again.
Well, there are investigations, especially if it's in crisis. I would say, based on people that I've talked with.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. I appreciate your presence here. Tonight's going to be a difficult lecture, I have to say, as I read a lot to prepare for tonight's class, but I feel so close to Rabbi Akiva. His thought has influenced so much of my own Weltanschauung that I realized as I get close to the time where I just begin speaking that it's hard for me to separate out, what is the history of Rabbi Akiva, what is his biography, and what is really what I have absorbed into my own self-image of how it is to live life as a Jew. I'm going to split this lecture really into 2 thematic segments. On the one hand, for those of you, particularly those of you who are watching this on the web, you may have very little sense of who Rabbi Akiva really was. And so therefore, about half of this lecture is going to be devoted to his biography and his teachings, which are difficult to analyze because they're so deeply entrenched in Tannaitic literature. And also, I find it difficult to, as I mentioned earlier, to really separate out what's Rabbi Akiva's actual life story and my own vision of what is Judaism. So that's one half of it. There'll be about half of our material is going to be focused on Rabbi Akiva's life and his teachings. The other half, which ironically will probably be of most benefit for those of you who already know Rabbi Akiva's teachings very well, will speak about the life and times in which he lived, because he lived in extremely consequential and complex times in Jewish history. We're speaking about the 1st century and the first part of the 2nd century, in which the temple was destroyed, Jewish sectarianism flourished and eventually expressed itself in many major movements, and ultimately the Jews were exiled after 2 unsuccessful wars with the Roman Empire. So we're going to split the time half and half. Half will be on Rabbi Akiva's life and teachings, half will be on the broader scope of affairs in Israel during Rabbi Akiva's lifetime. And I hope that by approaching the lecture in this way, we'll be able to, if not satisfy everyone, at least we'll dissatisfy everyone in equal measure. I will. Thank you for laughing. I appreciate that. The other thing I should mention in terms of good and welfare, next week is our final lecture before Passover. Passover. We are scheduled to begin lecturing again shortly after the Passover holiday, but after next week, which is going to be on Mar Zutra, not as well known a rabbinic figure, but it will give us opportunity to speak about the land of Israel during the early Muslim period. After that, we'll take a break for the month of April, May. Please keep an eye on your email for updates and for the video recordings, or at least visit the website. You'll see the lectures listed there. Second, good and welfare thing, this lecture is by an anonymous donor, and Mr. R.E. Lung, who has dedicated his support of our students in honor, quote, in honor of all those who choose to teach. A very appropriate quote, I think. For those of you here or on the web, just a reminder that why we do this is in order to raise funds for our students so that we can generate. We've raised about $1,000 this semester alone. Very pleased with that. This is the website for online donations, or see me afterwards if you like. Okay, so let's go to our sources, and we'll discuss where exactly do we derive information about the life of Rabbi Akiva. His life is virtually synonymous with Tannaitic literature, meaning that Rabbi Akiva is almost one and the same with all the sources we have for first century Judaism. His name and his teachings suffuse virtually every text that is Jewish that comes out of this period. Rabbi, could I ask you on your way in, Rabbi, can I ask you to shut the door there so we don't get the noise from the outside? Thank you. From a historiographic level, this presents a problem because we don't have any text from outside the bubble of Judaism to tell us about the life of Rabbi Akiva, but that is something we simply have to deal with. Let me just give you a sense of what those texts are and how they relate to Rabbi Akiva. There are basically two geographic areas from which this literature emerges. There is, of course, the literature that's produced in Israel proper, and there's also, by this time, we're talking about the first century, there's a significant population of Jews living in Babylonia, here in the region where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers meet. That would be lower Iraq or Kuwait region, where there are major yeshivas. And there's a tremendous amount of Jewish civilization active there, and they're generating a lot of literature. In terms of the dates when they're composed, largely the Israeli documents are much earlier, of course, because the Jews are not exiled from this region in large numbers until the end of the first century, although the Babylonian diaspora did exist quite a bit earlier, really from the 6th century before the Common Era. There is a Jewish presence in Babylon. But the documents relating to Rabbi Akiva's life come primarily from Israel. These are the earlier documents. Then they are later generated in Babylon, often in much greater detail, which is in itself problematic as well. Because if you want to look at the earlier documents, and they tend to be very sparse in nature and very Spartan, if I can use a Roman or a Greek metaphor here, how is it that there's more detail in the Babylonian documents, which were written hundreds of years later? One could argue that there's a certain amount of embellishment going on, or one could argue that there's more reconstruction of oral traditions. Chances are both are happening at the same time. But I would just underline one basic caveat when we're dealing with these sources. Unlike people like Josephus, who was also a source for this period, who are at least trying to be historians. It's true, the concept of modern critical history is not developed in any sophisticated form at all, but the rabbis who compose Tannaitic literature are generally not trying to preserve history. They are trying to present truths, but those the far more important truths are religious in nature, moral in nature. And so therefore, when they're composing biographical information about Akiva, the veracity of these statements themselves on a kind of like an objective vision are not nearly as important as the truths that they convey. Let me give you an example. When I first met my wife about 32 odd years ago, one of the very first did for her was I wrote, because I was, really overwhelmed, amazing young woman. I wrote her this poem, And the poem described the color of her eyes. The problem is, I got the color wrong. It's true, I know. I think it was because I met her on a ski hill and it was a night time, so we had the artificial lights or things like that. But I wrote her this poem that was really based on the color of her eyes, and I got the color wrong. So, fine, sue me, as it were. What is important about that poem? Is it important that I describe the color of her eyes right? Or is it important that I expressed in writing my feelings towards her, which ultimately were far more significant and say a lot more about my relationship with her and our children and, so that's the kind of thing we're dealing with here. The Tannaitic documents are very, very true, but they're not necessarily, they cannot necessarily be held to the same standard of truth in every aspect as we might like if we're using a modern historical yardstick to measure them. So, what are those sources? The first major source is what's called the Midrash. Midrash is a complex, sophisticated, beautiful collection of teachings by the rabbis, basically discussing biblical verses, sometimes elucidating legal aspects of how they are to be interpreted, sometimes elucidating poetic, exegetical aspects of how they are to be understood. These midrashim are preserved primarily in later texts. We have some that go back to the ancient period, but most of them are preserved in later texts, some of them even medieval, but they can be fairly dated back to the first century and much earlier as well. Rabbi Akiva is quoted as the author of many of these midrashic statements. We also have the Talmud. Now, just to take a minute and explain what is the Talmud, something for which I'm sure most of the audience in this room is very familiar. But basically, the Talmud is an extended discussion of a legal body of work called the Mishnah, which I forgot to even put on this chart. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot the Mishnah. Rabbi Akiva is so intrinsic to the Mishnah. Oh well, mea culpa. But the Mishnah is essentially a document which was codified based on oral traditions in the 2nd century, and the Talmud is an extensive discussion of that codification. Mishnah tends to discuss law, although it does have a lot of digressions into other fields that we would associate with philosophy or aesthetics or many other fields. The Talmuds are discussions that are expansions of the Midrash itself. There are 2 Talmuds. The first was composed in Israel approximately in the year 300. So this is only about a century and a half after the life of Rabbi Akiva, and it records many, many of his teachings, the document itself. It's a rather lengthy. And then it continued by the Babylonian Talmud, also known as the Talmud Bavli. Bavli in Hebrew means Babylonian. This essentially forms the same function as the Jerusalem Talmud, but it was written in far-off Babylon, and it was only set to writing about 200 years later. In Jewish culture, the Babylonian Talmud is generally considered the much more authoritative, and it is studied far more than the Jerusalem Talmud, but given the dates of their composition, the Jerusalem Talmud is often the more authoritative source for the examination of historical issues that went on in Israel at the period that we're discussing. Taken together, Rashim, the Mishna, which I didn't have a picture, the Talmuds are basically the whole of Tannaitic and also Amoritic literature. These are 2 basic periods of Jewish thought. And Rabbi Akiva is suffused throughout these massive documents. His teachings inform them at virtually every turn. From the non-religious side, we also have the scholarship of Josephus, shown here in a rather imaginative 19th century rendition. Josephus was incredibly popular among Christian readers because he describes the events of the 1st century, which are of course central to the development of Christianity. And in the popular 19th century editions, they often portrayed him as they thought a Jew of the 1st century must have dressed, which is completely wrong. The turbans, the jewels in the hair, I mean, he looks sort of like an Ottoman Arab pasha or something, but nevertheless, this is perhaps the most iconic image of Josephus that we will see. And finally, we have other documentation. We have numismatic evidence, coinage, things like that. They're especially associated with the Bar Kokhba period, which is towards the end of Rabbi Akiva's life. So these are all taken together, the sources that we can bring to bear to understand the life and times of Rabbi Akiva. Let us immerse ourselves for a few minutes in the various political and religious ideologies of Jews in the first century, because this is a period of phenomenal Jewish sectarianism. By sectarianism, I'm referring to competing ideologies for the definition of the true Judaism, quote unquote, true Judaism. Perhaps, and we've gone over these very briefly in other classes. I don't want to belabor the point, but you have the Sadducees, who are primarily associated with the temple rituals. They are very closely aligned to the Romans, who by now have established Israel as a direct protectorate. It's no longer a Hashmonite independent nation of any form. They had some heterodox views, such as a denial of life after death, a questioning of the role of the oral Torah. Those Tannaitic documents that we just went through would not be considered very significant to the Sadduceans, and so on. In Hebrew, they're known as the Tzdukim. And then you have their opponents, in many ways, the so-called Pirushim, or separators, from the word Lifrosh in Hebrew, to separate, to set up. These are learned Jews who largely felt that they could not win any conflict with their Sadducean opponents. They would not succeed in trying to wrest political power. They would not be able to take over the temple cult. And so what they did was they essentially retreated to the hinterland. They were active in the large cities, but they're much more known for their activity in the rural areas. They generally garnered the loyalty of the rural population. Huge urban-rural split, you'll recall from previous lectures, when it came to Greek values. The Jewish cities, including Jerusalem, tended to be heavily Hellenistic, tended to absorb Greek values, gymnasia, the mathematics, the Greek language, and so on, whereas the rural hinterland with simple Jews, the agricultural workers, and who wanted inspirational and old-time religion charismatic leaders. The Pharisees largely filled that role. They are the progenitors of the modern rabbinic as we understand it today. You can see here on his head, this is obviously a 20th century reproduction. We don't have any actual pictures of Pharisees from this time. Oh, by the way, the term in English is Pharisee. In Christian thought, Pharisee is a swear word. Not quite a swear word, but it's a derogatory term, primarily because the founder of Christianity was often arguing with Pharisees. The reason he was arguing with Pharisees, perhaps more even than Sadducees or the Zealots, was because he himself came from a Pharisaic background. And one argues the most with the people with whom you are most closely related. For example, it's much more likely for a young woman to argue with her sister than to argue with a stranger in the parking lot. You know, sisters will argue all the time, brothers will argue all the time, because they are so closely related and so heavily invested in each other's worldviews. So that's why he is always involved in those kinds of discussions. And the Pharisees, to the less sensitive reader, tend to come off as the enemy. Let me also take a quick moment to pause. We haven't talked about the Samaritans very much, but perhaps in another lecture series we'll spend more time with that group. But that's also a Jewish group whose Jewish status actually was debated for several centuries by the rabbis. They were centered around Mount Gerizim, where they had a separate temple established up there. And they were frequently at odds with the rabbis. They had all kinds of sometimes mischievous ways where they actively tried to disrupt Pharisaic life. For example, perhaps most well known, the rabbis would calculate the new moon by the sightings of the moon. Right? Someone would see the moon rise and would say, "Oh, it's going to be a new moon," and they would calculate the dates of the coming period of the month. And the way they would communicate that over distances was essentially with the Indian-style smoke rings. You know, you build a fire on a mountaintop and you put a big leather blanket on top of it and you take the blanket off and the smoke goes up. So the Samaritans, in an attempt to disrupt the calendar, a very important thing, they would light those fires on the wrong days, just to try and send these signals out that they were disrupting life. So that's why, if you happen to read the Gospels, which I doubt that many of you in this room will do, there's a reference to the Good Samaritan. The story there is that there's a guy being on the road, and one Jew walks by and doesn't want to touch him. Another one walks by, doesn't want to touch him. And finally, a Samaritan comes by and takes pity on him and picks him up and takes him for some medical attention. And he is called the Good Samaritan. And the emphasis when you read it in the original is the underline is on the word good. That of all the people who would help the Jew, it would be Taka, a Samaritan. So he was the Good Samaritan as opposed to all the others who are like the bad Samaritans. That's the sense of the original version. Anyways, that's a tangent. Let's get back to where we are. Notice that he has on his head tefillin or trees. So this brings me to the next significant group that are active in Jewish at the time. Various groups that have disappeared in the wash of history. We saw one of them last week when we talked about the Qumran community, who were essentially Sadducees who themselves agreed with the Romans and wanted to have a more stringent observance in the temple, and therefore they separated like the Pharisees, but they kept themselves in a kind of monastic, perhaps celibate environment in the Dead Sea caves. And we have a lot of these groups. Josephus talks about the Essenes also living these kind of monastic celibate lives in isolation, all very, very concerned with the immediate end of days. Massively powerful messianic movement. Rabbi Akiva was also affected by these messianic sentiments, as we shall see. I'll show you this because I thought this was an amazing thing when I read about it last week. This is a head box of tefillin that was discovered in the Qumran caves, in the Dead Sea Scroll caves. It's been opened up. Obviously, it's heavily worn. It would normally be, like when it was new, it would be black, and of course, it would be folded over and sewn up, so you would get that square look that goes on the head. But this was an amazing opportunity to solve a major medieval dispute over the 4 sections of the Torah that are written on parchment and deposited in the 4 slots. So there are 4 different passages from the Torah, and Rashi indicates which verses should go in which of these boxes, but his grandson, Rabbi Tam, disagreed and said they should be in a slightly different order. So particularly pious individuals, particularly those associated with the Chabad movement, will wear 2 sets of tefillin. They'll wear 1 set, which according to Rashi's opinion, and then afterwards they will take them off and they will put on a 2nd set, which are identical, except that the sections are in a different order. So they'll wear 2 pairs of tefillin. There's also a 3rd pair as well. So when they found these tefillin, and they were able to open up, they thought, finally, we will know who's right. Is it Rashi or Rabbeinu Tam? Because we'll be able to examine these and see what they wore in Qumran 2,000 years ago. And guess what they found? It conformed to neither of them. The parchments were actually in a 3rd configuration, not like Rashi and not like Rabbeinu Tam. So we are left with the controversy to this day. Not that that would necessarily be definitive, but it's kind of, so this is emblematic of another large group of people or groups of people who are all quite active in Israel at this time when Rabbi Akiva is enjoying his formative years. Finally, one last group, the Zealots, especially a group called the Sicarii, the bladed ones, the assassins, who were known for their opposition to Rome, and a rebellious movement that was very popular, as one would think, among the youth. It did have expression in the urban centers like in Jerusalem, and they engaged in widespread assassination, not only of Roman officials, but also of Jews who capitulated to Rome. They were very, very feared, and they fomented a considerable amount of unrest in Israel as a whole. So these are like, we think we have it bad with Democrats and Republicans. You imagine these 5 groups all vying for the loyalty and the adherence of the Jews in the first century, you can imagine how complex it really was. Oh, and I forgot one more group. Oh my gosh, the early Christians. The early Christians, of course, in the first century are all Jewish. It has not yet become a non-Jewish movement. And in fact, for the first several decades of the early church, there's a lot of debate and discussion as to what exactly is going to be its relationship to Judaism. A large number of early Christians believe that they should in fact be observing the Torah, and that Christians should remain kosher, Christians should observe Saturday, the Jewish Sabbath, and so on and so forth. They felt that Christianity was kind of like a Judaism plus. Others, however, in particular Paul, argued no, this is something that we have to take globally, and once we expose this to non-Jews, what they would call actually Gentiles in this context, like Romans and Greeks and what have you, these people would be absorbed into this new faith.
Yo.
And then the debate was,
how you
should
living?
these converts...
What's good? Yo, dog.
adopt Jewish customs and laws? Should these, let's say, Roman converts to Christianity observe kashrut, or can they continue to eat shellfish and pork? Ultimately, as you know, the decision was made that Gentile converts to Christianity did not have to observe circumcision, the Sabbath, and so on, as Jews did, but that really didn't coalesce until the turn of the 2nd century. And it was a painful separation from both sides. Jews and Christians separated only with great difficulty in this period of time. Okay, these are all people running around Israel in the 1st century. Now let's understand a little bit of the political background of this period. The Herodian dynasty gave way to a series of debacles in Israel that mirrored the imperial situation in Rome as well. Herod, the last great king of Israel, in the sense of his control over a large scope of territory, would not be replicated in his children and grandchildren. The region known as Israel was divided into several rulers. Judea was set apart from most of the other ones. And in Rome, there was an increasing encroachment on Jewish independence in these regions. The Emperor Caligula, shown here, known in particular for his cruel and wanton sadistic tastes, was especially incensed with the idea that the Jews would not worship an idol. And shortly before his death, he actually began a campaign with the plans to install an idol in the temple, the shades of Antiochus Epiphanes, who we spoke of earlier. His death in 41 was a relief for the Jews, but it did not turn out to be a very long-lived one. Nero, a much more sensitive individual and disturbed individual, had more patience for the Jews, but he also found it very difficult to deal with the zealots and their constant harassment of Roman officials and the ongoing refusal of Jews to participate in the civic religion of Rome, with things like observance of national holidays and worship of idols and so on. So he eventually sent Vespasian, shown here, to subdue the rebels in Israel, particularly in the northern part in the Galilee. But before Vespasian could make the final blow and take over Jerusalem, he was recalled to Rome, which was at this point in a state of tremendous disarray as a result of civil war and Nero's own death. And so he left behind his son Titus, also pronounced Titus, who was left to deliver the final hammer blow by destroying Jerusalem, burning the temple, and ultimately exiling the Jews of Israel. Here is the last battles. These battles, by the way, began the first Roman-Jewish war began sometime around the year 66 or 67. There's some debate among historians as to when to date it. And the last major battle was the stronghold at Masada that we've seen earlier. Herod, on the other side of this rock, established his one of his hideouts there. His palace is on that side. This almost impregnable stronghold, you can see the Dead Sea in the background there, was where the Zealots made their very last stand. They managed to hold out until the year 73 or 74 before the Romans built a massive siege ramp and destroyed the population after a mass suicide on the top of this forbidding rock. And that was the end of the First Roman Jewish War, with the complete destruction of any Jewish militia in the region. For the Romans, it was a huge celebration that was actually vastly disproportionate to the nature of the victory itself. This is actually a Christian version of the events told in Josephus. It dates from 1846, Wilhelm von Kaulbach. And you see several elements that are here. Oops, let's see far this way. I'm going the wrong way. Several elements that are kind of endemic to the of Josephus' tale. You can see here that the Jews are pursued, negative sort of spiritual beings, the angels. The Christians, of course, view the destruction of the temple as the natural unfolding of the prophecies. For their rejection of the founder of Christianity, they were punished, so read the Christian, by the destruction of the temple. You can see here cannibalism on her own son, which is a feature not only of Josephus's tale of the suffering of the Jews in Israel, but also of the books of Jeremiah and Lamentations, which describe the earlier destruction of the temple. On high, you have these angelic beings who are somehow looking down with approval on the goings-on of the destruction of the temple. The early Christians, shown here, are rescued and make their way out of Jerusalem. And the Romans are kind of like not really involved in any of this. They're stuck off to the side, whereas all of the understanding of the unfolding of the destruction of Jerusalem, at least from this reading, is entirely divine in nature. Now, the Romans made a massive amount of polemic out of this story. That's largely because the Flavian emperors, Titus and his father Vespasian, needed to create a victory for the population of the time. The destruction of the Jewish rebels in Judea was hardly the conquest of some foreign power. It hardly involved a massive amount of troops. Basically, we have a guerrilla war that simply took a long time to wend its way out, but the Romans really went way over the top in trying to celebrate it because they needed a victory and they wanted it to be something that was not associated with any of the Romans who were involved in the Civil War. They erected this famous Arch of Titus, which is a ceremonial triumphal arch. A similar one was actually discovered just recently outside the Colosseum, and it would be used for various parades. People would walk through here demonstrating their values and so on. And of course, on the inside here of the arch, you see the famous spoils relief, which shows the Jewish slaves carrying the menorah to Rome as one of the great spoils of war. The last thing on this topic, and then we move to Rabbi Akiva's life in particular, I found this fascinating. I was recently reading a book on the war over Sunday, and in the ancient world, there were very few ways to convey propaganda as we understand it today. One of them was the creation of ceremonial arches, monumental architecture, things like that, which were great, but only for the place where they existed, and you could like run parades through them from time to time. But there was no newspapers, there was no popular media, so the only other way to convey information on a wide scale was through coinage. And so therefore, analyzing the texts of coins, the images of coins, are so important to understanding the ancient world. This is the famous Judea Capta coin that was minted by the Flavians. And you can see here is the balsam tree, the balsam palm, which was considered one of Israel's most prized resources, particularly around the Jericho area. Its scent and its fruit were highly prized throughout the ancient Near East. Here is a Roman victor here, a Roman soldier sitting upright. He's got his head on a helmet here, which is a sign of victory. And you have this forlorn woman that represents Judea, represents Israel, and she's got her head down kind of like a tachanun, sort of traditional pose. And you notice the relative size is really, disproportionately huge compared to this adult woman over here, seated and totally dominated by Rome. And this was the message that the Flavians hoped to disseminate throughout the ancient Near East, that Israel was destroyed no more. We've heard this story before. Prophet Merneptah said it 13 centuries. We persist. Okay, now, as I said, I really want to try and divide our time between the background events and between Rabbi Akiva's life, because it is so difficult to speak about Rabbi Akiva in a sophisticated way. Rabbi Akiva's origins are in Lod, which is here shown as Lydda. Let me zoom in a little bit. Here is Lydda, here, not too far from Jerusalem itself and the Qumran caves that we've looked at in the past. He was also very closely associated with Yavne over here, which is where the rabbinic scholars decamped after the destruction of the political life in Jerusalem. Essentially, what happened was a great rabbi, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, one of the many teachers of Rabbi Akiva, or one of the influences on Rabbi Akiva, I should say, he essentially surrendered to the Romans and said, all I want is Yavne and its scholars. Give me one place where I can safely house my Pharisaic colleagues, the Perushim, the rabbis, and we will, in this one little town, this not really important town of Yavne, we will establish an intellectual beachhead where Judaism will thrive, survive, and eventually flourish. Ultimately, Vespasian was prepared to allow that, and that is really the genesis of Judaism as we understand it today. So Rabbi Akiva grew up in Lydda, And for the first third of his life, according to the Talmud, he lived 120 years, which is divided into 3 sections of 40 years each. That number, 120, is contradicted by other passages in the Tannaitic literature, so one may perhaps understand that number literally. We do have many figures in biblical and rabbinic tradition who lived that long. One might also perhaps suggest that it's figurative in the sense that 120 means a full life, like we say in Yiddish, zum 120, you should live to 120. Or as my grandmother, Allah Shalom, used to say, when I showed her something, like if I showed her an iPod, she would say, you can live 120 years without one of those. It means like, okay, I'm sorry, I just like thinking about my grandmother. Anyways, he grew up in Lida as an Am Haaretz. The term Am Haaretz is a derogatory term in its contextual meaning, but not in its literal meaning. It actually means man of the land, or people of the land, person of the land, or farmer. This is characteristic of the vast majority of Jews living in Israel at this time, who were agriculturalists and who were basically unlearned. It's true that just about this time, we have the establishment of universal education in Israel by one particular individual named Ben Gamla, but he is assassinated almost immediately after. He suggests that probably because he published how much day school tuition was going to actually cost. So it's much more likely that very few Jews actually had any extensive familiarity with tradition. One can expect, because of the way Jewish culture is always prized literacy, that it was significantly higher than other populations, but one might not imagine that it was near universal at this time. The Amei Haaretz tended to follow after these Pharisaic scholars, regard them as their rabbis, and rely on them for their inspiration, their religious guidance, their teachings, their lifestyle, and so on. But the rabbis generally did not trust that they were sufficiently scrupulous with many of the observances, not out of their mean-spiritedness, but because of their unfortunate ignorance. So the term Am Haaretz in rabbinic language and in modern Hebrew means ignoramus, means someone who simply does not understand what's going on. If I remember correctly, there's a story about the Rothschild, who's an important 19th, early 20th century figure, that there was one individual. He was very famous for writing long messages that were composed entirely of reference points, where rather than writing full sentences, he would simply write this particular page in the Talmud, that particular verse in the Torah, and so on. And when you read these lists of references, you would understand what his message was. So the story goes, I'm not sure why I'm telling you this, but I'm halfway through it, so I might as well finish. There was one particular individual who was constantly pestering him with questions in writing. And finally, the Rothschild wrote him back a letter. And the guy walked around town saying, look, the Rothschild wrote me a letter. Look, I must have asked him a really good question. Look how many references it took for him to answer my difficult question. I must be a really smart individual. Finally, he sat down to start deciphering the answer, and every single reference included the phrase Am Haaretz, meaning ignoramus, ignoramus, ignoramus. I don't know why I told that story, but I did it. It's all over now anyways. I'll take it off the internet maybe. So he grew up in this area as an Am Haaretz, as an unlettered person. But what was perhaps more interesting is that Rabbi Akiva speaks about himself, saying that when he was an Am Haaretz, he hated the Pharisees, he hated the rabbis so much that if he saw one, quote unquote, he would bite him like a donkey. Meaning his hatred was really visceral, and that he had tremendous animosity towards them. I'm not a psychologist, but one might read within that, like it wasn't just I have nothing to do with them, I'm not interested in them. He actually despised them. And he ended up, of course, becoming the greatest of the Pharisees himself. So perhaps one can only assume that it was an internal kind of, aspirational jealousy that was expressed initially as hatred and was eventually expressed as admiration and emulation. The turning point in his life was his wife, Rachel. And there are several versions of the story about his connection with Rachel, but several features are are mentioned throughout. The first is she was the daughter of a very wealthy landowner named Kalba Savua. He was definitely one of the most treasured men in all of Israel. And to imagine Akiva being a poor, unlettered shepherd to marry his daughter Rachel was simply out of the question. So according to some versions, this story occurred before they were married. Other versions, it was actually after they were married. But I like the one where it's before they're married, actually, that Akiva says to her, I'd really like to marry you. And she says, no way, Jose, I'm not going to marry you because you are completely unlettered. You are an Am Haaretz. I know how you feel about Am Haaretz, but there's no way I'm going to marry one. If you go and learn, if you go and study Torah, then in fact we can reconsider. So he goes and he learns Torah. He ends up, actually, there's one more interesting interlude. Again, this is according to if I remember correctly, that's described in, there's slight variations between this and the version that's described in the Talmud. But he's rather depressed. How is he possibly going to learn all that with all those rabbis, which he really didn't want to do? But he goes and he sits by a hole. And there is a well there that is hewn out of the rock, a hole that goes right into the ground. Another version has it that it's a rope that is hanging into a well, but let's go with the waterfall version. And he thinks to himself, how is it possible that this hole up here, right here in the rock, so that the water can fall into it? And then he says, it must be that the water dripping on this rock for so many years eventually hollowed out this hole. And he says, a famous Kal V'chomer, an a posteriori argument, if water, which is soft, can penetrate rock, which is hard, then how much more so can Torah, which is a burning fire, penetrate my own mind? And so he resolved himself based on his understanding of the power of the soft water over the hard rock, that even a person such as he could go back and study Torah. So Avot Rabbi Natan describes an absolutely hilarious kind of situation where at the age of 40, he goes back to first grade and he sits down with all the other children in the school and begins learning the Aleph Beit. He begins learning the very basic fundamentals of literacy. This is, by the way, for those of you who have children of the right age or grandchildren of the right age, this are excellent bedtime stories. I use them over and over again because just the imagination of a 40-year-old sitting in those tiny little kindergarten chairs trying to remember the Aleph Beit is a very appealing image. But he mastered his studies quite quickly, and within a very short period of time, he excelled to such a degree that he became Rabbi Akiva. He went back to spend time with his wife, Rachel. Kalba Savua, according to the same version, her father was not at all pleased with this, and he completely cut her out of his will, refused to support them in any way, and they lived a life of great penury, to such an extent that they would sleep on straw at night, and the next day he would sell the straw to pull together the smallest provisions for them, including a little bit more replacement straw, so they would sleep on it over and over again. A very, very difficult life. Later on in his life, he was very proud that we're not exactly sure how he came to be moneyed. It's possible that he inherited money from Kalba Savua, who later approached him, by the way, apologized and asked to be removed from his vow that had prevented him from supporting his son-in-law. And it could that he made his money elsewhere, but he became very wealthy, and he bought his wife, Rachel, a golden tiara called a city of gold, which is an ancient sort of representation of Jerusalem that was worn on the forehead, described in the Mishnaic documents. At any rate, this is the story of Akiva's rise to brilliance. I will mention one other episode here because I don't want to forget in the context of his wife Rachel. In his life, he may have attained point. The stories are sometimes overlapping, but he went off to study for a period of 24 years, two groups of 12 years. He went off to study in Shiva. And when he returned, Everyone was so excited. The great sage Akiva is coming to town. His wife Rachel went out to meet him, and there were others who wanted to push her out of the way because, after all, she was still, according to this version of the story, a very poor and unimportant woman. And here was the great sage Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Akiva stopped them all and brought a very important phrase. He said, if I remember correctly, Shalacham, Shali, Shali, Shalach. What is yours? The things, the Torah that you students, according to this version, 20 of them, all the Torah you have learned, Shalachem, Shali, is from me. My Torah that I have taught you. The Shali and everything that I have learned, Shalach, is from her, from Rachel. Very powerful testament to his gratitude to his wife Rachel. His major influences at the time, each of these rabbis that I listed here, and it's not a complete list, is worthy of easily many hours of discussion of things, but he was influenced in so many ways by each one of them. Maybe I'll just pick out one of them because it occurs to mind. Rabbi Nachum Ish Gamzu, that's how he's known popularly. Nachum, the man who said Gamzu, which means this also, because he was famous for saying, this also is for the best. Gamzu Latova, or Gamzo Latova. It probably was the name of an actual place, Gamzu, and or Gamzo, and the story behind his name is kind of appended later. But Nachum Ish Gamzu has a whole cycle of stories about how he accepted difficulties and always saying this too is for the best, and ultimately it always worked out for him because of his steadfast faith in God. Rabbi Akiva also experienced one of these stories. For example, at one point he was traveling late at night. If I remember the story correctly, he had a donkey, a rooster, and a candle with him. If I remember the story correctly, someone will perhaps correct me if I missed it. And he went to stay at a particular town, and they said, we have no place for you. You'll have to go sleep in the woods. So he went to sleep in the woods, and in the middle of the night, let's see if I get this right, a wild cat came and attacked the donkey, killing it. And then some other wild animal came and killed the rooster. And then shortly afterwards, the wind came and blew out his coals of fire, so he had no flame whatsoever. He's left in the dark. And he's feeling pretty sad for himself. The next day, he goes back into the town to get some breakfast, and he sees the town was sacked by bandits. And then he realizes to himself, oh my gosh, if I had had the donkey, it would have made noise and would have attracted the attention of the bandits. If I had had the rooster, it would have crowed, and that would have attracted them. If I had even the candle burning, the fire, then they would have seen me, and I would have been attacked. So all of this is an example of Nachum Ish Gamzu's teaching. This is also for the best. The way Rabbi Akiva formulated it in Aramaic is Kol da'avad Rahmana l'tav avad. Whatever God does is for the best. And this is kind of a theme that pervades Rabbi Akiva's teachings. We could go through many of these rabbis, but we definitely have to stay on schedule. His spiritual leadership was unparalleled. He was elected by the rabbis to represent Judean Jewry to Rome in the 90s, and he actually journeyed to Rome, where he encountered many officials there to plead for of the Jews living in the region, and he also encountered many adherents of other faiths, often having dialogue and debate with them while he was in Rome. He so throughout in these halachic discussions, in his Jewish legal discussions, he's almost always a strong advocate for the poor. He, whenever there is dispute, he tends to side on that position that most benefit those who are less well advantaged. For example, in the calculation of the peah, the corner of the field that has to be left behind for the poor, so that when a field harvested, a certain amount is left. Akiva always invariably rely on those measures which would benefit the poor. Also, the forgotten sheaves. Another example of his leadership. This is a mnemonic device to remember what I'm going to say. This is a picture by the amazing Flash 90, a photographer in Israel who takes fantastic pictures of religious Jews in many different contexts, of Jews dancing at Meron, which is a city in northern Israel that is associated with the life of the great Arizal, very important Kabbalist of the 16th century. And the reason why I'm thinking of it here is because this celebration takes place on Lag BaOmer, which is a pause in the period of the calendar when Jews worldwide mourn the death of Rabbi Akiva's students. It's actually an amazing thing when you think about it. There are very few dates in the calendar, the Jewish calendar, which are associated with a particular rabbinic figure. I can't think of any other. I think the latest would be the Hanukkah celebration, but that's it, really. This is the only one afterwards. If I can think of something else, perhaps or if you can think of something, tell me. Basically, the story is, as I mentioned earlier, he raised up 24,000 students. That's the number that Talmud describes. And then they all died except for 5 of them. And from the remaining 5, he went back and he essentially developed rabbinic Judaism through them. The reason for their deaths is somewhat complicated and difficult to understand. There's a passage in the Talmud that refers to the death as a plague that seemed to unusually affect the students of Rabbi Akiva. Another passage says that they died because they did not sufficiently honor each other, that they did not, call each other rabbi. They tended to be a little bit too casual with each other and a little bit too disrespectful of one another. At any rate, as a result of this horrible event, which occurred throughout the summer, some scholars, by the way, might associate it with the Bar Kokhba revolt that we'll discuss next. The Jews observe a period of some 7 weeks of semi-mourning. It includes, no weddings are held at that time. There are different ways to calculate exactly when it's observed, but it in its largest size is 7 weeks. There is one day in which there's a pause, Lag BaOmer, the 33rd day of counting the Omer, which overlaps with a biblical commandment, when there's kind of like a big party as a result. And this is taken from that. That's my mnemonic device. Last thing, Rabbi Akiva was also a noted Kabbalist. The term itself, Kabbalah, is a little bit, what's the right word, anachronistic for the Talmud, which does not use the word in that context, but he was a great mystic. Perhaps the most fascinating passage is a rather intriguing passage that occurs in the tractate Chagiga of the Babylonian Talmud, in which Rabbi Akiva says to 3 other scholars that will go into the orchard, the Pardes, which is understood as a meditation on the deepest secrets of the Jewish religion. And he says to them, enigmatically, when we get to this stone of white alabaster, whatever you do, do not call out, water, water. I'm not going to explain what this passage means because I don't really understand it for sure, but I don't understand it at all, but I'll just give you the story as it occurs. Then the 4 of them go in there, perhaps serially, perhaps in parallel. One of them dies. Ben Zomat dies. Another, Ben Azai, goes mad. A third, Elisha ben Abuya, known as Acher, becomes an apostate. And only Rabbi Akiva exits whole. Only Rabbi Akiva can somehow assimilate the encounter with this deep mystical truth alone. And whatever happened in that so-called orchard is a mystery that the Jewish mystics have been exploring for the last 2,000 odd years. So that gives you a scope of his intellectual oeuvre. Now, if we go to the last years of his life, they were dominated by an upheaval known as the Second Roman Jewish War that occurred in the early part of the 2nd century and was led by a man named Bar Kokhba, known popularly by that spelling, son of a star. His name was probably Siva, but and some of the rabbis derogatorily refer to him this way because it sounds like the word kazav, which means to lie, the son of a lie. But Bar Kokhba managed to generate a tremendous amount of interest by tapping into the remaining population in Judea. You recall that the Romans, after they destroyed the temple, they declared certain areas completely Judenrein. They imposed horrible taxes on the Jews that used to be directed to the temple in Jerusalem, were now to be directed to the temple of Zeus in Rome. And there is tremendous loss of life and rapine happening in Israel during these first decades after the destruction of the temple. Generate a tremendous amount of enthusiasm through his inspired leadership for a last rebellion against the Romans, which amazingly was far more successful even than the first rebellion, which did not have the advantage of a single charismatic and talented military leader. Bar Kokhba relied on a massive network of caves in the forbidding Judean desert to hide his guerrilla warriors, and rather than attempting to defend the citadel of Jerusalem, which was not something that was easy for the Jews to do against Roman legions, he was able to mount a very effective campaign that attracted the unwarranted attention of the Roman emperors, Hadrian in particular, who came and ultimately put down this rebellion. Here is a coin from Bar Kokhba's period, and you can see that he's got his symbols. We talked about the importance of numismatics for historians. He's got like a representation of the temple in Jerusalem, which had been destroyed, but by evoking it some 50 years later, 60 years later, he could generate those kinds of enthusiasms. And the lulav here, also an endemic plant, the palm tree leaf with the esrog, the citron that goes with it, and several other elements that also evoke the pilgrimage to Jerusalem for the holiday of Sukkot. The thing that's especially fascinating about Bar Kokhba is that he was able to capture many of the messianic urges that we discussed earlier in this lecture, and ultimately the belief arose, there's some debate over his personal participation in this, that Bar Kokhba himself was the long-awaited Messiah. Akiva appeared to assent to this evaluation of Bar Kokhba. His colleagues disagreed with him. At this point, Akiva is an elderly man. He has tremendous gravitas. His support of Bar Kokhba was widely regarded with respect, but his colleagues of similar stature did not agree with him. One, I believe it was Yossi Bar Chalafta, said to him, Akiva ben Yosef, grass will grow from your cheekbones before Bar Kokhba is Messiah. Meaning you will die and be long gone before we even think that Bar Kokhba could be Mashiach. Ultimately, Rabbi Akiva was proved incorrect in this regard. Bar Kokhba was ultimately killed in his attacks on the Romans, and the Second Roman-Jewish War ended in defeat. For Rabbi Akiva, he died a martyr's death, and the method of his murder is so gripping that it has formed an essential part of the Yom Kippur liturgy in the section known as Eila Ezker. In the section known as the Asara Ruge Malchus, the 10 martyrs of the state, which describes the backlash from the Romans after defeating the Bar Kokhba rebels, many of the greatest Pharisaic leaders were murdered in horrible ways as a message to the Jews to rebel again. So that the Romans know, of course, that would then be captured by the Jews themselves and enshrined in the liturgy such that, we don't forget it. We, in fact, memorialize them year after year in the public readings during Yom Kippur. Rabbi Akiva, in particular, was taken and his flesh wicked off his body iron combs. And before he expired, his students said to him, Rabbeinu Ad Kan, Rabbi, how much? Until what point are you going to put up with this? I mean, there's a lot of discussion of what exactly is that Ad Kan, until when? What does it actually mean? But the Talmud expands on it by discussing the question of Zo Torah v'Zo Schara. Is this Torah, and is this its reward? Perhaps the greatest question of theodicy ever mentioned in the Talmud, but that's beyond the scope of our discussion at this point. And Rabbi Akiva, for his part, he chose to use his last remaining breaths to pronounce the great statement of the unification of God, the Shema Yisrael prayer. His students, and again, when you read the Talmud, when you're trying to understand the historicity of it, it's very difficult because it appears that the discussion is ongoing even when he's saying this. But his students say to him, Rabbi, how can you be doing this? And he says, well, how can you be asking me this question? My entire life I have lived hoping to be able to fulfill this commandment of dying as a martyr with this statement on my lips. Will you hold me back from this at this point when I finally have the opportunity to fulfill this mitzvah? And so he died with the last sound, echad, the last sound of the lips, and is forever memorial ever lived. With that, I want to thank you very much for your attention during this brief presentation of an extremely inspirational character. I'll remind you, next week we'll meet to talk about Mar Zutra and Jews in Israel during the Islamic period, and then we're taking off the month of April for the holiday of Passover. Thank you very much.
The man known to history as Mark Antony was born as Marcus Antonius Creticus on the 14th of January 83 BC in the city of Rome. He was named after his father, Marcus Antonius Creticus Sr., hailed
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. I appreciate your presence here. Tonight's going to be a difficult lecture, I have to say, as I read a lot to prepare for tonight's class, but I feel so close to Rabbi Akiva. His thought has influenced so much of my own Weltanschauung that I realize as I get close to the time where I have to begin speaking that it's hard for me to separate out, what is the history of Rabbi Akiva, what is his biography, and what is really what I have absorbed. Today, as part of the Turo University Jewish Heritage trip to Poland, Lithuania, we visited the notorious death camp of Treblinka, which I've studied quite a bit in my research on the Piaseczna Rabbi, because this is where the vast majority of the Jews of Warsaw lost their lives in the Holocaust. They were deported here beginning in the late summer of 1942. Weather very much like the day that we visited this camp. And it's an incredible moving experience because the camp was completely plowed under after the war, as if in an attempt to completely erase any trace of its existence here. And it's really quite far away. It's about an hour and a half north of Warsaw, and it's in a deeply wooded area. And as we walked through, I could not shake the feeling that it was so much like when I was a kid going to summer camp with the sound of the bird song and the smell of the pine trees.
You got our dress. And this was into the yes, 10 ultimately 10 yes.
So with the permission of Dr. Lyman, I'm just going to say a few words, and then with the hope that he will add to them at some point, and I'll just give you an expectation of our experience here. So this was a death camp. Beautiful place. No, and as Dr. Abramson said, this is like coming to summer camp. I'm thinking in a few hours, my wife runs a camp for special needs children going to be arriving. The kids are going to be coming off of the bus, and they're going to be met with hugs and kisses and warmth and embrace with smiles. Looking forward to an incredible summer ahead of them. When our brothers and sisters were brought in, as Dr. Lyman said, when they got off at the platform, there was a train station motif here. There were a ticket stand, and there was benches and so on. But what they also were greeted with were SS guards and Sonderkommando with attack dogs. And the prisoners literally had to run for their lives, and run towards their deaths. Dr. Lyman said it took minutes for this process to unfold. Prisoners that were in a stupor because they were on a train with no air, no water, no comfort, were roused from their slumber as the train doors opened up, and they were screamed at, they were beaten, dogs were sent to attack them, and they headed in this direction. And there was only one purpose: you're running to your death. Very, very few were pulled out to serve in the Sonderkommando, and they eventually were also sent to their death. When you walk up to this monument, you're going to see a lot of tombstones, memorial stones, representing, and on the stones are written different towns, shtetl, countries of the victims that were sent here. Different signs say 800,000, 900,000. The numbers are astronomical. They lose their meaning because we throw them around like statistics. These were our grandparents, our uncles, our aunts, great-grandparents.
The memorial consists of a large open area of jagged stones of various sizes just scattered about. Some of them, seemingly at random, have names of places, and on some rare occasions even people, like the stone commemorating the heroic Janusz Korczak, also known by his birth name Hendrik Goldschmidt, and the children, because he went to Treblinka with the orphans under his care. And the whole field is dominated by this massive structure in the middle. It has this big crack right through its center that looks from not too far away like it's an escape route. It's a path out. But when you get up close to it, you see that it's just as sealed off as everything else. And the experience of walking through this field of jagged stones just amplifies the sense of the tremendous loss, the incredible demographic impact of Nazi onslaught on the Jewish people in the Holocaust. It's a kind of an overwhelming experience, deeply moving. The field of stones is transected at strange angles by these lines that run throughout it, and they don't seem to have any direct purpose or direct
direction, other than the fact that you seem to know where there's, if there's an altar force that is organizing all of this, presented by the upright obelisks. And it's a very unsettling feeling to step through all of this, especially when you hear in the background just the sounds of nature. And on a beautiful day, it's so jarring in its contrast.
It comes to my mind when I go to Auschwitz or Panari or any one of these camps. We came in, we're going to leave. We're going to be alive. All those Jews who came here will never leave. I was talking about boys and girls, fathers, mothers, absolutely incredible. Ein bias asher ein shom meis. We're Ashkenazim here. It's impossible not to have some relative here. You may not know who the relative is, but we have distant relatives, whether in Auschwitz, here, wherever it may be. It's impossible that you don't have some cousin, some ancestor that died here. So everyone has a personal focus to these camps where 700 to 900,000, 100,000, a billion people died. So just as what is that we're going to leave. Rizalka. What is this? We'll be alive. How many parents died and his descendants? The end of the line. So, if we're survivors, it must be some reason that we're here and we're able to do things that they couldn't do, they wish to do, but would never be able to do. So, we have to learn a little bit, we have to do some mitzvahs, we have to do chasadim, maybe a little more than we would do if it was just for ourselves, but we have to make up in some sense. The loss is impossible to imagine how great that loss is. So that's what everyone in us should not just walk here and walk out, but walk out and be a better Jew when you walk out.
El Mali Rachamim Sheikhein Bamramim. I'm saying the Country Ashtina. Bimala is Kidoshim Vitaharim Kizoa Vikiamasilim. Es Nishmas Hakidoshim Vatahorim. Shehom so Vishanego Vishanishkato. Vishanishrafu Vishanipu Vishanechniku. Al Kidush Hashem. Al Yidei Atzem Germani Ve'Ozreihem Yibach Shemam V'Zichram. Bavo Shebli Neder Et Ein Stok Milamiter V'Araskogas Ve'ili Nishmeseihem Began Eden Tehei Menuchasam L'chein Balarachamim Yastirein V'Seisek Nafav L'Yohilamim Yitzrar V'Tzrar HaChayim Es Nishmeseihem Adoi Hu Nachalosam Yenuhu V'Shalom Nishkeveseihem V'Neimar Amen.
Here I am in Simnas. This is my ancestral homeland in Lithuania, in the Alytus district. This is the first time any member of our family has been back here in 100 years, since my grandmother left, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing the streets where she grew up and where all of my family is from in Lithuania. I'm at the top of the town square right now, and I'm going to do a 360 so you can get a sense of where the shul is located in terms of the town. You can see the cobblestone area behind me is the old medieval town square. This town is over 500 years old, and Jews were here at least 400 of those years. So this is the grand expanse of downtown. You can see right to the very end of it, and just flipping around behind me That's the other end of it, and it stops there. And there's this big, rather new municipal building. Looks like it was built in 1990s or 2000s, perhaps, or after they joined the EU. And then right there is the old synagogue. And you can see how prominent it would be in the overall geography of this little shtetl, that just right off the main square, at the other end of the street from the church, very typical to have church on one end of town, and if you find the church, you just go to the other end of town, you'll find the synagogue. That's where the synagogue will be located. Very prominent, closely related to the actual town market, and closely related to the Jewish stores in the neighborhood. So one of the things that my grandmother always used to talk about was how when she was a little girl, the peasants would come into Simnas from their villages, and they would come to my great-grandfather's house, and they would change their clothes there. They would take off their traveling clothes and their heavy, muddy boots. She specifically remembered muddy boots, and they would leave them in her house when they went to this church back here. So if we think about that, it's hard to tell, but perhaps my grandmother lived somewhere along this street, or maybe down further behind me. But we have no idea which house it would have been, or even if the house is existing. So this is the end of the street is basically where the large building is, correct? And the other end of the street is basically just past the church a little bit. Yeah, so the main street is probably about 3 kilometers most. So it's this one big street and a few smaller streets coming off like this.
This is Alito's direction.
Yeah, this is a very grand. You have a day, 1902.
That's your estimate. So I wrote that like synagogue style.
Yeah. This is the shul that my family would have davened in. My grandmother left in 1930, and this synagogue was opened in 1905. So it certainly would be their synagogue. It's over. I think that's the mayor come with the key to let us go into the building. Hello. Vladis. Henry. Приємно вас пізнати. По-русски, по-українському легкий ще мені.
Я Владис.
Владис, окей, приємно.
Сыны у нас этого города. Ну и что это вот эти поселки.
Дуже цікаво, дуже прекрасно.
Ну, приятно слышать. Я тоже по-русски. Tokie geriausia atsitikome galima kantrauti.
As we're trying to communicate with my broken Russian, you can see that there's some architectural features that remain to the synagogue. Compared to the looks like the original houses that are, most of them are wood. Wow. Go inside the shul that my family davened in. Let's just see one side. Let's see if there's a mezuzah marking. Maybe.
No, this is like can be the new entrance.
Yeah. So now it has been transformed into a kind of a sports room. these spaces were still, valuable to the Soviets, that they could use one another. The ceiling is probably not original too, right? Ceiling was probably, yeah. Which way is east? Do you know?
East.
So the Aron Kodesh would have been where the goal is right now. So this is behind me would have been Mizrach, where right now is where there would have been an Aron Kodesh, and now of course there's a kind of a basketball back and like an indoor soccer goal. Gives me a certain amount of Agnes Nefesh to be in here and imagine what this meant to my family when it was intact and functioning. It gives us some sense of the depth of the loss over the last century. Okay. So this probably would have been a gallery, a women's gallery. This is a sauna, right? For heat? Or it's just the smell of the wood? Yeah. Yeah. So what would they do? What was done here? Что то є? In here too? Oh, for exercise. Ah, okay. But Toya Ezrat Nashim, this is where the women would sit originally? Or they built new walls? And there was like a balcony here where these windows here. А почему закрыты такие? Why do we close them?
To have a separate room here. They changed it so many times. Nobody knows what decided to close.
They kept the shape of the arch.
Yes, at least.
Yeah.
Non-stop orange lake.
Okay. Maybe someone will renovate this sometime. Bring it back, restore.
Yes, it will be in future. Next time you will come, it will be.
Is this the original ceiling of that?
That's when the chimney was heated.
Oh, I see. And this maybe was small room for Rabbi or something?
It was administration, it was the school.
Oh, I see. It's usually for school.
That's why.
Okay.
So that times.
And what does this word mean? Imitu Sala?
Wrestling hall.
Wrestling hall. Okay. I would like to say a small prayer here, if I may. Just in here. Yeah.
Okay, so
Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah, one minute. Thank you. Shir Hamalo Smilama Kim Karasik Adonai. Adonai Shima Bakoli Tianas Nacha Kashavos Lafo Takanoi. Ima Bonos Tishmoria Adonai Miyama. Ki Imcha Haslicha. Imanti Baba. Kivisa Kivsa Nafshi Bati Baro Hochalti. Nafshi Ladonoi Mishomrim Laboka. Shomrim Laboka. Yachel Yisrael El Adonai. Ki Im Adonai Chesed. V'harbe Imo Fidus. V'hu Yivta Yisrael Mikol Masad. אחינו כל בית ישראל, הנצורים בצער ובשביה, העומדים בין ביום ובין ביבשה. המקום ירחם עליהם, יוצאים מצער לברכה, ומייפים לאורה, ומשיבו לגאולה. השתה, בהגרה, בזמן קריב, ונאמר אמן. So what I learned is that, after the war, the Soviets took advantage of this large open space, and they made it originally into essentially a kind of a city hall, because it was a prominent, unfortunately empty structure. And then when they built this building next to it, which is much more grand, my guide calls it a palace, that's their new municipal center, and that's when they switched the synagogue into the sports hall. And we should bear in mind that, although it certainly is distressing to see a synagogue turned into a sports hall, and in some ways it's actually preserved in here, and kids are building bonfires inside and things like that. At least in use as a sports hall, it meant that the roof was maintained and the outer shell was maintained. And then it's now ready for someone to finance for renovation, so that it can be preserved as part of the cultural heritage. So it appears that this field behind me, which is really just a 3-minute walk from the center of town, is the area of the Jewish cemetery. As you can see, there's no more matzevos, no more gravestones. They have all been taken away and repurposed by the locals for various building foundations. But this would have been used for several centuries. Until this point, I had seen everything that I had expected to see that conformed to my research in advance of what was available in the town. But the last part of the trip was going out to the killing site, where the auxiliary Lithuanians, together with some members of the Einsatzgruppen, murdered my family. And what I did not expect was the sudden realization that I was actually traveling along the same route that they must have walked from town. It's about 6 kilometers, so somewhere in the neighborhood of a 45-minute walk. And I turned on my camera to record it and what it must have been like. Now, we were traveling in an air-conditioned Volvo to get there, so it would have been a very different experience, obviously, for them. But I tried to meditate on what it must have been like for them to take these last steps with dread and fear of what would be at the other end of the destination. At several points, technology seemed to be warning us against what we were doing. We came up to a very, very narrow sort of tunnel under looks like a railway or something that I think was more appropriate for a horse and cart. And
wasn't clear if the valve would make it through, and then it was sending off all kinds of warning sounds. And then when we got to a certain point, going from a paved road to the dirt road to a couple of ruts in the road till finally, the GPS just stopped. The last road was called an unnamed road, but we could see on the GPS that the site was some distance off, but there was no way to get there. Obviously, we could get there only on foot, as if the GPS was saying to us, you have to leave everything behind in order to experience what you're about to experience.
Треба ходити.
Не везете. Вже круто закривати карта, повезете. Там третє.
Я бачу, не можу. Недалеко. Yeah, we're getting close to it. Yeah. Okay, дякую.
Once again, I was assaulted with the similarity of where I was to my memories of my childhood in Northern Ontario, with the pine trees and the smell of the needles and the sap. And there was a huge number of black flies that were huge. They were the size of, small cats, and they were buzzing around my head like the Luftwaffe as I made my way through the clumps into that clearing ahead.
These texts
Yeah.
here, they are from the early Soviet times.
I understand.
And they are totally incorrect, because what is confirmed that here the graves are of 414 old people, men, women, children, who had the same way we now.
I was thinking about that.
Yes, so undressed, and the worst white, and they were taken here to this remote place, well, just 3 kilometers from Simna's homes, native places, and the ditches were already here dug before that, so they were shot here in this place. That was September 12, 1941.
September 12, 1941.
And the shootings they were shot by the group Lithuanian murderers from Kaunas came, led by Officer Bronius Norkus. There were several women as well participating, organizing, and some people were taken from Simnas, locals, Lithuanians who were forced to dig later or to bury them. They saw that the land was moving still. The shootings were continuing, shooting them buried alive. So that's the facts. The numbers of the victims, 414, mentioned in Jaeger's report. Yes, exactly. See, 8 men, 197 women, 104 children. Because men, strong men, before 160 of them were killed in Alytus. Before, usually they killed the people who could resist to fight, and then later the rest. So that's the place, the graves of the full Jews from Simna. The monument now from 1965, made by a Lithuanian artist. The mother in pain lost her children. So that's another site of Jews from Simnas.
Give me a minute, yeah, please. Thank you. Thank you for that information. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so delighted to be speaking today with my colleague, Dr. Schneier Lyman, who is one of the great names, the visionaries. He doesn't like when I talk about him like this, but one of the great names in the history of the Jews of Eastern Europe, in particular, rabbinic history. He knows so much about the yeshivas and about the Hasidic dynasties, and it's just going to be such a fantastic experience to visit Poland and Lithuania with Dr. Lyman and hear so much of his wisdom about this remarkable civilization that existed for 1,000 years in Eastern Europe. So I just want to have a brief conversation with Dr. Lyman. Can you tell us what's on your mind about this trip? What are you thinking about?
Well, first, Professor Armisen, I want to make it very clear that it's a great honor for me to be traveling together with you. On behalf of Touro University, this visit to Poland and Lithuania, you are a distinguished scholar and historian, world traveler, and I hope to learn a lot from you and from the group that will join us on our trip. I think it's very important to make such a trip for Jews to visit the sites where Jews once lived and thrived and learn from the history of those Jewish communities. So I thought I might give a small sample, if that's all right with you.
That would be great.
And of the kind of thing that interests me, and hopefully will interest others as well. The founding father of the Haskalah movement, and very briefly by Haskalah movement, I'm referring to a group that arose in the beginning of the 19th century, lived throughout the 19th century in particular, in Eastern Europe. I'm concerned with Haskalah in Lithuania, and specifically in Vilna. So that began to thrive early in the 19th century, and the founding father of that movement, who I'm going to talk about, his name was Mordechai Aaron Ginsburg. Mordechai Aaron Ginsburg. And he was a great maskil, the founding maskil, the father of all the other maskilim, and he died in Vilna November of 1846.
Can I interrupt you for a quick question?
Sure.
Like if I hear the phrase father of the Haskalah, I would immediately say Moses Mendelssohn.
Right. So I'm referring to the founding father of the Haskalah in Eastern Europe. Moses Mendelssohn should certainly be considered as the founding father of Haskalah in general, but Germany.
Okay, sure.
But it didn't make it to Eastern Europe, and certainly not to Vilna until the beginning of the 19th century.
Okay, fascinating. Mendelssohn, of course, died, I think, in 1780. So
Yeah.
it took a few decades before it made its impact.
That's right. There are people who are called in Hebrew Mivasrei Haskalah, masculine before Haskalah started. There were such people in the 18th century in Vilna, very few. They were all medical doctors, actually, but none of them were really masculine. So the Haskalah movement that I'm referring to in Eastern Europe begins beginning of the 19th century.
That's very good. Let me just ask you one more question, and this is really for the benefit of my viewing audience. Could you just define Haskalah in a thumbnail definition?
Yeah, that's very difficult to do, but I'll give it a try. The masculine in general, whether it was Germany, France, or Eastern Europe, first of all, came under the influence of the Enlightenment. And whatever values the Enlightenment pushed forward, they were interested in those, very specifically rationalism, for example. And they felt that there was some changes that need to take place in the lives of Jews in the countries where they lived if they were going to be living in the modern world. And the modern world begins with, for us, with the emancipation. That's in a nutshell.
Okay, so what kind of changes?
I'll get.
I'll let you go. I'll let you go.
I'll get to that shortly.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So, what if Aaron Ginsberg dies, and the Maskilim, his followers, and by the way, we're talking about a very small group of people when we talk about Haskalah in Vilna at the beginning of the 19th century. In 1850 or so, in the entire Pale of Settlement, there were 2,300,000 Jews and not more than 150 masculine. So
really?
we're talking about a large minority. In any event, as Jews did in Vilna at the time, they turned to the Maggid of Vilna and asked him to speak at the funeral. And very briefly, before you ask me another question about it, the rabbis in Vilna, after the end of the 18th century, when no chief rabbi was again ever elected in Vilna, for a variety of reasons, the decision was made that they would appoint rabbis, but rabbis would never have the title of Betin, which is what we would ordinarily translate as chief rabbi. Instead, every rabbi appointed in Vilna received the title Moreh Tzedek. Moreh Tzedek. And
which translates as righteous teacher.
Righteous judge. The point was, they're not of Betin, they're not the chief rabbi. It's a smaller title, and many rabbis would share that title. Vilna was a huge city with a huge Jewish population, and at times there would be as many as 50 Moreh Tzedeks in Vilna. And each Moreh Tzedek would have a specific job or whatever it was. One was an expert in Gittin, in divorce documents. Another took care of the mikveh and made sure that everything in the mikveh was kosher.
There he
Still
is.
another, and many
How you
others
living,
were in
Pam?
charge of kashrus.
What's good, son? Are you ready to lose? Okay. Can you wait 1 minute for me?
Can you wait an hour for me? I'm a bit slow.
Yeah, I'll wait an hour for you, dog.
Okay.
All right, dog. We'll see you in an hour, Pim.
prophets following the Torah reading on Shabbat and festivals. Second in Hebrew for Moses' indications refers to marginal halachic notes by later commentators. Hence the Hebrew for middle balancing. In halachic they appear in discussion of moderation. Hence the Hebrew Arabic for five. Both object and shape charm. Not halachic but present in Jewish culture. And common Hebrew for the practice. In halacha often means pious customs beyond strict law. Arabic Hebrew for excommunication stands. Halachic sanctions imposed by rabbinic courts. Har Sinai Hebrew for Mount Sinai. Central to halacha as the place where Torah was given. Arabic Hebrew for one who trembles before God. Refers to strictly observant Jews. Not itself halachic, but describes halachic lifestyle. Parsha Hebrew for authorization. In halacha, refers
Chucked them and so on. And but everyone had the same title, and even the greatest Gaonim in the world, and there were very great Gaonim in Vilna, who were members of this committee, we'll call it, the Moritz Tzedeks. They had the same title, Moritz Tzedek. Of course, everybody recognized who the greater scholar were, but they all had the same title, Moritz Tzedek. One person, among all the rabbis, had a different title, and he was called Moritz Tzedek Magid Meisharim. He was the preacher of Vilna, the Maggid of Vilna. And the Maggid of Vilna, unlike all the other Moritz Tzedeks, would be the main speaker in the main synagogue, the Grand Synagogue of Vilna, the Knesset HaGadol. And he certainly would speak on all those occasions when any rabbi speaks, Shabbat Shuvah, and so on, and on many other things too. We actually spoke fairly regularly. And he would be a very special kind of person, trained to speak publicly. He would entertain, large crowds would come to hear the Maggid of Vilna. There were many famous such Maggidim. One of them, Rabbi Jacobson, became chief rabbi of New York in a much later period. Anyway, so of course they immediately invited, one of the tasks of the Moritz Tzedek Maggid Meisharim was that he spoke. He delivered the eulogy, usually at any funeral. That was part of his job. And so of course the committee went immediately, the family went, and a committee of other Jews, important Jews, they all came to him and they told him that they wanted to speak at the funeral. He initially refused because, remember, this was the first Jew in Vilna who agitated for changes in social policy, changes in educational institutions, programs, and so on, that he felt were necessary to somehow advance their status in Russia in particular. Of course, from 1795 on and through the 19th century, Vilna is part of the Russian Empire. Well, they came back with other rabbis and other important people, all telling the Maggid that we're very sorry, but you're a paid member of our community. We pay you for this. This is your job, and you have to deliver a. He realized it was a difficult situation, and he had no choice, and he decided he would deliver a eulogy. And nothing is impossible for rabbis, if you don't know that yet. And he was very wise and clever. And rabbis using their skills can have East meet West, and he was very good at it. The Maggid of Vilna, this Maggid, his name was Reb Zalman Ze'ev, but he was known part of Wolf, the Maggid of Vilna. Wolf is a Yiddish translation of Ze'ev. And he got up to speak. And his opening line was a verse from Yeshayahu, in the book of Isaiah. Hatzadik avad ve'ein ish samalei. The tzaddik has died, and no one takes to heart. The righteous man has perished, and no one takes it to heart. And all those present at the funeral listening to the opening were shocked. both the traditionalists and the Maskilim. The traditionalists were shocked that he would use such words to describe this person who just died. And the Maskilim were pleasantly surprised that he had cited this verse. In any event, the Maggid then continued and he said, but you know, this has been a rough year for us in Lithuania. 7 great Jews died this year, 7 great tzaddikim, and he read each one, and this one was from Shishak, and one was from Kovna, and one was from Shavli, all famous rabbis who had died in the previous 12 months. And after he listed the 7 rabbis, then he began one by one delivering eulogies for each of these 7 rabbis. I would say 10, 15-minute eulogies for every one of the 7 rabbis.
I think I see where this is going, but I can't wait.
And then, when he got to the end, he said, and now, Mordechai Aaron Ginsburg as well. And he closing another famous verse, as many do to this day, and many who do the eulogies. Bila Hamaves Ladech, Moshe Melokem Dimon, may death be removed from us entirely, forever, and so on and so forth. And he sat down. That was the eulogy that he delivered. This is incredible. Now, by the way, how can I tell you this story? Because all those who were present would never forget this occasion, as you will hear. And we have 4 or 5 different accounts. I have to tell you beforehand that the accounts have slight differences. I'm not going to spend any time on the differences. I'm just going to give you a general summary of what happened. Present at the funeral, this would be probably in the great synagogue of Vilna, which is where eulogies were held before, as they made their way, as it were, to the cemeteries where the person would be buried. Adam HaKohen Levinson, one of the greatest of all the Maskilim of all time, a great Hebraist and someone who moved beyond Mordechai Aaron Ginsburg and became the leader of the Maskilim, especially in Vilna. So his name was a Kohen, Adam HaKohen Levinson. So this could not have been in front of the beer. It had to be in the main synagogue, and the beer would be outside the synagogue. And he got up immediately, and he said he'd like to thank the Maggid of Vilna for his wonderful eulogy that he delivered, because for the first time, in the light of this delivery, for the first time in his life, he understands a series of verses in Scripture that he never understood before. And he began discussing 2 Samuel chapter 1. And 2 Samuel chapter 1, just to give you the setting, it appears right after 1 Samuel. At the end of 1 Samuel, there's a major battle between the Philistines and the Israelites, and the Philistines destroy the Israelites in this battle. And King Saul and his son Jonathan were also killed in this battle. And second book of Samuel opens with someone escaping from the battle. Turns out it was an Amalekite, I don't believe, but not important for our purposes. Someone managed to escape the battlefield and comes to David, now will be new king, to inform about what happened at the battle of at Mount Gilboa, this terrible battle where unfortunately Saul and Jonathan met their deaths. So the Hebrew verse at the beginning of you'll check it on your own, at the beginning of Shmuel Bet, Perek Aleph, the first chapter of 2 Samuel. On the third day, the end of the battle, someone managed to flee, and it says an Ish, it was a man that came, and he would be a reporter who would report to David as to what happened. That's in verse 2 of that first chapter. In verse 5, David turns to him, says, Vayomer David el Hanar Hamagidlo. David turns to him and he says to the one who gave his report, and now it says he turns not to an ish, he turns to a nar, a fool, or really a young man, who reported. Patach Be'ish, this is what McCoy Levinson said, Patach Be'ish, the Shiyeh Binar. When he first came, he was an ish. All of it, he's a gever, a family person. And all of a sudden, the verse said, no, he was a nar. And he said, the solution to that problem, I first understood today, because if you look at the report that this reporter gave, what happens is David asks him, tell me, what happened? What happened at the battle? And his words are, Jews, Israelites were fleeing in all directions. Many Jews died. Many Israelites died in this battle. And by the way, he said, Begam, Shaul, Bionatan, and by the way, Saul and Jonathan died. I never understood. How could a man say this? How could anyone say such a thing? We just lost our entire leadership. And somehow that was, so of course, that's why David, after David hears the reports, David says, this is no ish, this is a nar hamagid. Anyone who makes what's primary secondary, and what's secondary primary is not ish, he's a nar hamagid. I thank the Maggid of Vilna for clarifying for me these verses in Scripture. And then he went on, of course, to give that his son McCoy Levinson a beautiful eulogy for Mordechai Aaron Ginsburg. And he sat down. People were very upset at what was going on here, and a Jew got up, and not just any Jew, his name was Rabbi Danzig, we know who he was, the son of the famous Rabbi Avraham Danzig, the author of Chayei, well familiar with, who was himself a member of the Morat Tzedek, as it were, in Vilna, and but the son was a businessman, a wealthy businessman, and very wise man too, as you will hear. And he got up and he said, "I have to get up and speak. I can't let this end with these two presentations." He said, "Let me tell you a parable. What we've just witnessed, what we've just seen, what happened here." He said in Warsaw there was a Jew who did business in furs. He used to import furs from Russia and the East and some of them in the West. And this Jew in Warsaw, we will be visiting Warsaw, this Jew in Warsaw, his best customer was another Jew in the same business in Berlin. And it happened to be that the Jew in Warsaw was marrying off his daughter, and he invited all his business partners and so on to come to the wedding. So the Berliner came to Warsaw to attend the wedding. In Berlin, they dressed differently than the Jews in Warsaw at this time. As you know, in Berlin, they wore like we do, and more or less, most men wore a two-piece suit. In Poland and in Russia, all Jews, all men wore slacks, but above the slacks, not a jacket, but what we would call a kapata, a coat, down to almost to their ankles. It's quite a difference. Anyway, the Berlin Jew came to Warsaw. He attends the wedding. It's the first time he ever attended a Jewish wedding in Warsaw. And as was the practice in Warsaw, you would have a batchen. It would be a Jew who would entertain at the wedding. We could call it entertaining because, but it wasn't just entertaining. He had people laughing and crying at the same time. He would speak about the ancestors of the bride and the ancestors of the groom, and how sorry we are they're not here, and they couldn't be here, and so on, and who died this year, and so on and so forth. Everybody would be crying. Then he would begin with all kinds of gematrias and all kinds of entertainment, and he'd have the people rolling on the floor about how it turns out that the bride and the groom really are equals, because if you just figure out the gematria of words that go with their names, it all works out perfectly. They were made for each other. This was made in heaven. Anyway, the Berlin Jew saw this. He was amazed. He had never seen such a wedding. Everyone having such a good time. Went over to the Vatican and he asked the Vatican, what do you charge for such a performance? He told him whatever it was, 25 rubles. So the Berliner said, I happen to be marrying off a daughter in a few months. Here's the date. I will pay your round trip fare. I will triple your salary. I want you to perform at this wedding in Berlin. Sure enough, he came on that day to Berlin. And the time came for the Vatican to get up before the bride and groom. And he came and he did what he always does. He did exactly what he did in Warsaw. He did it in Berlin. No one understood a word of what he said because he literally speaks in Yiddish and the foggiest notion what he's doing. Not only did he not entertain, it basically ruined the wedding. Then everybody's eating at the Suda. The Vatican comes over to the father of the bride and he said, I'd like to get paid. I'm not to get back to Warsaw. And he looks at me and said, you think you're going to get paid? You ruined my wedding. I will pay you nothing. So there were rabbis still at the wedding in Berlin. So they found 3 rabbis. They sat down and the rabbis agreed. He has to get back to Warsaw, but he's got to settle this matter right away. They would hear the arguments of the Jew who made the wedding and decide the issue one way or another. And the decision was that he had to pay the Vatican for the performance after they heard the arguments of both of them. And the Vatican went, well, how did he win? He won because he gave a wonderful argument. He turned to the rabbi and said, look, he said, I did the same performance that I did in Warsaw. He hired me for what I did in Warsaw. I did it here. Tell you what happened. In Warsaw, I always go to the chassan and his name is Chaim. I go over to the Kala and his name is Leah. Chaim, Leah, I go to the Gematria, so I had no problem. Here, I went over to the chassan, I asked the chassan, what's your name? He said, Ignaz. I couldn't spell Ignaz, never mind all the Gematria of Ignaz. I went over to the Kala, I asked her, what's your name? She said, Henrietta. I don't know how to spell Henrietta, and I don't know what the Gematria of Henrietta is. I did the best I could on the difficult circumstances. And the Vatican said, however, he said, I spent a little more time in Berlin. I'll go to a few more weddings. I'll be as good a Vatican here as here. And that's what the rabbis did, and he sent them up. And Chaim Danzi then said, the rabbi, the Vilna Stadtmaggid did not cover himself with glory. What happened today at the funeral? There's no question about it. But you have to understand something. He's used to saying eulogies over great Gaonim. This is the first time he ever had to say a eulogy over a maskil. He didn't know how to do it. But in Yirtz Hashem, as more and more maskil will die, he will know what to say. That's an incredible event that did occur on that day in Vilna.
That's fascinating, and I love the way that you build into this the texture of the animosity between these frequently opposed figures. And the Haskalah, of course, was in favor of advancing a more secular outlook in many ways, sometimes actually secular practice, which would have been antithetical to the traditionalists. But they all use the same vocabulary. They're all working with the vocabulary of biblical texts, the vocabulary of mashalim and parables. It's brilliant.
Exactly. That's the exact point I wanted to make, Henry. You beat me to it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just appreciating it.
But first, if the camera can pick this up.
Yes.
Here you see a portrait of Mordechai Aaron Ginsburg. Let's take a look.
Wow, that's great. Wait, Mordechai Ginsburg. So this is the maskil.
The first maskil who died.
He doesn't look so masculine.
Now here's so it adds to what you were saying just now, Henry, namely that these were traditional Jews from traditional background. They went to Cheder, they went to yeshiva, but they were confronting a new Russia, a different Russia, a Tsarist regime, and they knew that they would be tested by the Russians, and they wanted to two very important early requirements of the masculine things that were on their agenda to repair. First of all, the Jews should learn Russian. How could you live in a country and not speak the language of the country? And second of all, if you live in Russia, you should dress like a Russian. Now here you see him, the portrait of, this is how he dressed in Vilna.
Yeah.
But he used to travel widely in Greater Lithuania. Today Lithuania is a smaller country than Greater Lithuania. Latvia, which was a large sections of Latvia were under German influence, where German was the language that was spoken, and the dress was German dress. Whenever he went to Latvia, or whenever he went to Germany, he visited Germany, he was in Berlin, he would shave, cut his pants, and wear a suit. This is how he dressed in Vilna. He said, in Vilna, this is how you have to dress. Elsewhere, you dress differently. But the goal was to reach a point where everyone would want to dress like the Russians and speak like the Russians and so on. That's what it was like.
Fascinating.
The reason I told this story is not only that it's an incredible story, but it shows you on the one hand how close-knit the masculine war in Eastern Europe at this stage with the rabbinate. They had no problem writing the Moritz Tzedek Magen Meshurim. They thought it was wonderful. He was going to speak at the Levaya. This time, they were starting a new agenda, which would develop, and ultimately they would be radical masculine. That's a lesson for another time.
That was just so fascinating. Thank you. That was really, really quite interesting. We were hoping to stay within a certain time frame, so we should probably wrap it up right now. But do you want to say anything more about this trip that we're hoping to take in the summer?
It's a wonderful occasion for anyone who can make it. We'll be delighted to join with you, visit these sites, and you will hear insights from Henry, from Professor Robinson. I will try to provide some color commentary wherever I can.
I think it's going to be the opposite. I think you're going to be giving the main meat of it. I'll give the general picture, maybe.
But let me assure you, it's eye-opening. You won't be the same person you were before you came on the trip, and the person that you're going to be after you come on this trip. So I wish you well.
That's amazing. One last question. How many times have you toured this region?
Probably more in Poland than in Lithuania, but I would say, just to give you a very short question, I visited many countries when they were still on the communist rule. So it goes back to the 50s and the 60s as a teenager. Because I knew as a teenager they're not going to harm me. I felt very comfortable. As an adult, I would be afraid to go there, but as a teenager, I wasn't afraid. So I visited them first, I would say, 2 or 3 times during the communist period, but after 1991, in the case of Vilna in particular, in Lithuania, I first came to Vilna in 1996, so I made many trips to Poland, maybe 30, and I would say maybe 20 over my lifetime in Lithuania.
Wow. I can't wait to benefit from this breadth of experience.
I've been to Canada too, you know.
I actually spent a lot of time in Canada. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Professor Lyman. This is going to be so fantastic. And for those of you who watch this video, thank you very much for staying to the end. I am really looking forward to this trip. I'll put the notes in the information box about how to learn more about this trip. We really want to encourage people to come and join us. And thank you very much for watching.
Yeah.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Later this year, I hope to be traveling to Poland and Lithuania with Touro University and with my illustrious senior colleague, Dr. Schneider Lyman, where I hope to learn a lot more about the history of Jews in Poland and Lithuania, which is important to me not only historically because of the phenomenal impact they had on later Jewish history, but also because it happens to be the place of my ancestors. And I look forward to specifically seeing the places where they lived in tiny Stetla, nearby Kaunas in particular. So in the context of preparing not only the lectures that I'll be giving every night on this trip, but also So to be ready to really benefit from the scholarship that Dr. Lyon is going to share, I'm doing more research on the specific sites that we will be seeing when we're on their way there. One of the sites that I'm especially looking forward to see is the site of the Rom Publishing House, which was one of the most significant engines of cultural creativity in Vilnius for the last, 200 years. Really an important publishing house that produced so many important works. I want to specifically focus in this video, however, on one of its greatest CEOs, one of the most long-lasting and impactful CEOs of this centuries-long publishing house, and that is none other than the incomparable Dvorak, someone who became a CEO by accident when her young husband David tragically passed away at a young age. And so this woman, who although possessing a significant scholarly background herself, she came from a very famous family of Novardok rabbis, the Hakavi family that produced many other great scholars, including, for example, Alexander Harkavi, who wrote that great Yiddish English dictionary. But she, in her 30s, only had to step up for this massive company that had some drama, actually took it way beyond anything had done before. I want to tell you her story because it is really so fascinating. She was born in 1881, and I mentioned a little bit about her background. She was apparently an educator. As we shall see, she actually contributed to the Vilna Shas itself, and she died in 93. Her most lasting publications as the president of this phenomenal company, it became to be known not only as the Rom Publishing House, but during her era, her tenure, it was called the House of the Widow and Brothers Rom, because her late husband's brothers were also involved, although everybody recognized that it was really the Almana Dvorak who was really in charge of things. She published the classic edition of the Tanya, which is used by the Chabad movement, especially significant because of the Hasidic Lithuanian sort of controversy that was especially noted in the publishing industry earlier on in the 19th century. I'll get to that. But she also published, of course, the phenomenal Vilna Shas. These are two great publications that had a phenomenal impact. I myself benefit from the Vilna Shas literally every day with Daf Yomi, but let's get to her story specifically. So what were the 5 main things that she accomplished in her life?
How are you? Can you hear me? See, go fuck yourself. I didn't want to talk to you anyway.
Objects to unlock or passive. Mecunia equals obligated legally bound to perform office judgments. Mecusop equals lacking current equals indulgent blessing the final sacrificial end of purification. Behind equals receive sacrament. Using properly. Meccan equals transaction. Tonic equals error of mistaken purchase. Legal defect in militia. Malaka equals escort. Malka equals queen escorting the queen. Thumbnail after Shabbat moderated departure. Elika equals solving the nurturing process. Element equals teacher, traditional Torah instructor for children. Menorah equals lampstand, temple, candelabra. Also conical lamp. Menorah equals rest refers to Shabbat rest. Gazon equals sustenance foods category of blessing for grain, based foods, not bread. This is equals verbose parchment, which should have fixed to Jewish homes. Mine equals sanctuary, the holy temple. Mikvah equals gathering of waters, ritual bath for purification. Mila equals circumcision, covenant of circumcision performed on Jewish males at 8 days. Mincha equals offering afternoon prayer, originally corresponding to afternoon temple sacrifice. Minyan equals found another form of technical use required for public prayer. Mishnah equals repetition, the oral Torah compiled by Rabbi Yehuda and Asitil, 200 G. Mishnah Torah equals repetition, Torah equals law, a monized great code of Jewish law. Mishpat equals judgment category of mitzvah and our rational civil laws. Mishpat decree equals Hebrew the body office civil law. Mishpat equals banquet festive meals, often in July Western context. Bishop Aramaic. Bishop equals because of use in Halachic phrasing. Bishop Navar Aramaic. Bishop equals because, Navar equals big, Halachic reason clause. Bishop Mitzvah Aramaic Hebrew. Because of mitzvah leniency, grand mezzo fulfill mitzvah. Mitzvah Hebrew. Mitzvah equals commandment, divine obligation or duty. Mitzvah Hebrew. Mitzvah equals to positive commandment. Mitzvah lo Qadai Hebrew. Lo equals not, Qadai equals you shall do negative commandment. Moed Hebrew. Moed equals appointed time, Jewish festivals and holy days. Moed Hebrew. Moed equals circumciser trained to perform great Shabbat Hebrew. Shabbat equals the golden out of Shabbat. Refers to Saturday night and Kapula. Matzah Aramaic Hebrew. Matzah equals set aside, object set aside, and not to be handled on Shabbat. Pasuk Hebrew. Pasuk equals additional prayer corresponding to extra festival Shabbat offering in the temple. Nasi Hebrew. Nasi Hebrew, head of the Sanhedrin or the leader. In Rabbinic, the middle of the chief sage, e.g. Rabbi Yehuda. Sincere equals consecrated, separated, one code takes a vow of abstract. In fact, sincere. Epic Hebrew. Edith equals trustworthy of person, whose word can be relied on in Halachic matters, e.g. Kashrut testimony. Nechama Hebrew. Nechama equals comfort, consolation, especially during shaving morning rituals. Netna Dalmama Hebrew. Netna equals comfort, Mama equals mourners, comforting mourners, it's bed of kindness. Mihailah Hebrew. Mihailah equals cleansing, mocking final prayer of Yom Kippur as the heavenly gates close. Next equals. Next equals miracle of wondrous divine intervention. Also appears in collected texts, e.g. Hanukkah miracles. Nesidim Hebrew. Nesidim equals princes, leaders, tribal heads in Torah. In collected usage, refers to leaders with communal authority. Nesiat capital E Hebrew. Nesiat equals leading, capital E equals, thanks, priestly blessing performed by Kohanim in synagogue. Nesidim Michigan Hebrew. Nesidim Michigan equals marriage, second stage of Jewish marriage, with the couple who like follows tradition. Netlat Yadodim Hebrew. Netlat equal lifting, Yadodim equals hands, ritual washing of hands before bread, upon food, etc. Netlat walking. Netlat equals taking, Mom equals palm branch, commandment to take the four species on Sukkot. Next Hebrew. Next equals sunrise refers to next Mishpat, the exact time of sunrise, important information for prayer times. Next Hashmi Hebrew. Next equals sunrise, Shemel equals sun, Halachic sunrise, earliest time for Shemel and Shapuri. Nebulim Hebrew. Nebulim equals carcass and annual knots modern properly according to Halacha. Ordinate for Jews to eat. Nezra Hebrew. Nezra equals Mitzvah vow institution Akmalantali absolutes described in Torah. Nina Hebrew. Nina equals separation of woman in menstrual state. Halacha governs marital relations and purification. Inner Hebrew. Inner equals vow about taking upon oneself, binding in Halacha. Ikuhi Hebrew. Ikuhi equals excommunication, halachic censure, excluding someone from communal religious life. Nikat Yiddish Hebrew. Nikat equals melody, word is to be used in prayer or spiritual practice. Naila Hebrew. Naila equals revealed, the revealed part of Torah all. Contrasted with Nistar hidden, mysticism. Nistar Hebrew. Nistar equals hidden esoteric mystic Torah, e.g. Kabbalah, compared with Naila. Nisman Hebrew. Nisman equals marriage, alternate spelling of Nestle. Second age of marriage. Ishmat Gold Chai Hebrew. Ishmat equals soul of Gold Chai equals all living prayer and praise recited on Shabbat festivals. Itat Hebrew. Itat equals sparks mystical concept in Kabbalah about divine sparks crash with materiality, release from Mitzvah. Mitzvah Hebrew. Mitzvah equals standing refers to firm standing, sometimes halachic turned in those texts. No in Hebrew. No equals no, equals into a famous halachic also word by Rabbi Landau 1730. 1793. Knocking Hebrew. Knocking equals customary practice refers to one act, custom kept by opportunity or individual. Halal Hebrew. Halal equals worldly, halachic concept of something newly produced, often discussed in laws of Shabbat and Rothschild. Nosen Aramaic Hebrew. Nosen equals gives halachic phrasing, e.g. Nosen Kahan Dipnum imparting a detrimental taste. Nosen Kahan Hebrew. Nosen equals gives, Kahan equals taste legal category in Kashma in the permanent imparts taste. Nosen Kahan Dipnum Hebrew. Nosen equals gives, Kahan equals taste, Dipnum equals spoiled rule that bad taste does not prohibit halachically. Mother Hebrew. Mother equals leftover sacrificial meat left uneaten beyond its permitted time. Forbidden to eat. Nusik Hebrew. Nusik equals virgin, text, the rite or formula of prayer, e.g. Nusik Ashkenaz, Super, Ari. Nusik Hebrew. Nusik equals virgin. review produced by a rabbinic authority. Author equals treasury, or collection of foreign words. The sabbatical year same as Author baked in. Logic framework for checking and produce distribution. Author Kapowski Hebrew. Author equals treasury. Kapowski equals the scissors reference word electing rulings of the logic authorities. Koznami, water and Hebrew. Koznami equals ears. Water and equals for the Torah commentary by Rabbi Zalman and Sorotsky. Not the logic itself, but used in the logic discussion. Patch Hebrew. Patch equals just, fast, a small container, often mentioned in the logic discussions, e.g. oil for menorah, patch shemen. Shemen equals oil, the sealed jar found in the temple at Hanukkah, basis of the miracle. Patchon Hebrew. Patchon equals fear in liturgy and militia, often refers to fear of heaven. Parnasa Hebrew. Parnasa equals livelihood appears in the logic, liturgical contexts regarding earning and supporting a family. Parts Aramaic Hebrew. Parts equals communal leader provider logic role of a community official, overseeing charity and governance. Cause Hebrew. Cause equals bread used in the logic contexts, e.g. cause actum equals bread baked by a non-Jew. Cause actum Hebrew. Cause equals bread, actum equals idolater non-Jew, rabbinic prohibition on bread baked by non-Jews, unless certain conditions are met. Cause Yisrael Hebrew. Cause equals bread, Yisrael equals Jew bread in which a Jew participated in the baking. Forbidden in militia. Cards Hakapol Hebrew. Cards equals leader, Hakapol equals of the community leaders, responsible for logic and social matters. Passion Hebrew. Passion equals simple, straightforward used in logic reasoning, e.g. a simple reading of a source. Pat Hebrew. Pat equals bread, equals that comes, investment equals with filling, classification of baked goods, cakes, pastries, relevant to with blessing to recite based on adversities. Democracies. Pattern Hebrew. Pattern equals, exempt logic term, meaning one is not obligated but sometimes still fortunate. Pattern apple as Hebrew. Pattern equals, exempt, apple equals, but, as equals prohibited the logic category. Not liable propositions, but still fortunate. Piha Hebrew. Piha equals corner commandment to leave the corner of the field and harvested for the food. Piha Hebrew. Piha equals corners, plural beside. The logic prohibition against shaving the corners off the head. Median habit Hebrew. Median equals redemption, habit equals the mitzvah of reaching the firstborn now for love going. Pesach Hebrew. Pesach equals Passover festival commemorating the Exodus, with extensive logic law Shabbat, Pesach, Seder, Matzah. Pesach Sheni Hebrew. Pesach equals Passover, Sheni equals second chance, offering the special offering, being higher for those enabled on Nissan 14. Pesach Hebrew. Pesach equals opening with prayers or of the ark in synagogue. The logic honor. Peshar is Hebrew. Peshat Hebrew. Explain meaning of effects. In militia, contrasts with logic discussions of Arabic and Israel, Peshat form of the doorway. The Heron Hebrew. The equals opening. Heron equals the ark, the act of opening the ark bearing surfaces. Literal Hebrew. Literal equals exemptions, list of logic exemptions from certain mitzvahs. David. Sag equals ruling. It equals law. Automatic judgment or verdict. Ishida Aramaic. Ishida equals it is obvious symbol. Common found in phrase used in Comanche argumentation. Till Hebrew. Till equals with Brad Comanche discussions regarding wins for Shabbat and Hanukkah candles. Till excellent Hebrew. Till equals bread. Excellent equals moon night equals moon bread and Jesus it. Discussed it extensively in Persia. Current Hebrew. Current equals Lord's holiday commemorating the salvation in the time of Esther. Comanche mitzvot include regular reading, Mishnah Tunin, David, Law Ebony, Suda. Current agencies. Current equals current. David equals small minor observance in the Baha'i during leap years. Principal Creed via Aramaic. Trust equals cross. Wealth equals wealthy, happening and acting by Hillel allows events to be collected after Shemina by transferring them to David. Ishat irrational. Ishat equals plain meaning. U equals and. Irash equals interpretation. Full method of logic and textual interpretation. Kaddish Aramaic. Kaddish equals holy central prayer recited in synagogue sanctifying God as name. Logic rules govern who may be in, when, and how. Kabbalah Shabbat Kabbalah equals receiving. Shabbat equals Sabbath Friday evening service welcoming. Shabbat with special Halachic customs and songs. Tackle Hebrew. Tackle equals assembly, congregation in religion, refers to the Jewish community or congregation. Kemetz Combat Hebrew. Kemetz equals the vowel signet important in Halachic reading of Torah scrolls. This pronunciation may affect validity. Kenite equals the choir those used in Halachic contexts of property, marriage, acquisition, and transactions. Tabula Hebrew. Tabula equals fixed, established Halachic principle in determining noun sounding. A fixed status versus a wandering status tabula versus parish. Carry Hebrew. Carry equals emission, accident, or reading one ritual impurity from seminal emission to the word pronounced instead of what is written canon free. Carry at Hebrew. Carry at equals reading. Pattern equals Torah public Torah reading in synagogue with Halachic rules of when and how. Carry at Shema Hebrew. Carry at equals recitation. Shema equals here reciting the Shema prayer. Central Halachic obligation twice daily. Kiddush Hebrew. Kiddush equals sanctification ritual over wine sanctifying Shabbat and Yom Tov. Halachically required. Kiddush Hebrew. Kiddush equals sanctification. Passion equals the name God sanctifying God as name. Action often contrasted with Shilol passion desecration. Kedushin equals the all, sanctification, first stage of Jewish marriage, legally binding under Halacha. Kinyan equals acquisition, legal active transferred in Halachic property, marriage, commerce. Kofer equals ransom compensation, Halachic payment in certain damages, or one who denies paid. Kofer equals heretic. Korban equals offering, sacrificial offerings in the temple, with detailed Halachic laws. Korban Pesach Hebrew. Korban equals offering, Pesach equals Passover paschal lamb sacrifice, central mitzvah of Pesach in temple times. Korban Hebrew. Korban equals offering, Kiddush equals thanksgiving sacrifice in temple times. Korban Hebrew. Korban equals sacrifices, general Halachic categories of temple offerings. Korban Hebrew. Korban equals baldness name, biblical figure. Also referenced halachically in Korah readings and laws of Jesus and Reds, not becoming Conga equals, North Ball. Mention equals offering, and equals grade, if grade-based temple offering with Halachic specifications. In chat equals offering, chat equals sin offering in temple sacrificial system. Action equals offering, action equals bill offering, God for certain Halachic transgressions. The law portion of Hebrew. Equals offering, the law equals the center offering, entirely consumed on altar. In Shalomim Hebrew. Equals offering, Shalomim equals peace offerings, partly eaten by others, partly by Kohanim. Incoming Hebrew. Equals offering, equals continual daily offering, cornerstone of temple service, logically mirrored in daily prayer. Permanent mustn't Hebrew. Equals offerings, mustn't equals additional festival holiday offerings, basis for mustn't prayer. Permanent night of Hebrew. Equals offerings, night equals real voluntary sacrifices permitted in temple service. Rabbinic equals rabbinate official religious authority in Israel. Indonesia refers to rabbinic courts or rulings. Rabbi equals our teacher honorific for great rabbis, e.g. Rabbi 10. Rabbinic decree decree of the sages Halachic law instituted by rabbis to safeguard Torah law. Rothschild equals mercy, compassion, Halachic liturgical context in prayers asking for divine compassion. Ratchets equals washing of hands or body, with Halachic rules S. On Yom Kippur and Tisha B'Av. Ratmana equals the merciful one God common term in Halachic texts, e.g. the merciful commandment. Raw Aramaic Hebrew. Raw equals legal proof or evidence in Halachic argument. Rabbinic fence SDA Modera Hebrew. SDA equals fence. Modera equals for the Torah rabbinic safeguards to prevent transgression of Torah law. Rasha Hebrew. Rasha equals with in-person Halachic status in laws of testimony, rituals, and Passover Kavana. Rashi acronym. Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchak, foundational commentator whose Halachic explanations guide interpretation of Torah and Talmud. Rashi script Hebrew typeface named after Rashi used for rabbinic commentary in Halachic texts. Rashba acronym. Rabbi Shlomo ben Adrin prominent medieval Halachic authority. Rashi S. Tefillin Hebrew. Tefillin Rashi order of the Torah passages in Tefillin for Rashi S. Halachic view. Rashba acronym. Rabbi S.H. Tool ben Mir Rashi Stranson, Halachic commentator. Rab Hebrew Aramaic. Rab equals master, teacher generic term for rabbi, often titled in Halachic assessors. Rabba Aramaic. Talmudic sage P. Halachic opinions in Talmud. Rab narrating and etc. Aramaic. Names of sages ranking sources of Halachic rulings in the Talmud. Rab Muklim Hebrew. Rab Muklim equals primary teacher Halachic status, affecting laws of honorable or rabbis. Rabu Hebrew. Rabu equals the fruitful Halachic mitzvah of proving part of procreation. Reba Yiddish. Reba equals rabbi, spiritual leader especially in Hasidic tradition. Halachic and spiritual authority. Renson Yiddish Hebrew. Renson equals rabbi, has wide respected community role, often with Halachic authority in women-led issues. Rikdava Hebrew. Rikdava equals leading Halachic discussions on medicine and Shabbat. Rikdava Sholda Hebrew. Completely common Halachic liturgical praise and prayer for the sick. Elisha Aramaic. Elisha equals head, beginning used in Talmud with Talmud structure in the first clause. Re'ayah Hebrew. Re'ayah equals seating, appearance halachic obligation to appear in temple on pilgrimage festivals. Re'ashit Hebrew. Re'ashit equals beginning, first basis for terms like Re'ashit Hash's first shearings, Re'ashit Ikar's first fruits. Re'ashit Choknet Hebrew. Re'ashit Choknet equals beginning of wisdom ethical Talmud phrase. Also title of that classic work. Rectum Hebrew. Rectum equals decay halachic impurity from decomposed forms. Re'iyat Hebrew. Re'iyat equals order halachic liquid measurement and rods. 86. 150 milliliter depending on opinion. Re'iyat Hebrew. Re'iyat equals for used in halachic time divisions, aliyah or measurements. Rectum Hebrew. Rectum equals interest halachic prohibition on charging interest to fellow Jews. Written acronym. Rabbi Yitzhak al-Qasi Bedi al-Halachic Authority, codifier of Talmudic law. Rishonim Hebrew. Rishonim equals the first ones the legal halachic authorities for, till 1500. Risen Lexian Hebrew. Title of Sephardic Chief Rabbi halachic leadership role in Israel. Risen Melchizedek Hebrew. First for charity ethical halachic praise stressing priority of giving charity. Rishon Yaakov Hebrew. Private domain halachic category of Shabbat domains. Rishon Harami Hebrew. Public domain halachic category of Shabbat domains. Rishon Hakar with Hebrew. Intermediate domain rabbinic domain and Shabbat laws. In the acronym. Rabbi Yom Tov Ibn Masebeli halachic commentator. In the Rebecca Hebrew. Matriarch has made halachically significant in theological discussions. Rosh acronym. Asher Ben Gimel Beit halachic authority. His reviews form part of Shulchan Aruch. Rosh Jewish Hebrew. Rosh equals head, Jewish equals month. Halachic observance, marking start of new Jewish month. Rosh Hashanah Hebrew. Rosh equals head, Hashanah equals the year, Jewish New Year. Halachically made of judgment and shofar obligation. Rosh Hashanah Hebrew. Final date of Sukkot special halachic customs with willow eating Roshnik. Rosh Yeshiva Hebrew. Head of the Yeshiva halachic educational authority. Rav Hebrew. Rav equals majority halachic principle that majority determines legal status. Rav Hebrew. Rav equals spirit, Nikolajah, that means ritual impurity of Rama or divine inspiration. Rav Kodesh Hebrew. Rav Kodesh equals Holy Spirit prophetic inspiration, reference in halachic and agonic sources. Rav Rama Hebrew. Rav Rama equals harmful spirit halachic concept tied to morning hand washing Nehad Yomim. Wicked Hebrew. Wicked equals winds, spirits sometimes, halachically relevant in impurity discussions. Ruz Hebrew. Ruz equals run used metaphorically in religion or deal in mitzvah. Part of root Hebrew. Name of the Moabite convert story forms basis on halachic laws of conversion and lineage. Jack Hebrew. Jack equals covering plant material used for the root of Asapa. Halachically must grow from the ground and not be susceptible to impurity. Aspects behind the Hebrew. Aspect equals doubts. Behind the equals level doubt halachic principle. In case of two doubts, one may be lenient. Estra Sephirah Dale Hebrew. Sephirah equals counting commandment to count days between Passover and Shabbat. Seder Hebrew. Seder equals order Passover meal with structured rituals. Also a unit of Mishnah. Sefer Torah Hebrew. Sefer equals book. Torah equals Torah scroll written according to strict halachic requirements. Sefer Hashim Hebrew. Classic halachic work listing 613 commandments. Standard Halachic Code by Rabbi Yosef Karo. Sefer Zera in Hebrew. First order of Mishnah deals with agricultural laws and blessings. Sefer Missouri and Hebrew. Order of Mishnah deals with festivals and Shabbat Halachic. Sefer Nashi in Hebrew. Order of Mishnah deals with marriage, divorce, and family law. Sefer Netzach in Hebrew. Order of Mishnah civil and criminal law. Sefer Kodashi in Hebrew. Order of Mishnah temple and sacrifices. Sefer Talmud in Hebrew. Order of Mishnah 30 and 30 laws. Secular Hebrew. Secular equals special power custom practice thought to bring spiritual benefit, sometimes logically discussed. See Aaron Hebrew. See Aaron equals contempt order man issued against one refusing to obey a faith in rabbinical form. Syntax another spelling of Aztec. Seneca Hebrew. Seneca equals laying hands, ordination, halachic ordination of rabbis. Articulated law, transmission from Moses onward. Sephardic from Hebrew Spanish. Jews from Iberia North Africa have distinct halachic traditions. See Hebrew. See equals meal halachic categories like see exits against the meal. See that's and final meal before Tisha B'Av. See that's in Hebrew. Final meal, the last meal before Yom Kippur or Tisha B'Av fast. See it's the Hebrew. It's the meal with halachic significance. Beauty after a regular wedding. See current Hebrew. Current feast, halachic obligation on current day. See Shabbat Hebrew. Shabbat meal halachic requirement to eat 3 meals in Shabbat. See Yom Tov Hebrew. Festival meal obligation to rejoice on festivals with food and drink. Samara Aramaic Hebrew. Samara equals logical reasoning halachic principle. Logic itself is established law. Shotgun's area Hebrew. Classic halachic responsa by Rabbi Ariel Lee Ginsburg. Shabbat Hebrew. Shabbat equals rest, 7th day, halachic observance with 39 ordinate categories of word halachic. Shabbat Chesed Hebrew. Shabbat efficient Shabbat before Tisha B'Av with special Haftarah. Shabbat Shaman Hebrew. Shabbat of the Greek Shabbat before after a wedding with special honors. Shabbat Hagadol Hebrew. Great Shabbat before Passover, logically tied to Exodus miracle. Shabbat Devar in Hebrew. Shabbat of blessing Shabbat when the new month is announced. Shabbat Shiva Hebrew. Shabbat of return between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. Linked to repentance. Shabbat Shir in Hebrew. Shabbat of song with Parash and Beshel Tizri. Shabbat Zachar Hebrew. Shabbat of remembering before Purim, when the all portion is read. Shabbat in Hebrew. Resting special halachic day of rest. Sometimes used for youth retreats halachic and usage. Shacher in Hebrew. Shacham equals no morning prayer service. Shacham acronym. Shaliyat Rabbi equals emissary of the rabbi sent to collect funds, sometimes halachic agent. Shaliyat Hebrew. Shaliyat equals agent, messenger, halachic representative, with power to act for another. Shaliyat Tizar Hebrew. Representative of the congregation, leader of communal prayer. Shalom B'Nai Hebrew. Peace of the home, halachic value in marriage, family law. Shakir Hebrew. Shakir equals word legendary tool halachic legend for cutting stones without metal. Shatnez Hebrew. Shatnez equals forbidden mixture halachic prohibition of forbidden mixtures in garments. Shidala Hebrew. Shidala equals question, halachic, inquiry posed to a rabbi. Shidala Chachin Hebrew. Question to a sage halachic principle. A sage's question is had and answered. Shashina Hebrew. Shashina equals ritual slaughter halachic procedure for kosher wife recited on for joyous occasions. Shiva variant of Shiva. Shlavya Teshikov Hebrew. Questions and answers response of literature where Pelagic rulings are written. Short Hebrew. Service sometimes Pelagic context of communal meetings. Sheetzetter in Hebrew. 6 remembrances, 6 things Jews are Pelagically commanded to remember daily. Shekhin in Hebrew. Shekhinah equals divine presence Pelagically in those regarding prayer for opinion. Shekel in Hebrew. Shekel's tractate about shekel facts. Shema Hebrew. Shema equals here central prayer declaring God as unity. Pelagic obligation twice daily. Shechin in Hebrew. Release sabbatical years. Landmines Pharaoh, that's release. Shechin has Chesapeake Hebrew. Release of money cancellation of debts mentioned in a year. Shechin has Martin Hebrew. Release of land agricultural rest in Shechin. Shechin SBI Hebrew. Shechin equals 8, SBI equals 10, 18 blessings prayer, actually 19 blessings now. Shenomi Mikra Exat Garden Hebrew. Wise scripture and one's translation Pelagic requirement to review the weekly Torah portion. Sheva Virgin Hebrew. 7 blessings recited under winning canopy and during week after. Sheva Mitzvah Minayot Hebrew. 7 commandments of no hides Pelagic obligations for non-Jews. Shavirat in Hebrew. Shattering the vessel's mystical idea, sometimes tied to Pelagic ethics. Shavi in Hebrew. Such tractate teaching which in Oz. Shavma Hebrew. Shavma equals the Pelagic category defining verbal commitment. Shiva Hebrew. Tractate about those. Shiva Hebrew. Matchmaking Pelagically significant in marriage arrangements. Sending the mother bird instant to send away a nesting bird before taking eggs. Shiklich Hamini Hebrew. Water drawing temple water libation ritual on Sukkot. Shiklich Hebrew. Service usage in Torah. Using Torah or serving a sage to learn Pelagic application. Shiklich Hebrew. Word of Pelagic Secretary Pimani. Pelagic variant of Testament order, different from Rashi and Rashukel. Shinai Hebrew. Shinai equals change Pelagic leniency by altering normal way of doing Belchem on Shabbat. Sheriff Hebrew. Psalms Pelagic context in liturgy e.g. Sheriff HaSheriff. Shidduch Hebrew. Partnership Pelagic term in Psalms. Also Shidduch worship in Milkai law. Showdown Pelagic Hebrew. Asker and answerer classic Pelagic responsive word. Showdown Hebrew. Showdown equals borrower Pelagic status of borrower with obligations. Shofar Hebrew. Shofar equals land and foreign Pelagic obligation to blow on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur of Jubilee. Shomer Hebrew. Shomer equals guardian Pelagic category of entrusted guardian with responsibilities. Shomer Negia Hebrew. Guardian of touch Pelagic practice of avoiding physical contact between genders. Shomer Shabbat Hebrew. Observer of Shabbat term for one who keeps Shabbat diligence. Shomer Torah Mitzvah Hebrew. Observer of Torah and commandments of religiously observant Jew. Shor Hebrew. Fox Pelagic category in damages law. Showing that Hebrew. Fox known to be dangerous, stricter liability in militia. Shabbat acronym. Torah portions Shetwalk. Mishpatim period with special dependence customs. SH Tehai Melech in Hebrew. Tigrans temple offering of clothes on Shabbat. Shalom Melech Hebrew. Set table the coordinated code of Jewish law by Yosef Karo. Shalom Melech Kara Hebrew. Pelagic code by Rabbi SH Nerzal visibly Body. Shall Yiddish. Shall equals school synagogue. Simcha Hebrew. Simcha equals joy, the magic obligation to rejoice on festivals, weddings. Simon Day Passion Day in Hebrew. Festival of the Water Drawing House Temple celebration on Sukkot. Simon Purim Hebrew. Rejoicing at the Purim festival marking completion of Purim cycle. Sim Yetzayat Mitzrayim Hebrew. Telling of the Exodus, the magic mitzvah and the Seder night. Certain Hebrew. Ryan's magic requirement of ruled lines for writing a separate Torah. CN water and Hebrew. Fence for the Torah rabbinic safeguards to prevent transgressions. CI and Hebrew. Completion celebration upon finishing a tractate of Talmud, the magic and exempt from unfast. CI and separate Torah Hebrew. Completion of a Torah special magic event. Sukkah Hebrew. Sukkah equals new mitzvah dwelling in a sukkah on Sukkot. Sukkot Hebrew. Means festival commemorating Israel as desert dwellings. Sukkot Hebrew. Other sometimes intellectual prefer EG/C heaven for a state of commentary. Sahara Hebrew Aramaic. Logic reasoning principle. SCME Hebrew. Fences Rabbi safeguards, plural of CN. Taunatic Hebrew for fast equals inflict, it equals noun form. Refers to Jewish fast days. Taunatic Esther Hebrew for fast of Esther. Commemorates Esther as fast before approaching the Mamish Burj. Taunatic Hebrew for case for reason. Inclination refers to both the labor transfer to Kashrut laws and the rationale for a mitzvah. Tanaroga Hebrew for mixture. Refers to those mixtures relevant to Kashrut laws. Tanaroga Chemex Hebrew for mixture of Chemex. Important in Passover laws. Takyanin Hebrew for supplication. Additional penitential prayers recited after the Amidah. Tamar in Hebrew for purity. Refers to ritual purification, especially of the deceased body before burial. Tamar in Hamish, which in Hebrew for family purity. Refers to the laws of marital relations and mikvah immersion. Kapyan in Hebrew for decree or rabbinic enactment. Refers to rabbinic legislation. Talmud Hebrew for film for prayer shawl. Garment with Jesus in ordinary prayer. Talmud Davis Hebrew for small talent. Undergarment with Jesus in ordinating. Talmud Gadol Hebrew for large talent. Prayer shawl for during services. Talmud Aramaic for study or learning. Foundational compilation of Jewish law and commentary. Talmud Chachim Hebrew for wise students. Refers to the Torah scholar. Talmud Hebrew lunch, named after an ancient Babylonian deity. The fast of 17 Tammuz begins at 3 weeks of mourning. Tanakh Hebrew acronym for Torah law, Davidic prophets, Ketuvim writings. The Hebrew Bible. Tanakh Aramaic for repeater or teacher. Refers to the sages of the Mishnah first. Second centuries. Catholic Hebrew for you'll pass. Ritual on Rosh Hashanah where sins are symbolically cast into a body of water. Catholic Hebrew for make up. Opportunity to recite on this Amidah in the following prayer. Catholic Hebrew for objects of holiness. Sacred items like Torah scrolls, Tefillin, or mezuzot. Catholic Hebrew for objects used for mitzvah. Non-saints but used in mitzvah e.g. sukkah, lot. Head of Shabbat Hebrew for boundary of Shabbat. Refers to the legal limit one may walk outside without on Shabbat 2,000 cubits. Technic Hebrew for blue night. Cyclically required for 1 gram of seasoned mix. Tekahiyah Catholic Hebrew for resurrection of the dead. Central Jewish belief in the future revival of the dead. Technic Said when traveling. Tefillin Hebrew for phylacteries. Black leather boxes with Torah passages, worn on arm and head during weekday prayers. Cherubim Hebrew for offering or meat offering. Priestly hymn separated from produce. Cherubim Massachusetts is a Hebrew for tithe of the tithe. Portion of the Levite tithe given to Dakota. Teshuvah Hebrew for return or repentance. Process of returning to God. Tisha B'Av Hebrew for 9 Chazak. Major fast day mourning the destruction of the temples. Tishrei Hebrew month containing Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and Sukkot. Tachach Hebrew for review. Refers to the admonitions in Torah Leviticus 26, Deuteronomy 28. In a Hebrew for thanks. Also refers to Ephon's giving offering in temple times. Torah Hebrew for teaching or instruction. Refers to the 5 books of Moses and more broadly, Jewish law and teaching. Discipline Arabic for additions. Medieval Talmudic commentaries written by Bethred and German Pacifists. Tufted Yiddish Hebrew hybrid. Refers to the nursing utensils in oven cooking force. Triabasar Arabic for 12. Refers to the 12 minor prophets. Tzedakah Hebrew for righteousness. Refers to charity and social justice obligations. Tzitzit Hebrew for fringes. The men's strings worn on garments to remind of mitzvah. Shizon Gedalia Hebrew for fast of Gedalia. Fast day commemorating the assassination of Gedalia ben Isham. Tzedakah Bekat Hebrew for 4th of Norway. The only vice means for creating the era of boundary. Bar chats equals and bar chats equals wash. Step of the Passover Seder. Washing the hands without a blessing before eating carcass vegetable. Netanyahu in Hebrew. Equals and Netanyahu equals levis view. Token equals strength, importance. Central High Holiday Prayer describing divine judgment, life and death decrees. LT's I Hebrew. U equals N, God equals Multan, LT's I equals to Zion. Including weekday prayer, emphasizes redemption and holiness of God. God I Hebrew. U equals N, God equals Hom, Yom equals day, I equals the 7th. Liturgical halachic reference to Shabbat and the 7th day. Recited in Kiddush and other prayers. Lepach and Lachin Hebrew. U equals N, Lepach equals you shall take, Lachin equals for yourselves. Command from Torah about taking the 4 species, Lumot, Efrem, etc. Sukkot. You shall have Bani Hebrew. U equals N, Shaptam equals you shall draw, Bani equals water. First used in Simon Bay Hashanah celebrations drawing of water for temple service. Backyard and Bachani Hebrew. Equals and Backyard equals you shall choose Bachani equals life. Or in command to choose life Deuteronomy 30. 19. Used in pelagic and technical contexts. Devotion to you Hebrew. Equals and devotion equals only once. Equals you shall be. For expanding for Israel to know the holiness foundation of pelagic ethics. Use Bemoxta Hebrew. U equals and Bemoxta equals you shall spread her sword. In the all praise, some have meetings and celebrations connected to expansion of Jewish people. You caution Yiddish Hebrew. U equals and caution equals K-pop script. Used in pelagic contexts like recruiting clothing, Dictograph, Arial. U bar chats Hebrew. U equals and bar chats equals wash. Step of the Passover Seder. Washing hands without a blessing before eating carcass. Use Netanyahu in Hebrew. U equals and Netanyahu equals levis view. Token equals strength, importance. High holiday prayer God X judgment. God LP9 equals N. God equals will come. LP9 equals desire. Make prayer emphasizing redemption. God Academy I equals N. God equals I. God equals A. Academy I equals the seventh. Phrase referring to Shabbat used in Kiddush. Let off the matching evil. Equals N. Let off the equals you shall hate. Matching equals for yourselves. Torah verse about the four species once upon. You shall be Lavi you equals N. Shabbat equals you shall wrong. Lavi equals water. Verse connected. Receiving a passion made the water drawing festival. You backyard and watch out in Hebrew. You equals N. Backyard equals you shall choose watch out in equals 9. Torah command Deuteronomy 30. 19 to choose 9. You Kedoshim to do Hebrew. You equals N. Kedoshim equals holy ones. To do equals you shall be. Torah command to live in holiness. You fed on stuff Hebrew. You equals N. Fed on stuff equals you shall spread verse 4. Verse about spreading out used in songs winning blessings. Caution Hebrew. You equals N. Caution equals take off. The Latin term for removing garments, e.g. bread, burial. Garda parent Hebrew. You equals N. Garda equals you shall remove. Parent equals the evil. Phrase about removing sin or idol worship. Yukachachi Hashik Hebrew. You equals N. Yukachachi equals will bless you. Hashik equals God. Torah phrase about divine blessing. Environment Havaretz Hebrew. You equals N. Environment equals you shall be out. Havaretz equals the land. Verse about removing Jebets or things from the land. You all the Hebrews. You equals N. All the equals you shall circumcise. Used in context of circumcision commandments. You native Lahem Hebrews. You equals N. Native equals you shall give. Lahem equals to them. Used in Kizanaka and agricultural mitzvah. Use Spartan matching Hebrew. You equals N. Spartan equals you shall count. Matching equals for yourselves. Torah command for counting Hebrew. Discipline Lehem Hebrew. You equals N. Discipline equals I Passover. The Lehem equals over you. Refers to the first Passover in Egypt. You Reshina folding right. You equals N. Reshina equals the first. Fold equals all. The Re'ai equals first fruits. Laws of bringing first fruits. You SH Martin and habits. Equals N. SH Martin equals you shall guard. N equals the mitzvah equals commandments. General commandment to keep mitzvah. You made in fact meeting Hebrew. You equals N. Made equals on the day. Fact meeting equals the 8th. Refers to bring blood or sacrifices on the 8th day. The Akata Hebrew. T equals N. Akata equals you shall love. From the Shema. You shall love the Lord your God. The Akata Elriachin Kemichin Hebrew. T equals N. Akata equals you shall love. Elriachin equals your fellow. Kemichin equals like yourself. Sure in principle. The Akata and neighbor Hebrew. T equals N. Akata equals you shall love. N equals the. Neighbor equals the number. Commandment is love the number. The Akata Gash Hebrew. T equals N. Akata equals you. K Gash equals holy. From prayers, praising God as holiness. The Advam are of Hebrew. T equals N. Advam equals you. R equals exalted. Prayer phrase acknowledging God Shahis. The Advam Mashal Hebrew. T equals N. Advam equals you. Mashal equals rule. Used in selling identification. Unity over all. The Advam is Hebrew. T equals N. Advam equals you. Match equals righteous. Prayer declaration about God as justice. Charta Hebrew. E equals N. Charta equals you chose. From verses about God as choice of Israel. E Charta Bata Hebrew. E equals N. Charta equals you shall choose. Law equals N. Chani equals life. Torah command. Choose life. E Chiper Hebrew. E equals N. Chiper equals he shall atone. Found in laws of sacrifices. Yom Kippur. E Chilam Hebrew. E equals N. Chilam equals all of them. Prayer phrase. And all of them. Acknowledge you. E Ibarda Man Hebrew. E equals N. Ibarda equals you shall speak. That equals the them. Shema command to teach Torah. E Ibarda in Hebrew. E equals N. Ibarda equals you shall speak. E equals with you. Used in pelagic contexts about testimony or mitzvah. E not albi Hebrew. E equals N. Georgia albi equals IBD. One of the four expressions of redemption in Exodus. E not albi etching Hebrew. E equals N. Georgia albi equals IBD. Etching equals you plural. God as promise of redemption. E not albi Hebrew. E equals N. Georgia albi equals believers. Prayer phrase Nehemiah and Selachim. E Kamarang non Hebrew. E equals N. Kamarang equals make sweet. Non equals please. For asking God to make for a sweet for us. E Haya Hebrew. E equals N. Haya equals it shall be. Many foreign passages begin with this phrase, often introducing mitzvah. E Haya and Shino Hebrew. E equals N. Haya equals it shall be. It equals it. Shino equals Judaism. The second paragraph of the Shema. E Haya Haya Kaku Hebrew. E equals N. Haya equals it shall be. Haya equals Hanfekate. Kaku equals that one. Prophetic phrase about redemption. E Haya Lachim Hebrew. E equals N. Haya equals it shall be. Lachim equals for you. Foreign phrase about mitzvah. EGT Zitzik. E Hebrew. E equals N. G equals I will bring. One of the four expressions of redemption. God will bring Israel to the land. E Hebrew. E equals N. G equals he shall return restored. Found in laws of theft and restitution. E Tishkachak Hebrew. E equals N. Tishkachak equals they will bow. From prayer said foreign verses about worship. E Rashid Hebrew. E equals N. Equals E. Rashid equals versicle. Prayer phrase. And E. The versicle one. Forgive sin. E Kaidashko Hebrew. E equals N. Kaidashko equals you shall sanctify him. Or law doctor unnoted. E Akake Hebrew. E equals N. Akake equals I shall pay. One of the four expressions of redemption. E motion in Hebrew. E equals N. Motion in equals against informers. Blessing innovative cursing slanderers. E lo sasser in Hebrew. E equals N. Lo equals Udom. Sasser equals straight aside. Torah prohibition in the Shema against straying after the heart emulates. E lo tosser Hebrew. E equals N. Lo equals Udom. Tosser equals turn aside. Or law to obey the rulings of the sages. E Nafali Hebrew. E equals N. Nafali equals I will give. God has promised to provide blessings for the land. E Nafi Hebrew. E equals N. Nafi equals they shall give. Foreign phrase about donations or sacrifices. E Nafi Mishnu for Nafi Hebrew. E equals N. Nafi equals they shall give. Mish equals a man. No for Nafi equals ransom for his soul. Source of the functional mitzvah. E Nitro Hebrew. E equals N. Nitro equals equals I will give. Ishmael equals your reigns. Torah promise of reward for mitzvah observance. None equals and none equals rest. Founding prayers for peace and rest. Shabbat and Amidah. Peace and Hebrew. Equals and 7 equals you shall place. From Shema. Set these words on your heart. Something Hebrew. Equals and something equals you shall rejoice. Equals in your festival. Torah command about joy on holidays. Shabbat Hebrew. Equals and Shabbat equals you shall be heard well. Torah praise about living in the land. Shabbat Hebrew. Equals and Shabbat equals you shall be heard. Related to Teshuvah verses. Shabbat Hebrew. Equals and Shabbat equals I will be heard. Used in prayer and promises of redemption. Shabbat National Hebrew. Equals and Shabbat equals I will restore. National equals the peace. Prophetic praise of redemption. Shabbat Israel Hebrew. Equals and Shabbat equals I will return. Israel equals Israel. Prophetic praise. Shabbat Hebrew. Equals and Shabbat equals he shall slaughter. Torah praise and forfeited cause. Shabbat Hebrew. Equals and Shabbat equals I will dwell. God has promised to dwell among Israel Mishkan. Shabbat message Shabbat Hebrew. Equals and Shabbat equals I will return. S equals your message Shabbat equals captivity. Praise of redemption. Shabbat LT Zion Hebrew. Equals and Shabbat equals I will return. LT Zion equals to Zion. Prophetic redemption. Tzivity Hebrew. Equals and Tzivity equals I commanded. Used in foreign parting mitzvah. Yadada Hebrew. Equals and Yadada equals you shall know. Torah phrase emphasizing knowledge of God. Yadada Tatum Hebrew. Equals and Yadada equals you shall know. Tatum equals today. Command to recognize God as sovereignty. Yarmouth Hebrew. Equals and Yarmouth equals you shall let them. Found in its path the reward of long life. Yarj Hebrew. Equals and Yarj equals he shall inherit. Torah praise about inheriting the land. Yatsu Hebrew. Equals and Yatsu equals for establish. Prayer work in Yatsu. Zon veteran Hebrew. Equals and Zon equals this. Veteran equals the Torah. Declared when lifting the Torah scroll. Yiddish from German. Torah binder made from a boy as circumcision swallowed in cloth, used in Joel. Era made a parenting loan word. Unnumbered prayer in some communities refers to an additional prayer after modern, influenced by Arabic usage. Prayer in Kalachic Hebrew. Result in Kalachic response to Yiddish German word for roots. Sometimes used figuratively in rabbinic writing to mean foundational sources. Weekday-Joel English influenced term used in Kalachic words for Yeh by Joel ordinary days, not Shabbat or Yom Tov. The Almanach English Kalachic translation for Hebrew Almanach, a woman whose husband has died. Relevant information of Rabbi marriage, charity, and inheritance. Line Yeh in English Kalachic term for Hebrew Yeh, used in Kedesh Tabula, weddings, and many mitzvah. This item English Kalachic translation for Hebrew and witness. Kalachically separable in marriage, divorce, contracts, and capital cases. Delicia English Kalachic rendering of English Delicia. The 39 categories of labor prohibited on Shabbat and Yom Tov. Role to Kalamah Combat English phrase for Kalamah Combat, the afterlife or messianic future, in rabbinic thought. Wrong in good words, a Halachic translation for the prohibition of verbal oppression or hurtful speech. Seraphim variant of Parenthood Child Aware Transliteration. The angelic figures placed on top of the ark in the temple. Xerxes Hafashverish Greek English form, sometimes appearing in Halachic discussion of Megillat Esther. Refers to the 13th king Hafashverish. Xylophone Jol Esther discussions only in modern Halachic responsa. Used as example of a musical instrument in prohibition of playing instruments on Shabbat in mourning. Xylophone modern Halachic responsa her. Artificial sweetener, discussed in Kashrut and Kesed derived from Lithium or Chagas. Yaham Hebrew for Gil Yah equals baby Gil, the crop equals Gil. The patriarch Jacob. Often referenced in Halachic texts regarding his vows and actions. Yahweh Yahweh Hebrew for Beta descent and come. Special insertion in prayers on Rosh Chodesh and festivals. Yachins Hebrew for divide. Step in the Passover center where the middle wata is worked in the cup. Yatsol Bithol Hebrew for hand recoils in it. Refers to the Halachic temperature of gods. 110. 160 degrees Fahrenheit at which a hand pulls back, defining cooking on Shabbat. Our Swedish 4-year time. Anniversary of a death observed with candle lighting, cabbage, and study. Mars candle eating term. Candle lit for 24 hours on the anniversary of a loved one's death or on Yom Kippur. Marble pyramid is Yiddish for skull cap from Polish Russian roots. Head covering worn as a sign of reverence. Yashin Hebrew for hole. Refers to grain that could root before Passover. Laws of judgment grain prohibited eating new grain until after the over-offering. Jaded Nessic Hebrew for wine or in idolatrous views. Forbidden wine associated with idol worship. Jaded Stammy United Hebrew for ordinary wine. Rabbinically prohibited wine made by non-Jews due to concerns of idolatry and intermarriage. Yerushalayim Hebrew for Jerusalem. Yerushalayim equals inheritance. Shalom equals peace bonus. Central to the Halachic laws of pilgrimage sacrifices, mourning. Yeter Darren Hebrew for inclination to evil. Yeter equals inclination. Raw equals evil. Concept in Halachic about human brides meaning restraint. Yeter Hadaf Hebrew for inclination to good. Yeter equals inclination. Tov equals good. The positive counterpart Yeter Hera. Yechut Hebrew for seclusion. Laws prohibited a man and woman not married to each other, often secluded together in private. Yirat Shunanim Hebrew for fear of heaven. Yira equals fear of, Shunanim equals heaven. Pronouncing in Halachic, basis for finding. Yisra Hebrew for baby remember. Memorial prayer decided on festivals and
What up, come to my Discord.
Patriarch Isaac referenced in Halachic discussion being done in prayer. Yom Kippur Hebrew for Day of Atonement. Yom equals day, Kippur equals atonement. Holiest fast day, with extensive Halachic laws on fasting, praying, and affliction. Yom Teruah Hebrew for Day of Lasting Shofar sounds. Biblical name for Rosh Hashanah. Yom Tov Hebrew for good day. Refers to Jewish festivals with Shabbat-like restrictions, such as leniencies, cooking, carrying. Yom Tov is Yiddish for good day. Common Yiddish term for festivals. Nidat Hebrew for time. Nidat equals appointed time. Signature for blessings. Nidat blessing equals Shetchiyah or appointed Halachic periods. E.g. Nidat Tefillah. Nidat Hebrew for times. Halachic times often used to determine prayer. Shabbat start day. Zachar Hebrew for remember. Command to remember Shabbat, Kabbalah, and other mitzvah. Recited in Ferosh and Zachar.
Come to my Discord. Yo, dog, come to my Discord. Come to my Discord. Discord.me/Rabbi.
Her lifetime that were related specifically to publishing. First of all, and by the way, I rely on some really fascinating research from Razi Chechet, who has written some great things and especially given some phenomenal lectures on this topic. First of all, she was a very savvy CEO. Nothing got past her. She reorganized the company, which had had its financial struggles along very modern lines for the 1860s, setting it up in a legal situation not unlike limited liability corporations of today, LLCs of today. So she, as it were, protected her own income and whatever fortune she was able to amass, which of course faced some hard times later on in her life.
Yo, dog, can you hear me? Oh, fuck, man, I wanted to talk with you. That was tight, man. Do another. Yeah. Stop in the Name of Love by the Supremes. You don't know Stop in the Name of Love by the Supremes? Do you know who the Supremes are? All right. Will you please sing? Dog, will you please sing "Stop in the Name of Love" by the Supremes? Dog, I know the Supremes better than you do. Dog, we're waiting on the Supremes. Are you going to sing them or not? You need me to put the lyrics up? Then you don't know the Supremes. Dog, it goes like this. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Bum 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 do 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 do. Bum 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 do 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 do. Baby, baby, I know where you go. Each time you leave my door, I watch you walk down the street, knowing in my heart you're loving me. But this time, before you run to her, leaving me alone and hurt. Thinking, after I've been good to you. Thinking, after I've been sweet to you. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Thinking, that's how it goes. I don't need lyrics. I just know the Supremes, and I know that I am superior to you because of my Supremes knowledge. Doug, I just sang "Stop in the Name of Love" better than you've ever heard it. Yo, dog, are you gonna sing the Supremes, or are you just gonna sit there and jerk yourself off raw? Yo, dog, are you gonna sing the Supremes? Or are you just gonna sit there and jerk yourself off raw? Dog, are you gonna sing the Supremes? Oh, you're not hurting me, dog. Bye. It's been a pleasure meeting you. Take care, my friend. You too. Baby, baby, I don't care where you go. Each time you leave my door, I watch you walk down the street, knowing in your heart you're loving me. But each time before you go to her, and you're leaving me alone and her. Think it after I've been good to you. Think it after I've been sweet to you. Stop in the name of love before you break. And baby thinking, stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Think it over. Think it over. Baby, baby, I know where you go. Each time you leave my door, I want to walk down the street, knowing in your heart you're with me. But you know the problem you hurt, and you know that hurt. You know, after I've been good to you, then you know, after I've been sweet to you, stop in the name of love before you break. Baby, again, stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Think it over. Baby, baby, I know me. Let me go. Each time you leave my door, now you walk down the street. Take it over. Take it over. Baby, stop. Before you break my heart, think it over. Think it over. Think it over. Stop. And let me think it over. You break my heart. Think it over. Stop. I watch you walk down the street, knowing it might never be. Think it over. Sweet to you. Stop. Where you go? Each time you No. Think it all. Think it all. Think it over. Think it over. Think it over.
Life as well from the business itself, which was, insulated by this novel legal mechanism that she used, one of the first of its time in Russia. Secondly, and perhaps, more to the point that we can appreciate it, she had a phenomenal design sense. She shepherded new fonts into existence, new graphic elements were introduced, and perhaps the most memorable of her graphic contributions was that she orchestrated the creation of the famous Sharblatt, or frontispiece of the Vilna Shas. Let's have a very quick look at what that means. Here is an example of the Sharblatt of a competing Talmud, the Talmud produced by the Hasidic Shapira brothers, with whom the Ram family had significantly business conflict. And as you can see, it's actually, the interior of this Shas is very beautiful and very well produced, but the Sharblatt is like boring. It's got this kind of, like geometric form and things like that, and it does not have, a tremendous amount of character. By contrast, have a look at the Sharblatt of the Vilna Shas, produced just a couple decades later. This is actually from my printing from the 1990s, and you can see it's the same version that was used in the original Vilna Shas, because it is really so beautiful, borrowing from these kind of neoclassical elements of pillars and things like that, which are typically used actually in synagogue architecture quite a bit, borrowing from a Greco-Roman kind of model with the pillars and the entranceway into the Aron Kodesh or into some unknown future. You can see it has the top, the lions, which the one on the left is frowning, the one on the right is smiling, kind of mysterious. I really wonder why that is. It is also interesting to note that in modern Shasas, like for example the Oz V'Hadar version, which is kind of like the critical standard today, they kept the Sharblatt because it is so gorgeous and so inviting. You just want to walk behind and see what's through this entranceway. They've removed the lions, perhaps because the faces are too human. I don't know. That's kind of an interesting thing. But at any rate, she shepherded this new design into the modern Shas, and of course had a tremendous impact on everyone who learns Talmud today. Now, third, really interesting, she was a technological maven. She really understood how to use most modern technology of the era, and she shifted from the essentially 15th century invention of type, where each page had to have tiny little letters placed into a big box and contained, and then you would have to print the pages off it. And that meant that, you have this big, heavy box of lead type. What do you do with it? Well, at a certain point where you anticipate you're not going to publish this book anymore, you take it all apart and you reuse it, rather than storing, a ridiculous amount of these boxes of type and then having to purchase new type for every book you publish. That's just way too expensive. A new type of printing called stereotype printing, which involved the use of plates, where the big sheet of metal was then impressed with the letters, and those plates could be more conveniently stored and preserved and printed again and again and again. She shifted to that particular form of printing early on, made a huge difference in the cost, a big upfront cost and investment, but then afterwards, reprinting the Talmud became much cheaper. Now, the fourth item I think is especially fascinating, because shifting from the old type method to the stereotype method meant that she could technically drop the price of her proposed Talmud dramatically. But she said, no, let's keep the price high, and instead we'll use that money to invest in the Talmudic page himself. And they went, at her direction, an incredible amount of scholarship was produced, with people going to the Vatican, going to the Oxford libraries, copying out medieval manuscripts, comparing the versions from various different cities throughout Italy in particular and the rest of Europe. New commentaries were added, and also medieval commentaries were evaluated and made into critical editions and then placed inside the Shas. And it made her Shas really expensive to produce, but then it became in itself a status symbol. She actually created this concept of the Choson Shas, the bridegroom Shas, meaning that the father of the bride would present to his new son-in-law a Vilna Shas, a Rom family Shas, rather than just one of the, any Shas's that you can get at the time. Shas, by the way, for those of you who maybe are not familiar with the term, stands for Shishe Sidre, or the 6 orders, and it's referring to the Babylonian Talmud. That's kind of like a little bit of slang, because it could also refer to the Jerusalem Talmud or to the Mishnah even, but we call it Shas for short. At any rate, it was Devorah Ram who really created the idea of the Choson Shas, and that's why the Vilna Shas just completely left all the other Talmuds that were in print in the dust, because everyone wanted a Vilna Shas. And we get a sense of the tremendous amount of effort she placed in producing this amazing edition of the Talmud in an essay that occurs at the very, very end, volume 20 of her Shas. Here's my own copy of it, which actually my father-in-law didn't buy it for me, but my wife did buy it for me. This is Tractate Nida, the very last section of the Talmud. And if you go to the very end, you'll see there's this letter here, the last few pages, called Achari Davar, which Ms. Chachik and several other scholars believe may actually have been authored by Devorah Ram herself. We know that she had scholarly correspondence with many other important figures, and this letter, which goes on for a few pages, is signed by the widow and brothers Ram, but most likely it was the widow Ram herself who was the principal author. It's a very beautiful, flowing letter. It says all kinds of things about how, when we started this project, we didn't even know how it was going to be, so we didn't even write any kind of words of introduction, and now we're making up for it at the very end to write about our experiences. And she goes on to describe the tremendous, challenges they faced, political challenges with the pogroms that erupted in the 1880s, and a fire, and challenges getting into the Vatican, and all kinds of amazing things they went to produce this document. It's actually really worthwhile reading. I encourage everyone who studies the Talmud to spend a little time looking at this letter, which may have been authored by Devorah Ram herself. But one last detail about her activity. I mentioned a couple times now that she published the classic edition of the Ram Tanya. You can see here it is. And many Hasidim, when they're going through Chitas, right, which is Chumash Tehillim and Tanya, they will read this particular edition, which has a particular layout of words that has become kind of like a classic edition for many. But even in the daily editions of Chitas, they often omit this little letter, which occurs right at the beginning. You have to get a scholarly edition of the Chitas to really see it, or a scholarly edition of the Tanya to really see it. And here is a letter from, as you can see right at the beginning, the widow and brothers Rom, and they specifically thank officials in Lubavitch, starting with Harav Shalom Dov Ber, right, who was one of the great Lubavitcher Rebbes, and the Tomchei Tmimim Yeshiva for their help, because there was one particular moment where the Rom family was experiencing dire straits, and it was Chabad that stepped forward to assist them in their endeavors and really keep the company alive. And this is especially ironic because before Dvorah ever took the helm of the Rom Publishing House, there was a really major dispute between the Shapira family, whose Shas I showed you a little bit earlier, and the Rom Publishing House. It was a major copyright dispute that involved some really nasty elements. I'm not going to go into the details here, but it involved the police, and it involved the exile of the Shapiro family and shutting down of their company for some years until finally they were able to come back, but they could never regain, even though they had tremendous dedication to their activity, that so much so that according to legend, I don't know, I have never been able to see if it's really true, but according to legend, the Shapiro family would immerse all of the blocks of type in the mikveh before they began to publish any works. Really an amazing kind of concept. Ultimately, one of the Rom predecessors before Dvorah had pushed them out of business. But when it came to preserving the Rom Publishing House, the Rebbe Shalom Dovber said, you know what, we better preserve them, and he supported them, and they allowed them to survive. And this is a note in the Tanya specifically thanking Chabad for helping this endeavor. It's a fascinating story, so much more to say. I would love for you to join me on this amazing trip to Poland and Lithuania. Once again, we're going to be hearing from the incredible Dr. Schneur Lyman, one of the most senior and influential scholars of the Jews of Poland, Lithuania. I'm looking forward to speaking, and I'm looking forward especially to walking the streets of these cities and learning more about how the Jews of that region actually live. Please check the information box for information on this trip. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I have to say one of the most wonderful aspects of my work is the possibility of traveling to many of the locations where so many important Jewish civilizations flourished over the centuries, and really getting a sense of the deep, rich historical context of these places and the Jews that live there. But this summer is going to be absolutely fantastic because, God willing, I'm going with my employer, Surrey University, to visit Poland and Lithuania, which is the Alta Haim, which is where my family comes from, especially Lithuania, where I'm looking forward to actually visiting the mass graves where many of my ancestors found their last resting place. And this is going to be a tremendous trip because we're going to look at all of the phenomenal things that Jews did, specifically in Warsaw and the region, and in Vilna and its region, also in Kovna, Kaunas. And I'll be traveling with a tremendous senior scholar, Professor Schneur Lyman, who is absolutely a genius. And, we speak about the Vilna Gaon, the great scholar of the 18th century. Well, Schneur Lyman is the Gaon of Vilna. He knows Vilna better than anybody else. And I'm really looking forward to spending this time. We'll be team teaching lectures on this trip. So in the context of preparing myself for this trip, I'm going back over a lot of my old notes and putting together some new videos for you so you can get interested in this particular trip and the amazing history that we're going to be exploring there. I'd like to share with you now a video that I recorded a long time ago that goes back to the question of the origins of the Jews of Poland, Lithuania. I hope you find it useful.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to look at the origins of Polish Jewry, really the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population, but Poland is one of the most central and memorable of the countries that we'll be looking at. Let's talk about the origins of Polish Jewry. So when I say Poland, I'm really using the term somewhat anachronistically because the region as a whole was dominated by something called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You can see in this map, which has the borders of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries so you get a sense of where it was. It was this massive territory. Poland was at sort of like the southwestern core of it, but after this dynastic union with Lithuania, it spread really to a massive area, almost stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down into the East Central European countries as well. And so the material that I'm discussing today does not really apply, strictly speaking, to Poland as we understand it by 21st century boundaries, but to this larger entity, which includes, of course, Ukraine and Belarus and Lithuania, where there are very, very large numbers of Jews residing. The southern part of Latvia is also very important because it was part of the Russian Pale of Settlement, which we'll get to in a few lectures from now. But anyway, where did the Jews come from in this region, which became the dominant center of the world Jewish population in the early modern period? So there is a small migration that extends back really to the first centuries of the Common Era, perhaps even a little bit before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come from Byzantine lands and make their way through the Khazarian Empire as well. The extent of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Povest Ranenia Kiev, which not strictly speaking Russian, but refers to Kiev and Rus, the region as it was known at that time. And there's references to Jews from Khazaria being involved in Kiev in particular. And they left behind, as we discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either in cultural aspects, literary aspects, and so on. We don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetration was and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. The really big migrations into Poland come in the 12th and especially up into the 16th century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany and France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, places like that. But that's really where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European evidence, lots of very significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland and then made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming lingua franca of the Jews, and that is basically a medieval German dialect written with Hebrew letters. They're not bringing with them too much of the languages of the Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region from as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. And one of the things that we see them doing, for example, in a very early period, is that Jews are serving as royal minters, meaning they're making money. Here, have a look at these coins. I mean, literally making money, like producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it, but some of the earliest coins in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. Here you see a few kind of stencils of several of them, and here's a better view of one that has the term Moshka Karol, or Mashka Karol, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase for King Mieszko, a 12th century Polish ruler. Here, of course, this is highlighted in red to make it a little bit easier to read. Now, it's fascinating, why would the early Polish nobles and kings make coins with Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the widespread illiteracy which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because Jews are ones who are working with the money primarily in small commerce, so it became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this in a future lecture when we talk a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry, but for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of their early settlements from about the 10th century onward. Now, when we look at why Jews migrated to Poland, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth more properly, there are both push and pull factors, meaning there were factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful representation by a man named Gerson, representing King Casimir, who was accepting the Jews and giving them, protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Rabbi Moshe Isserles from Galicia, who referred to Poland with kind of like a fanciful etymology from Hebrew, Polin, meaning here, Polin, we will rest, or here we will find refuge. So in terms of the push factors, what was driving Jews out of Western Europe? The first marked thrust that drove Jews to, pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed a while ago. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Germany that seemed to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence, and they rely on the legitimate authorities to maintain a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected, meaning perhaps there will be a numerus clausus and Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be certain tax breaks they're not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through their storefront window, they will be able to go to the police, and the police will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, then they will have a proper criminal trial, and so on. So Jews fear mob violence like any minority. And when you had these series of massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, or more, as we discussed in the lecture on the Crusades, more of the ragtag followers of the Crusaders, and that the local authorities, including the church, could not put a stop to it, that's when there's an increased push of Jews from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 13th century, the horrible blood libels that we have also discussed in the previous class result in a series of expulsions. In France in particular, there's 3 expulsions in the 14th century, and so there's more and more reason for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever had before. Now, there's also pull factors at the other hand. The Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasions of 1241 and onward. The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western Europe, and the Jews have the know-how and the understanding of how to produce coins like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually inviting Jews and saying, please come to our area. You are literate, you are numerate, you will live in concentrated areas, and we can take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg Recht. Magdeburg is the name of a city, and Recht means law. And this is basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes disabilities of the Jews in particular regions. Right of settlement, for example, the right to control their own guilds, the right to indicate, when foreign Jews could move in and set up competing businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We'll again speak more about this when we get to the economics of Eastern Europe, but Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, propinatia, the distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why, in so many Jewish folktales and Ukrainian folktales and so on, you have the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently given to Jewish communities. Bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals simply say, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, and then they go move to Krakow and they find, how to fit themselves into the secular environment there. People lived within communities. You were part of a Jewish community. You weren't like an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community. You were, culpable along with the community for communal taxes and communal punishments, sometimes things like that. So there were the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety. Rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allow them to ply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course it will break down very significantly with the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Khmelnytsky rebellion of 1648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kalish, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and are promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So there's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the early modern period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as of 1764. And you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews. And you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular. Also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany, and to the north in Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kahila, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled, all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, like everything from wayfarers support to poor brides and orphans, and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was, in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly in Lublin, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It was really a rather amazing thing. This, by the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain and before that in Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis that was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be the topic of a future lecture.
I hope you found that as fascinating as I do. If you're interested in joining us this summer, that would be fantastic. Have a look at the information box for a link to the website where there's more information on what we're planning to do this summer. And thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I was so excited to come across this individual in the course of my research for the Kosher River Cruise expedition to Japan in 2026. His name is Ludwig Ries, and actually I find a tremendous affinity with him, not only because he's a historian, he's also kind of an intellectual immigrant, fascinating individual who had a tremendous impact on Japanese history. Here's his story. He was born in 1861 in Germany, and he went to the University of Berlin, right? This is the late 19th century. The society is beginning to open up, and Jews are allowed to enter higher education and so on. And he studied under the great and highly influential historian Leopold von Ranke. Von Ranke lived between 1795 and 1886, and Ludwig Ries was one of his latest students, or his last students. Now, and this is a picture, by the way, of what von Ranke would have looked like around the time that Ries was studying with him. Ries wrote a very well-regarded doctorate on the history of medieval England, but once he graduated, he found he could not get a job in Germany, right? This is, unfortunately, liberalism only went so far in the late 19th century, and the idea of appointing a Jew to an important post in teaching history in Germany and so on, just very, very hard to happen. This is also the time of the great von Treitschke and Gretz controversy. We talked about that in different videos. And it's also worth noting, by the way, that Ries's parents also warned him against trying to get a job as a professor of history in Germany. They wanted him to study something much more pragmatic and practical. Not that I would identify with that. At any rate, what happened to Ries? You know, he's the kind of individual, he got lemons and he made lemonade. He had an option to travel and take a position at Tokyo Imperial University. You can imagine how he must have felt, saying, what are you talking about? I'm a European historian. I'm born and raised in Germany, and I have to go all the way to the Far East just to get a job. But he went there, and he ended up becoming a tremendous success. He taught at Tokyo Imperial University for 15 years, influenced generations of students in that university, and really shaped Japanese historiography. Now, let me tell you, what are his main contributions? We must understand that history is kind of a funny discipline. On the one hand, it is an art. You know, it's telling stories, right? The word story is embedded in the very word history, and it's all about, you know, sitting around the campfire and saying what happened to previous generations. That's what historians do. On the other hand, history is also a science, and that means that we're not supposed to just make stuff up. We're supposed to, you know, rely on actual data to tell these stories. Now, the problem is much of this data are just words. They're just stories that earlier generations have told, and we have inherited those stories. That proves to be extremely problematic because How do we know that those stories actually conform to reality? This was the tremendous contribution of von Ranke, that's Ries's teacher, who said, look, we have to really get focused on was es eigentlich gewesen war. What exactly happened? Like, tell us what happened. Don't tell us all the stories of what you would have liked to have happened and making stuff up on the way along. You have to tell us what actually happened, and we'll decide how to evaluate the meaning of those events. You have to rely on primary sources. You have to rely on artifacts whenever possible. Archaeology becomes extremely important, things like that. And von Ranke really grounded the discipline of history in this kind of delicate space between art and science, whereas before it was pretty much firmly in the world of the arts. So Ries took these ideas and he essentially brought them to Japan. For the Japanese really didn't have this kind of grounding. Mind you, Europe didn't have that grounding either until von Ranke. So in Japan, they really began to delve deeply into their archives to dig up primary documentation. And Ries also pioneered the fact that a lot of Japanese history is buried in European archives, because the Europeans, when they encountered Japan, they left a tremendous amount of correspondence and documentation regarding how that country developed. This was all happening, by the way, in the context of the Japanese Meiji Restoration, a period of great reform and self-reflection, where they began to rely much more on Western expertise, realizing there are a lot of things that are happening in the West that would be beneficial for Japan. And Ries was one of those happy accidents. As a Jew, he could not get a job at the University of Berlin, and so he took this post in Tokyo, and he ended up becoming a tremendous success, and he really loved Japan. He spent this tremendous amount of time there, 15 years. In 1902, he returned to Germany, where he did get a job at his alma mater, the University of Berlin. And shortly after that, the Russo-Japanese War broke out, and all of a sudden, everybody in Europe wanted to know more about Japan. Who is Russia fighting with? And so Ries became the European expert on Japan. Ironically, when he went to Japan, he became the Japanese expert on Europe, and now